So once again, a warm morning to all the delegates over here. So welcome you all back to the day 3 of UDYAMA 1.00. I hope all of you had a pleasant stay, and without further ado, let me start the session today. So today we have gathered to have the next session on the UDYAMA 1.0 journey, a panel discussion which is targeting on new age industries and its impact on technical education and the career opportunities. Every industrial revolution brings along an e-learning revolution as well. And as India aims to become a developed nation by 2047, new age industries are perceived as the growing engines and the growth engines which are nursing the new age industries is the educational system. And the new age industries could definitely spawn up a lot of opportunities for the younger generations in career as well. And hence is the role of new age industries so critical in today's education system as well. In the industrial context, when we talk of Industry 4.0, we need to talk of Education 4.0 as well. And this has paved the choice of this particular topic for today's discussion. And with a panel of diverse and accomplished personalities, we can definitely look forward to a very engaging session today. And let's get started without further delay. Now I request all the panelists, Dr. Madhur Gupta, Dr. Sri R. Muralidharan, Mr. G. Levin, Mr. Sudhir Nair, Mr. Murali Ellis, Mr. Sunil Kumar Ayyappan, and Dr. K.R.S. Krishnan, who is going to be the moderator. So now let me introduce the panelists to you. Dr. Madhur Gupta, the founder and CEO of QuantaPro Global Private Limited, an entrepreneur and an international academician with over 22 years of experience in the industry and higher education. A vibrant lady whom you have been seeing from yesterday itself. Her industrial venture with the QuantaPro is very famous world over in establishing industry standards, state-of-art skills, which even include setting up of the New Age Centers of Excellences. And the technologies that she deals with include drones, EVs, robotics, automation, etc. Dr. Madhur Gupta has published more than 30 international papers and worked on 2 books based on industrial practices. And Dr. Madhur Gupta's vision is to upgrade institutions with futuristic technologies, and she is on a mission to empower the youth with futuristic skills as well. Let me welcome you, ma'am. Sri R. Muralidharan, CTO, Chief Technical Officer, Tata Advanced Systems, and a Professor of Practice at IIT Tirupati. Yet another alumni of CET who has passed out in the year of 1977, and an MTech from IIT Bombay in the year of 1979. I'm sure many of you might not have been even born at that point of time. So he is such a long visionary with 45 years of experience in the field of aerospace and defense system, with 30 years in systems engineering at Tata Group and Naina Internetworks. Currently focused on the systems engineering of software-defined AD systems, which are powered by AI. He is a fellow of Indian National Academy, which is very covetable, and life member of many organizations. And he has been the past chair of Indian IEEE India Council of Bombay section, and past vice chancellor of Wireless Innovation Forum as well. He has been invited to the Young Distinguished Scientists Meet in 1989 by the former Prime Minister, late Mr. Rajiv Gandhi. So we can very well interpret his vast experience and expertise, which has been long-standing. Welcome you, sir. Mr. G. Levin, Chief Executive Officer, K-Space, yet another graduate from the College of Engineering, Trivandrum, a proud alumni. He has 37 years of experience in design, development, and realization of various solid motors for ISRO programs. Also, he is an expert in the field of solid propellant production. And Mr. G. Levin was with Vikram Sarabhai Space Center and ISRO till he superannuated in the year 2020 May. And he was holding the position of Deputy Director, VSSC, Solid Propulsion Research Entity, SPRE, and he was an outstanding scientist over there. After his assignment with the ISRO, he has taken up the space of CEO, Kerala Space Park, in 2021, which is aiming to promote industries in space technology sector and allied domains in defense and aerospace. He is again a life member of many organizations, which is adding to his greatness. He has won several awards and recognitions, including ISRO Team Excellence Award for PSLV Excel development, and he has been awarded the Dalmia Award for outstanding contributions in the field of solid propulsion for space vehicles. So I welcome you, sir, for this panel discussion. Mr. Sudhir Nair, Vice President of EGPE Diagnostics. He is a postgraduate in mathematics with a management background from IIM Calicut, and holds an experience of 35 years of professional experience in the healthcare industry. So he represents various cross-sectional experiences in strategic planning, business development, sales, marketing, and he has been working with many leading healthcare companies, and he has been spearheading many prominent companies like Unicom, RPG, Cadillac, etc. He has joined the company in the year 2004 and has been heading the sales and marketing division, and has been instrumental in bringing the organization to the current level, and has launched pan-India operations for the company and the marketing level to improve. Currently, he is heading the L&D divisions of the academic programs since the year February 24. Without further ado, let me welcome Mr. Sudhir Nair to the panel discussion. Mr. Murali Ellis, Deputy Chief Consultant Engineer for CES from about 10 years. Furthermore, he has been with the Roads and Airports Department in L&T Infrastructure Engineering Limited, Chennai, and he has been with the consultancy firm as head of it for more than 20 years, and after that he has joined KIFBI. In the current assignment, Dr. Murali is leading the technical services, and he is instrumental in coordinating the team under KIFBI, and he is providing technical hand-holding and assistance to many of the SPVs in implementing the infrastructure projects in Kerala. And he has been the team leader in developing transportation strategies and policies in many cities in Kerala. He has been also a member of Indian Road Congress, institutes representing the mobility yesterday we have been listening to automated mobility, but all the mobility has to take place on the roads or the airways. So he truly represents the industry. Welcome you, sir. Now we have Mr. Sunil Kumar Ayyappan. He is a practicing infrastructure specialist with more than 20 years of quality experience in all facets of infrastructure. He is a graduate from TKM Engineering College, and he did his postgraduate diploma in management and management from Management Development Institute. In the current assignment with the Adani Group, he is leading the project development of Adani Vinyam project, and has been with his past associates include May public sector enterprises, infrastructure companies, and consulting firms across the state and across the country. In his consulting role, he has served many companies and also has been a consultant to the World Bank and ADB. Sectoral experience cover power, transport, urban sector, and key areas of specialization are project development, public-private partnership, and procurement and construction management. So he is truly a project person. So I welcome you, sir, into this event. Today's session will be moderated by Dr. K.R.S. Krishnan, Professor and Director of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Karunya Institute of Coimbatore, University Coimbatore. And he has a varying background from all of the speakers for quite some time. And later he has been involved as an advisor, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, and he has been the Director, Technical and Operations, HLL Life Care, again at Government of India Enterprise. His interests include environmental engineering, manufacturing, innovation, IPR, and working with the startups. He has been involved in the introduction of new programs in engineering technology, new product developments, launching of products, and he has been closely associated with the incubators as well. So I welcome you, sir. So it's well said that industry shapes education and education shapes industry. So I leave this platform for the moderator takeover. Let us all witness a vibrant discussion. And I wish that the participants will also take a very engaging role in the discussions. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, session coordinator, for the introduction of all the panelists. Many were CET alumni, and so are many in the audience. So I must deeply apologize for this being looking like a CET Alumni Association or something like that. So apologies to all others who are not from the CET. Well, I have a short presentation here just to set the tone for the meeting. Our topic is very monstrous, some of them very beneficial, etc., etc. But I can tell you just one thing at this moment, that AI is artificial intelligence only. It cannot substitute or overtake human intelligence for two reasons. One reason is creativity. That is something which comes out of the human brain. You can say, yes, I can ask the AI, ChatGPT, to create a poem for me. Yes, it will create a poem for you. But that poem will be full of words and ideas which are already in the cloud. It cannot give you something brand new. Take the case of art, whether it is Impressionism or Realism or Post-Impressionism. They have been all created by artists like Van Gogh or our own Raja Ravi Verma and people like that. So for someone to come up with something new, it's only human brain which can do. The second, which is even more important, is conscience. Do it, but it will only learn as much as medicine, so on and so forth. Then we have medicine, so on and so forth. Then we have this robotics and automation, which is going to already is playing a major role in the industrial arena. The IoT and the cyber physical systems, which are also already there, but it has to really get penetrated into the human life. It will do in no time. Biotechnology and biomedical, which is one of the rising industry, which is rising at the rate of about 35% growth rate as compared to 10 to 15 for all other sectors. The advanced manufacturing technologies is going to play a big role. Next one, please. Cyber security and blockchain. And lastly, space and aerospace engineering technologies. We have a space person here already to speak about it. Then we have the environmental, which is very, very important for sustainability of the whole planet and the human beings thereof. And the technologies and telecom technologies that are required for our... I'll just briefly go into because I consider that in order to harness the full potential of all these new technologies, we have to really invest more in terms of R&D. When you say invest, it's not only money, it's also time, it's also effort. Let's see what is the present scenario. Look at the global scenario. Israel tops as a percentage of GDP spending in R&D, 5.44 at about $26.7 billion spending in R&D. Next is South Korea at 4.8 and 83 billion US dollars. US though it's only 3.45 is the highest spender thanks to its GDP itself at 750 billion US dollars. Japan comes next, Austria, Germany, Taiwan, the only country which is other than Japan in the east, which took South area to reach the top 10, Denmark, Finland. I have to go to another slide because we should see where India stands. China is at the 11th position at 2.4 and the spending of 439, it's a whopping 430% because of the GDP. Again, France, Norway, Australia, and finally we are at 21th slot at 0.66% spending at 21 billion. So the pointer here is that in order to harness the best of our human dividends and potential that the world promises to us, we need to really spend much more than this. Next slide, please. So this in nutshell is the scenario all over. The first graph on the top left shows the R&D spending in percentage over the last 10 years. Actually, we have decreased in terms of the percentage spending, though we have increased the quantum because of the GDP growth, but the percentages really come down. So these are the figures. But then we have been doing well in the papers being published. Next one. And in a nutshell, if you look at, we are quite below 0.7% of GDP, which has to go up. And finally, in nutshell, what we have to do is we have to come to a rate of something like 2.5%. Now, let me tell you, this 2.5 is a magic figure because I have been hearing about this figure way back in 1980s. When I was in DSTV, you say we should increase our spend to 2.5. At that time also it was less than 1%. Today also we are talking about the 2.5%, but we have not even come very close to 1. So this alone is required. Now you may think that where has this money to come from? Government has to spend? Well, next one. So this ANRF has now come into place as a replacement to all the funding programs of Government of India. Many of you sitting here are associated with that. Now this actually is if you ask me, a new wine or an old wine in the new bottle. It replaces the existing programs in the sense that it amalgamates under one head. But the main feature here, if you look at, is that, of course, it shows an outlay of 50,000 crore in the next 5 years, but with a small catch. The catch is that 72% of this funding has to come from industry. It doesn't say private sector, but it says from industry. 28% will come from government. So now it's a big question mark when universities like you or industries which have got industrial R&D certificate from DSIR, they go for the funding. Where will this 72 come from? you have to muster the 72 and then go to the government for funding, or the government will do it for you? It's a big question mark, not yet answered. But the sum and substance is that whether it is government or industry, we have to pull together to make sure that the industrial spending in R&D, the total spending in R&D is much more than what it is today. So I'll skip all these things. Shall we go to, these are some of the examples of how industry and R&D has got together to do some of the finest demonstration projects in different parts of the country. This I had done during my tenure in DST with the help of IISc Bangalore Technology, a cross-flow turbine. We established around 15 units in different parts of the country. Next one, please. This, of course, is a picture of that. And I'm standing there with the genes there. Next one. This is probably the microhydral project situated in the tallest part of this earth. It is in Kedarnath. It works only for 6 months in a year for obvious reasons. It's a 200 kilowatt turbine. We installed it there. It was installed sometime in '94, and to the best of my knowledge, it is still working after 30 years. Next. So this is a wind tunnel facility at IIT Kanpur. Some of you are familiar with that. Yeah, it can actually test anything which is moving on ground, whether it's a car or a ship or a train. It can also test things which are not moving, such as buildings, for its ventilation and other purposes. Next one. Yeah, please continue. So another thing I wanted to highlight, I wanted to say the power of R&D, because this alone will drive the future. We are talking about new age technologies. So here is another example. Next one. This is an intrauterine system meant for either pregnancy prevention or abnormal urinary bleeding. This was established with the help of an industry and my industry, HLL, and Sri Chitra. Next one. So this is how it looks like. Extreme right side is the product that we made. This only product made in India and the second in the world. Next one. So this is another leukocyte filter which was developed with the help of IIT Kanpur. Next one, please. Yes, these are the many features of it. I don't want to go into the details. Again, another one is a blood collection bag. When Sri Chitra was formed sometime in late 70s, and the founder was Dr. M.S. Valiyathan, whom many of you know, he had a vision that this is not a hospital to treat patients. There are many in the country and elsewhere. So we are here to combine technology development with the help of the medical assistance. So this blood collection bag was first introduced in India through a research done in Sri Chitra. And until then, many of you will recollect, the blood collection was done in bottles, which could break down, and there are other disadvantages. You cannot refrigerate beyond a point, the bottle could break. Again, you cannot centrifuge it for the many purposes that we require. And this technology has transformed the city of Trivandrum. Two industries, Penpol, now called Thermo Penpol, HLL Life Care. Together, they manufacture around 45 million blood bags in Trivandrum, which accounts for 80% of the bags produced in India and 30% of the bags produced all around the globe. So see the power of research again. Next one, this is another product which was developed with the academic institution, cerebral valve, and again, next one please. The Chitra heart valve, many of you have heard about. This was developed and introduced into a patient around 28 years ago, and that patient is still alive. What a testimony. So this has been developed in Chitra and has been finally manufactured by TTK company. This is the version 2 of it. Next one please. Yeah. So far I have talked about how industry and top-notch establishments like Sri Chitra or IISc or IIT Kanpur can, but even smaller colleges can do wonders. We had a partnership with the Mohandas College of Engineering, and I don't want to go into the details. Please go through all the projects quickly. Yeah. What I want to say is, At the end of the tenure of the students doing the projects, we came out with 6 patents, can you believe? It's not one of the highest ranked colleges in Kerala. It may not be even the second, it may be in the third rank, but it means that it doesn't matter which ranking you have, what kind of admissions you have, with good dedicated faculty and good attention and partnership with industry, you can come out with. So this is good products. So this is a thing which yesterday Madhu Ganesh was talking about, what we did in Karunya with the help of Madhu Ganesh supervision, the gas pyrolysis plant. Next one please. Yes. There's a video which I want to avoid now for want of time. Yes. So having said that, what is the industry perspective? The industry for this new age technologies, they want things to happen rather quickly, rather efficiently, and rather economically. So this is the thing, it can be done through digitization, and they are also looking for how to fill the skill sets that are rather not available from the present breed of students. I will tell something about that little later. The increased efficiency, as I mentioned, and the newer business models, because we are looking at profitability. It's not just turnover that matters alone. You should look at how profitable we are in a business. And the cybersecurity risk. What I was mentioning about the skill gap is, yesterday we had a very good discussion about industry readiness. What do we mean by industry readiness? It's not that we have to produce students who just go there and start working on the day one. That can never happen. It has never happened before. And to be very honest, when I came out of CET in 1977, he's another batchmate of mine here, I was not industry ready. Were you, sir? So we were trained by the industry to be ready at a point in time. So again, so that kind of what we can do is bridge the gap to some extent with industrial collaboration. And finally, from the academic perspective, we need to update ourselves in terms of curricula, in terms of skill, in terms of having a lifelong learning participation and infrastructure within the colleges. And we call it interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary. We should have that. Next one, please. And collaboration is the key word. Collaboration or partnership is the key word in which we should move forward. I'll stop at this moment. My emphasis here is to say that R&D is going to play the biggest game in this transformation that we are going to witness in India in the next few decades, and it should be one of the items that we should be discussing in these forums. Thank you very much. I'll move on to the panel discussion right away. I've taken enough time. Thank you. Check. So can we, sir, I start with my batchmate who is on my left side to talk about his experience and how he found this new age industry transformation from the day you joined the industry and today, what changes happen and what is expected in future too.
So can I?
Yeah.
I have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you. As you rightly said, a big hug to all the fellow CETians and a nice bigger hug to the non-CETians too. Okay, yeah. So I rightly said when I passed out, before passing out, I had to take a IIT entrance exam. So I came back and took all the rest of the exams and went back to the IIT Bombay for do my MTech. So we were not ready. Even after MTech, I was not ready to, really ready to work in an industry. So we had to get trained, and so they said you are a trainee, postgraduate engineer trainee for a year, right? And then maybe it took us a couple of years to really work in the industry. So there's a bridge between what we study and what we want to work on. But I'm over a period of time, I came to believe that the course should teach us how to learn more and how to analyze things. Maybe the kind of work we need to do in industry, we may have to learn from the industry practices, but at the same time, we should have a real fundas. I mean, our fundas should be clear about physics, mathematics, the engineering sciences and all those things, and we should know how to look at a problem, ask the right question, right? And then do the analysis. This is very, very important than learning all the books and solving all the problems. While trying to learn and solve problems, you may start questioning, right? So the important thing is we need to question. Yeah. Quickly coming back to the theme of today's discussion. So we are in the fourth industrial revolution. Okay. What does it mean? So the way it is transforming our work. Okay. The fourth industrial revolution is ensuring that we are transforming our work. What does it mean to the education sector? Even the way we prepare to work should be transformed. So like they said, education 4.0 should also be there, right? And unfortunately, if you look at India's Global Innovation Index today, GII, we are 39. We came from 49 to 39 in the last few years. Good progress, but 39th innovative country in the world. I mean, not so good. We have to go a long way to reach at least a single digit. Then only we can be proud of developing our own products, solutions, technology, etc. Right? But the good thing is our demography is on our side. We have a very young workforce compared to the rest of the world. Okay? The Americans, the Chinese, all of them will get very old. Okay? So I'm not scared of getting old because I'm already old. Okay, but we have a very young working force coming up. So that means the education sector has to be much more vibrant, train them, and we can take on the world. Okay, our GII will become 1 or 2, but we have the right population, right demography for that. Professor Krishnan was kind enough to introduce all the topics, and one thing he said was we should not be scared of AI. AI cannot take us over, right? Probably I should give you a different view. I know a lot of views of the world over, people are talking about AI and not AI. It's stylish to talk AI, and if you, in a talk, if you don't talk about AI, you are considered illiterate. Okay, so let me demystify that. So there's a concept called singularity, right? It's a mathematical function. That function says after a certain value, you cannot predict the output. This is called singularity. Okay, there's a singularity even in cosmology, so not concerning with that. So what they say is, if you create a system, an AI system, which talked about conscious and sentience, they call it, it can learn itself. So it might learn more than what you have taught it. Okay, so that is a self-learning AI system may be able to learn over a period of time from its experience and faults that like we do. So it might reach singularity. Okay, there's a group of people who strongly believe that the AI systems will reach singularity in 2045. Okay, which means there is a machine which has learned by itself from what you taught it and has become better, superior to you and me, and it can take its own decisions and be much superior human being than us. This is again a school of thought. We don't know how it will come or not, but the research, brain research, and that all that is happening now tell us that we can replicate a human brain. Okay. That means there can be something more intelligent than something outside our cranium, right? It doesn't have to be within the cranium. So this may become a reality, but we do not know. But there are good proofs, so we shouldn't give up saying that AI will never come better than us. It can. Okay, is it good or bad? Is it going to be a monster? Okay, different school of thought, and we will not be able to do that. Right? Yeah. So now coming back to the topic, we talk about industry-academy collaboration, but there's a new breed of teams called the startups. Okay, and we find that the startups are very, very hungry and they are very, very innovative. Today we have more than 20,000 startups in the country, and if you look at the defense, they can think out of the box, they can think differently, they have no biases, they have not too much of experience, so they just are more risk-taking, they have a very high appetite for risk. All of these features are helping them bring out newer technologies. So it should be industry, academia, startup collaboration. There should be 3 pillars should collaborate rather than just industry and academia collaborating. The other concept is today, like we talked about, a graduate is not familiar with what happens in industry, right? So the institutes like the CET and all of them should set up a research park within them. where industry can come and set up a R&D. I'm not talking about innovation incubation centers, research parks, right? Where the industries can set up a R&D and work with the students and the faculty. And the students, maybe most of them are, if they are staying in campus, they can do an internship in the evenings. So it's a 365-day internship that they can do. We can work with the industry, continue their studies. The faculty can also collaborate with them. This may be a better collaboration for, and the startups also are in the incubation center. So the research park, the incubation center, and the institute. These three collaborate to create better R&D, and maybe we'll be able to improve our GII because of that. And second, the industry is scared of academia. Today, most of the industries, I come from the industry, so I'm saying with bold face, that many of the industries do not need academic support because they are doing screwdriver technology. They get a TOT from somebody and they are, you remember the Premier Padmini car, it was made same way for many years. Okay? So if you look at the Premier Padmini car, if anybody has one old model, you will find that the wiper blade is for the left-hand side driver. So we have been driving the Premier Padmini car all these years from the right side with the wiper for the left-hand side. So in Bombay it rains heavily and you cannot see. And with this car you just cannot see anywhere. Right? And still we didn't change it. So this kind of technology is what many of the industries were doing. Now the industry 4.0 is trying to change it. We have to invent new things. Okay? For example, AI. Nobody is going to give us the right data to train the models. We need to create the data, sanitize it, structure it, get the models trained and use it. So we now have to go up the value chain. No more screwdriver technology of these things. So that's why the industry will be more keen on working with the academia and the startups to go up the value chain of developing a product. So towards this, the industry should, like Professor Krishnan was also saying, that research fund, industry should pool in a good amount and also sponsor research projects in the institutes. Yeah, there are special technologies we're talking about. Okay, AI, quantum technologies, nanotechnologies. So the one challenge is there are many engineering colleges in the country. Everybody is trying to do the same thing. Okay, so can we cooperate? There's a cooperation between academia. They say that, okay, 25 colleges will focus on quantum technology and none else in the country. And these 25 pool in their resources and create a center of excellence for quantum technology, like the quantum mission the government of India is trying to promote. So can we use them to focus our attention, and the less amount that we have for research, can it be used very effectively by cooperation of academic institutes, okay, with the help of industries. That's one thing we should look for. Rather than doing piecemeal research and development, can we focus centers of excellence, identify 25 universities only doing quantum technology, another 25 doing only AI, another 25 doing nanotechnologies, space technology, like that. It may have a better effect for that. One other thing I noticed was many of us are very good in doing small projects. Okay, we want to do a small project, we can do it very well. The moment it comes to a big project, we don't understand systems engineering. How to engineer a project? What should be the choice of technology that we should fuse together to create a solution? Okay, so systems engineering is very, very weak in the country, not only in India, many places, the world also. So this is one thing that the academia and industry should work together to bring in. So at IIT Tirupati, I am offering a course on systems engineering to fill this gap. How do you engineer a large system? What are the rules and best practices that we should follow? Are there any systems engineering practices? Yes, there is the International Council for Systems Engineering. They have come up with best practices called 15288 and standards, etc. So most of the engineers and practitioners do not know this. So we find it very difficult even to teach these concepts to senior engineers. Okay, otherwise we start working with somebody, everybody works in silos and there's no integrated thinking. So we should focus on educating the systems engineering faculty also. So some of there is a list of items the team have circulated. So I find that some of them are, some key technologies are missing. One of them is the 5G, 6G technology. Okay. So this is going to be very, very important for us. because things are going to be connected. It's a connected world tomorrow. Your business will be connected, your education system will be connected, your tech platforms will be connected. So for connecting things, you need a wireless technology, wireless as well as wired technology, right? So optical technologies and wireless technologies are going to improve. So 5G, 6G, okay, is going to be very important. So we should have this in our curriculum. So anybody who doesn't understand 5G, 6G cannot create a big system, okay? Individual technologies are important, but connecting them together and getting the best effort and the least amount of latency is very, very important. So another thing missed out in the list was semiconductors, right? India is getting heavy into semiconductors. Even Tata Group has set up a 11 billion plant in Assam and Gujarat. So we are trying to make devices, right? Today, the whole of the electronic components, including capacitors, are imported. When I was a student, we used to have a small valve which we can buy from Bell. There were transistors made by Bharat Electronics. Now they don't make anything of the sort. So everything is VLSI, large scale integrated devices, which we are importing. So our import of electronic components is more than that the oil that we import. At this rate, we will not be able to reach anywhere. Right? All these technologies need electronic components, and we don't have any of them. So it's very important that we grow in the semiconductor industry, manufacturing, chip design, all of that. We talk big about AI. Okay? Only 2-3 companies make AI devices, and they're all made in Taiwan. So if China takes over Taiwan, we have no devices in the country, the world even. 66% of the semiconductor devices are manufactured only in Taiwan. Right? So if China takes them over, one good morning, that's the end of the world's electronics components. Okay? So India, to be sovereign, to be independent, we should have a lot of chips made in India, designed and made in India. Right? There are more than 20,000 chip designers in the country who work for major companies in the world. Okay? So we should be able to tap them and create our own chips. So if you look at the mobile, all of us have 1 or 2 mobiles. Okay? There are only 2 companies which make the chips for the mobiles, Qualcomm and MediaTek. They design, and both these chips of Qualcomm and MediaTek are manufactured in TSMC in Taiwan. So we should come out of this, and our curriculum and our all of these things should emphasize on semiconductor equipment building, manufacturing, and chip design. And another new thing is, we are talking about gallium nitride, gallium arsenide, newer devices. Okay, nobody is going to give us these technologies on a platter. So we should also invest in, like Professor Krishnan said, nanotechnology of developing new electron devices. Another upcoming area is photonics. Okay, it's just not electronics that is going to happen. It will be photonics that we require. We are going to migrate from electronic computing to optical computing, and photonics will play a major role. Even in quantum computing, photonics plays a major role. So tomorrow we may have a photonics chip, pure photonics chip, everything done in photonics, right? Which may be much faster. That may be a better way to beat the Moore's law. And we did talk about energy, batteries, etc. So energy storage is a big challenge. Can we have better chemistry? Okay, Mr. John Goodenough, who won the Nobel Prize for the lithium-ion battery at the age of 98, right? I mean, he is no more. So we need to find more John Goodenoughs to develop newer batteries. And the last point I want to share is, we talk about all technologies, but we are not focusing on EdTech, education technology. How can we impart better education to all strata of the community in India? Okay. Today, if I can't afford a course on AI, can I go online using a platform, learn AI as if I'm being taught by a MIT professor, the best in the world? Okay. Unless we focus on this, we will not democratize education. Okay. We can talk about industry, academia, collaboration, this thing, that thing, all of that, right? That's for funding. But like people are focusing on fintech, there are so many applications being made on fintech and getting startup funding, etc. But very few on education technology, ed tech as we call it, right? There were a few companies and they all went bankrupt. So this is very, very, unfortunate situation, and we need to focus on ed tech. How can we reach curriculum or subject matter to the common man at a very cheap rate in an effective manner, but the best of it. Yeah. Yeah. So with this, I mean, thank you, sir. I've just yeah. So the students and the institutions should also participate actively in the professional bodies. Okay. So I've been a chairman of IEEE India Council in 2003-2004. We tried to bring in student branches in every colleges and make them aware of the new technologies. See, there is a teaching that there's a saying by Mark Twain that he was asked, what is the secret of your success? He said, I never let my education interfere with my schooling. Right? Pardon me for saying this in open. So you have to study yourself. Triple L is important. Lifelong learning is important. So they may teach you in the institute, they may teach you everywhere, but be aware that you have to learn all your life on your own. Don't interfere or don't make your education interfere with your schooling. Keep them separate. Continue learning all your life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murli. I think you have elaborated the entire aspects of the new age technology and the importance and the forbearance of each one of them. And the biggest take was the collaboration between the industry, academia, and the startups. But that's a medium through which probably the entire growth engine should really begin. Thank you for that. And in the interest of time, we would like to restrict the first intervention to 5 minutes each. May I request Dr. Madhur Gupta to talk about the technology, new age technologies, especially the artificial intelligence, AR, VR, how it is going to impact both the industry and the academia.
Good morning, a very warm welcome. I'm very honored to be here today, and the topic is very, very relevant to my entire journey of experience as well, because I'm an educationist turned entrepreneur, and the main reason was understanding the gap between education and industry. Academia is not producing the kind of workforce which is required for industry, and industry is not collaborating the way academicians expect to collaborate. So today we are witnessing a revolution, not only in the terms of Industry 4.2, but also in the very fabric of change in education. New age industries like robotics, automation, AI, ML, AR, VR, drones, electric and hydrogen vehicle, and so many more, they are here to stay, to change the landscape of everything. It's going to impact not only industry, academia, but also our vision in the entire future. I would also like to elaborate, we cannot progress as a nation globally until there is a utmost collaboration and collectiveness from the three domains. One is the government, second is the industry, and the third is academia. And therefore, this conclave is very important where all the three pillars are together. There are a lot of collaborations happening between academia and industry and government and academia, but we need all the three forces coming together. Also, in the next decade, we should be aware, over next 70% of the jobs which are today will no longer in this world. We require skills that do not only exist in the next future, but also we require certain skills which we cannot even predict. So we need to prepare our students, the next generation, for the VUCA world, for the uncertainty, for the next gen technologies which is not even emerging today. As an educator turned an entrepreneur and a founder, I have a dual perspective that says without the extreme merging of the two ends, we cannot go further. Let's do one thing. All of you, please close your eyes for a minute and imagine something. What I say, just close your eyes. Imagine this, an artificial intelligence program is writing a textbook, altering the need, customizing the need of every child. A quantum computing writes an algorithm and which teaches data science as per the expertise, need and interest of a child. And a program devised by generative AI that creates the degree and the certificate which is more valid, innovative and acceptable than any customized or degree given by a institution or even the reputed institution. You can open your eyes. This is not a science fiction. This is the edge we are standing very right on today. This is something going to be happening in the future. The learning will become a lot customized. The learning will become futuristic. It is based on technology, and this is not something we can avoid. We have to learn. We have to learn the skills. We have to learn the algorithm. We have to learn everything which is we are going to use. My first aspiration is, as an academic people, we are upgraded enough. Are we ready to get this change? Because most of the academicians are born in the era where is no digital or internet was there. So how much we are upgrading ourselves? Another thing, we expect a lot from others. The academia, they expect collaboration from industry. Industry should come forward. Industry people, they expect academics should produce good students. And government, of course, we expect government to make new laws which support us. But what we are doing today? So to solve this real world problem, when I'll be giving my own example, I was an academician and then I realized there's a lot of problems. The students which we are producing even after the engineering, post-tech, even in MBA, they're not well versed who can work well in the industry. And as the study says, more than 70% students are not employable. I'm talking about the technical education. Non-technical, the numbers are even bad. So even after 4 or 5 years of a rigorous engineering program, if a student is not employable, what are we doing and why are we doing? We need to think about it. At the intersection of education and industry, we do not need too much of theoretical things, because when the students will be coming out of the institutions, this theory may not longer be useful. The things are changing so rapidly. Industry is changing so vastly. The academia has to brush up. The future of education is not what we are teaching. It is also preparing the students to navigate on the world where industries are evolving, creating, innovating at a huge rapid speed. There is an urgency, of course, to bridge the gap, and also how to do that. So we started setting up the research skill parks, the real research skill parks, which are as the industry standards. So we are here in Kerala and finding a huge opportunities to collaborate with government as well as institutions. Almost more than 30 center of excellence we set up, and they are all research and there are only 2 institutions in India right now. One is BITS Pilani, another one is IISc Bangalore, which has a research institute for the semiconductors. But as he rightly said, we need many, many more. We are also working on the collaborative technologies, where one particular institution become a hub of one research center which serves industry. They create patents, because industry do not need only work people, they also need research, they need designing, they need innovative patents. A lot of things they are ready to engross, but we are just focusing on producing students who can be employable. Why we are not producing students who are creator, designers, thinkers, and have a lot of patents? We have, we have exceeded in the population, #1 in the world. But the most patents, the most innovations are done by Israel, such a tiny country. So we have to also think about how to make India a research hub, a research and designing hub. For that, my company is giving the practical solutions. As per the curricula, we are also helping this curriculum designing. We are helping from the curriculum till training the professors till placement. So it's end-to-end process. You need to just, approach. There are a lot of industry people having the wise experience who are ready to collaborate with the institutions. Institutions need to be proactive to take their help. One more thing I would like to say, there is a lot of integration now. We cannot say, I know this and this is my domain. We have to be hungry, we have to be foolish. So these two words I always keep in mind. Be hungry and be foolish. Be hungry to understand more, to do more. Be foolish to understand what I know. It will be no longer, it would be no longer useful in a few more years. So start learning new technologies. Start understanding new domains. Things are transforming so rapidly. In 24 hours, the knowledge is becoming double. So are we learning in that pace? If you feel, as a professor, most of the time it feelings the come of superiority. We know everything. We are teaching. But if we are not upgrading ourselves, our students will never learn this. Then industry is ready to collaborate. Are you knocking the right door? That is another question. Instead of asking them to fund you, why don't we make a center park? We are designing those center park where industry, academia, everybody is generating revenue, and then all the students getting the research opportunity 24/7, and they are free to innovate with the professors. Also, the power of a growth and collaborative mindset. Collaboration do not only includes human. I'm also talking about robotic collaboration, the technology collaboration. No longer when we'll be sitting around on a round table and we are talking to an AI also, and maybe I gives more intelligent solutions and suggestions to our problem. So use whatever we have. Technology is not a threat. Technology is a friend. We should know how to use it. To end with, as I know there's a time limitation and lot of stages set by Professor Krishnan and Professor Muralidharan, we are here to set up new age technological skill parks. You can connect with us. We are here to actually collaborate with academia, industry and government, and this is the right kind of solution we found. It's better to blame or passing the bucks here. We said, okay, let us do this now in reality. So I would wish well everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madhur, for the excellent narration as a practitioner of collaboration between academia and industry and the new age technology, how it can help both the industry and academia to rise up to the occasion. I think many more questions may be there in the minds of people. We'll have some time for that. We'll move to Mr. Levin, who is the CEO of K-Space. The space industry is now all-encompassing. It was once upon a time meant for small little purposes, but it is now in every field of our human life. May I have you for another 5 minutes or so?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity. I think Kerala is really changing. This program itself is a proof of how we are preparing for the future. A program of this kind is something that was unbelievable a few years back. Now we are doing, and you are doing in an excellent way. Kerala, we are doing a really wonderful way in the recent past. When you is into your mind, the question is how far we are able to implement the talk and enthuse the youngsters for the newer technology and prepare them to aspire for more. I think slowly the change is happening. The second thing is the industry promotion activities. So what is happening in Kerala, That is also really amazing now. I think 2 days back we got an international acknowledgement for our industrial policy, the new promotion activities being taken up. The startup ecosystem in Kerala at the leadership of the Kerala Startup Mission, and we are the national ranking 1 for the past 3 years. All these things tell us that we are preparing for the adoption of newer technology and trying to grab the new opportunities before us. Definitely much more we have to do. I think the technical education system, definitely we are facing a challenging time. In the newer technology era, the old-fashioned classroom teaching and learning process, it is going to be changed. And this change has to take place across Kerala. It's not that few colleges here in Trivandrum or the high-ranking 4 or 5. When you created 50 plus engineering colleges in place of what we are having at the time of my time in CET 5 at that time, we have to think about how we will equip these institutions to capture the new opportunities and prepare the youngsters for capturing the new learning process. Definitely we have to enthuse the students for the newer technologies and guide them to be innovative and enterprising in their activities. Coming to space, I have been part of the space program till recently. After coming out, what I see today, we are having many ambitious programs. The Gagarian is planned. We have the moon return program, the Faraday Andariksha station, and so many more. But the master innovator, Elon Musk and team, has revolutionized the space arena. We are talking about $10,000 per kg to the GTO in sometime in 2020. Now he is offering the flight at almost $3,500 per kg. He is really challenging the entire space domain. Unless we upgrade, unless we innovate, we cannot move further and we cannot be competitive for the newer technologies to the world. The last point what I will cover is regarding the collaboration between the academia, research institutions and industry. I think there is a worrying point. The academia is moving in one direction and independent of industry, or industry is not able to get a handhold on the curriculum what is being taught in the technical education institutions, and definitely the research institutions, the industry and academia should collaborate to prepare the curriculum for the new age industries and prepare our youngsters for the future. It's a big challenge, but together we can do. And the Kerala Space Park also is doing the initiative to connect the industry and academia, and we are also trying to see the possibilities of collaboration between industries which are operating already in Kerala and with R&D institutions and academia. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. As a personality who has been with the space industry for a long time, your views are very valid. I only disagree with you only on one point. You said academia is moving in one direction, industry in another direction. Actually, academia is not moving at all in any direction. So maybe in a later vein. So can you have yourself, Sudhir Nair, from a medical industry? Yeah, please do that. But there is a...
I know, 5 minutes constraint.
The organizers want...
Pardon?
No, I said you can go there also. But
Anyhow, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm really honored to be here because all have been from an academic background. I belong to a business background. I belong to the healthcare segment. And healthcare segment contributes a lot to the GDP. And do you all know Kerala contributes approximately 23% of the total revenue generated from the medical devices industry? So I also come from that ecosystem of medical diagnostics. Medical diagnostics, yes, when I represent Agape Diagnostics Limited, which is one of the largest manufacturer of reagents and equipments in vitro diagnostics. I'm sure very many of you may not be knowing what's different between diagnostics in vitro diagnostics and another diagnostics. In vitro diagnostic is basically, test is done outside the body, basically the blood test. So that is what I belong to, that industry. And like Professor Krishnan said about, the industry with Sri Chitra, the blood bags, and today we have Terumo Penpal, the largest, blood bag manufacturing company in Kerala, from Kerala, in India. Similarly, Agape is one of the largest manufacturer of reagents and equipments in India. The largest manufacturing plant, which is situated in Cochin, in a small village called Pattimattam. So, what I'm coming to that, always we had been in the forefront of this particular industry-academia collaboration. Particularly, we had a long time association with Sri Chitra. Right from the COVID days, we had the Chitra Magna RNA detection kit, which was launched by Agape. We were also into the forefront of launching the LAMP technology for detecting COVID. Along with Chitra, we were working on a TB project. That's the time Agape and Chitra decided to work on to the swiftly move to build up a LAMP technology for COVID detection. However, it did not work out. Independently, then Agape worked out the LAMP technology, and we could launch the LAMP technology in India. So what I was coming to, I was looking into the statistics, what Dr. Krishnan was showing, or the percentage of spending in India. Yes, all the industry, as he rightly said, we should spend more on the research and development. And more so, into the younger generation has to be nurtured out. So from our side, from Agape, we were very much fortunate to have young, ignited minds, so that we could develop around 11 patents we have applied for. 5 of the patents have been worldwide approved. So these all the things have been because of the R&D efforts what we have put in. Coming back to the industry-academia collaboration, yes, industry owes a lot to the nation. We need to build a future. Taking this step forward, we have started out a industry-academia collaboration, first time in the in vitro diagnostic industry. That is with Agape, along with Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, Cochin. We have started out a course called Postgraduate Diploma in Applied Medical Diagnostics. Exactly, this is to, we are making them future ready, industry ready. Now, coming to the AI interventions. AI intervention is going to be a part of medical diagnosis also. We call it, you call it IoT, I would call it the Internet of Medical Things. Because today, IoT is penetrating deep into the medical diagnostics also. The medical diagnostics will have a bigger future with AI integration. And so thinking of all these things, we have already put it into the curriculum. This curriculum was prepared for that particular postgraduate diploma in applied medical diagnostics. Agape as an industry partner, academia as Rajagiri School of Engineering and Technology, and we are also roped in Additional Skill Acquisition Program Kerala, ASAP Kerala, and all three of us built up a curriculum. Yes, I would like to say here, we had built up a small part of machine learning and small part of AI also into that system, so that we knew this is going to be the future. Medical diagnostics is going to take a big turnout. I'm going to talk a little more about in my next, when I'm going to talk next, because time constraints are there. I don't want to exceed the time. Sir, you could stop me when I'm exceeding the time. So this, my premise is, we were talking about industries collaborating with academia, or vice versa, academia collaborating with, that's not there. But I would say, industry, we have to take industry whenever you are forming a curriculum. The industry has to be integral part forming a curriculum. Rightly said by everyone, that yes, once you pass out of college, you don't know what to do. Because it is all theory, how to apply. Application of knowledge is important. And I would request all of you, the academicians sitting here, let's build the ecosystem wherein, industry comes forward, academia also moves 2 steps forward, and get the curriculum ready with lot of internship, lot of project-based research, and that will lead to a better ecosystem of learning. And one more thing which I really attracted what Professor Muralidharan was talking about. But then, today we do not track the learning. We should have that learning. I now from the business, after my superannuation, moved into learning and development. Now my first thing is to implement a LMS, a learning management system. Why? That learning management system has all the tools. So currently I am in the process of exactly what Professor Muralidharan was telling. I would say all the academic institutes should move into LMS platforms so that, people would start learning, and we will know what are the courses to be done, special courses done by each person, each student, and that can be curated and that can be given to them individual learning. I would like to end here because I don't want to exceed the time, and will come up when Sir says again. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll come again for that next.
Thank you, Mr. Sudhir. As it comes from a medical diagnostics industry, he has given you a vast arena of opportunities for academics to work with that in several aspects of the technologies. May I now have Sunil Kumar sir from Adani Ports, how the infrastructure is going to affect the academic.
Thank you. First of all, I should congratulate Department of Higher Education and Director of Technical Education for conducting such an event, which is very industry relevant and what is relevant to the time. Coming from an industry perspective, I had a work experience of mostly in the infrastructure sector. So I would not be prescribing things what academia should be doing or what industry should be doing, vice versa. I think a lot of things has to be done both on the collaborative front. Both industry and academia has to collaborate together. That has been well elaborated by the previous speakers. But I would be giving some of the pointers where my industry is going on, and what would be the learning points for the academia here and the students here to take it from the learning points and take it forward. Coming to the port area where currently I am now working, Adani Group is now developing one of the largest transshipment port in the country in UDYAMA, which is 16 kilometers south of this place. many of you may be knowing that the importance of Vizhinjam port because of its strategic closeness to the international shipping route and the deep natural draft. But many of you may not be knowing one thing. What is new about Vizhinjam? Vizhinjam is the first automated container port in the country. In fact, it is the first automated container port in the entire South Asia itself. Many other ports, no other port in India have such an automation facility. We have a system. Earlier, maybe many of you might have visited many of the ports, and you might have seen that the crane operator used to operate the crane, sitting on the top of the crane and seeing through a glass ceiling where the container is placed, and he will be moving his joysticks or the gears along with that, and he will be operating it. That was once upon a time it was a most strenuous job in the port industry, and it was leading to a lot of attrition as well as inefficiency losses also, and accidents also, safety issues also. But at this point of time, our port is deploying the automated terminal where most of the works are done by the machine themselves. We have been using technology promoted by Navis, a US company, then a Camco, then ABB. Both three of these systems are integrated to work as an automated port. So that is the kind of changes happening. Though it is a new age, now it is not a new age industry. Port is a conventional industry, but there are some new age changes happening in the conventional industries. So that way, port is the technology adopted in the port, everything is getting changed. And also working with power projects. Power projects are also dimensionally changing. I started my career as a hydropower engineer in 2001. At that point of time, maybe Kerala University syllabus, I studied in TKM College. Kerala University syllabus was having a chapter on hydroelectric engineering. But it was not taught as a renewable energy then. It was then taught as a conventional energy then. It is a conventional energy, but some of it has been now classified as as renewable energy. And but there are new dimensions to energy. Coming from hydro, now the things have now moved to solar and wind and offshore wind. Offshore wind is also having tremendous potential in the country. And recently government has identified two potential slots. One is which is very closer to Vizhinjam, Gulf of Mannar, and another one which is closer to Gujarat, Gulf of Kambat. So these two locations have already been identified as a potential location for offshore energy. So those are the changes which are actually impacting, and the academia can at this point of time when we talk about offshore energy, IIT Chennai is doing considerable work. Maybe universities in Kerala and technical institutions in Kerala can do such works in the offshore energy segment as well. Also in the wind energy segment, also in the wave energy segment also. We have been working with a US based company, startup Oscilla Power, for a wave energy plant in Vizhinjam also. So those are the new technologies and new areas which we are now working upon. So those will be a pointers for the academia to take it forward, to collaborate with the industry in the area of my industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is another area of importance to us, the infrastructure, whether it's the ports, the power, the highways, the tunnel making, canal making. In all these areas, a lot of new technologies are being absorbed into. And deliberately I kept Murali sir at the end, because after all, to drive all these things, what you need is money. You can talk about technology, you can talk about research, you can talk about anything else, but without money you cannot do anything. So let us have your version of how this is very important.
Good morning. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and happy to be with this dignified panelist here. When we talk about, like everybody was talking about employability of the graduates coming out of the institutions. I did my post-graduation from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and the way I've seen a remarkable difference between the way it is taught here and when I went to the School of Planning there. See, the project what was given to us as a group is a real-time project in which, we are asked to collect, it's a preparation of a transportation plan for a city, and the group is supposed to do the entire work like a real project. Only difference is that the data collection is minimized to the academic level. So the entire process of doing a transportation plan was done by the students. So that I feel has made us more employable the moment we came out of the organization, so that we know what is to be done, because I have seen in many places the projects are given like a small component, one person is doing a project. So this is a group, the entire plan was prepared. Okay, now coming to the changes, what was happening and what academicians should update in curricula. For example, when we were studying, first of all, survey, if you take survey, I am talking from the civil engineering perspective. The surveys were done using the plane table, theodolite. That was the equipments which were used at that time. From that, we moved to totalization, then digital totalization. Now the latest technology is LIDAR. So how many of this our institutions have geared up to at least familiarize our students with this new technology of surveys? This is something which we have to think about. Drawing preparation. If you see planning and design and drawing preparation. We started with drawing boards. I think at least the people sitting in my generation all started with drawing boards, where like engineering drawing was another subject. From that we moved to computer-aided design. Now the latest is BIM. All planning, preparation of drawings, extraction of quantities, and even the project management we are using BIM, and even for O&M we are using BIM. Have we equipped our students to at least to familiarize with this new technology? Then softwares. Earlier, now for every design, softwares are used. Whether it is structural design, whether it is highway designs, whether it is building designs, for this softwares are used. How familiar are our students with the usage of such software? See, another important area what we have to think about is in terms of material. See, now all of us are concerned about the environment now. We have seen the disasters happening all around. So we should be thinking about how to conserve our natural resources. So what type of new materials we have to use? Whether our academics, our research projects, R&D, we are focusing towards developing new material where the use of natural resources can be avoided. In the recent some of the projects done by KIFBI, I can say one of the technology used is called for the road construction full depth reclamation, where the use of existing material available on the road is used again, like reuse of material available on the road for construction of roads. This is to avoid use of virgin material. Then now we are just going to start a project in which for concrete what we are planning to use is ultra high power fiber reinforced concrete, where the usage of granite is totally avoided, metal is totally avoided, and it is using the fiber reinforced concrete. So similarly, I'm saying these are some of the examples. Similarly, the industry, the academic research should come forward with the usage of to identify or to develop materials where the use of natural resources can be minimized. So when you talk about then, see another area like when you talk about employability, what we have to think about is other than the engineering, the personality development, communication, presentation, project management skills. To develop such type of aspects, the academy should focus on. So what I feel is that it is not just training of students, the exposure of students to industries. Actually, the exposure to industries to start with the teaching staff. the teaching staff should first know like what is happening in the industry. Then only they can just get the students into that aspect. So there should be a training program, or there's a compulsory deployment of the teaching staff at least for a few days in the real industry, so that they will get familiarized with what is happening in the industry. So in many other colleges, they do take consultancy projects. At least they get familiarized with what is happening in the industry, and they engage with the industry. So I feel that all teaching staff should be able to get exposure to the industry, what is happening in the industry. Then students also see in many of the institutions what is happening, what in the name of industry interaction, what they call, some visiting faculty they come and give some talk and go. But whether it will really help the students? Instead of that, many what can be done is a few of the courses can be identified where the experts who are working in the industry will come and a few hours of classes which are evaluated, and grades are given for that one. So that that will give more focus of focus on the requirement of the industry in the courses. See, in my earlier organization, L&T has come up with a program called L&T EduTech, where ready-made courses are available especially for construction industry. Ready-made courses are available, which will help the students to improve their employability. These are all paid courses. Definitely, it's paid courses, but the education institutions can definitely take use of such courses where the experts from the industry itself are taking classes, or these are all ready-made video classes which can be used by the industry, used by the colleges to improve their employability when they come out of their institutions. So this is one aspect that people can, maybe there are other organizations also would have come up with such courses, but L&T being the premier construction organized industry in the country, they have come up with this particular way into their knowledge can be transferred to the students. Then project management is another important area where now there are many courses in other places. I don't know whether in Kerala whether that has started now, the construction management courses and all. So that can be made one important aspect in the colleges. And another point which I want to say is that I have been to call by some other, not in Kerala but in Tamil Nadu when I was there, some of the colleges have called me for their curriculum committee. When I was in the curriculum committee, what I have seen is that the elective courses, when we people from the industry wanted the colleges to or institutions to introduce some courses related to the industry, what I found is that then the institutions are more familiar in giving their elective subject. They were showing interest, and later we found that in the final curriculum that didn't find any place. So it is not what teachers know to be transferred to students, but that is why I said that teachers should first go for training, and what is required for the students should be taught by the institutions. Okay, so with this I'll end my session, the first session. If any second round is there, that time I can talk more. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for giving out your experiences in this field. We thought we expected you to talk a little bit about the money part of it, how the financing of all these projects will take place. Probably we'll have this at a later time. Actually, we started around half an hour late for whatever reasons, but my organizer has given me a chit saying that your time is up. So with your permission, probably we may not have a second round, but we'll open the thing for questions from the audience. So any questions from the audience, you can also say, whom do you want to address to? We would like to take it. While the question is coming up, let me also do the summing up so that I don't have to do it later on. I think this panel had gone into all the different aspects of the new technologies, starting with the various type of technologies that are required, how it can equip the industry and the academia both to cope with the requirements using the technology. Then of course how the industry can connect with the academia through various disciplines, whether it is electronics or medicine or diagnostics as it were, and infrastructure of course. And as rightly said, because it's not new industry actually very often. It's very often old industries, like whether it's the steel industry or the ports industry, cement industry, they all will have to stay. They are not going to go away and replace it with only AI and ML, but they will absorb these new technologies to see that they become more efficient and futuristic. This is my summing up in 2 words. So again, questions please. Yeah, please.
My question is to Ayyappan. What percentage of indigenization, indigenized equipments you permit in the port? You prefer importing almost everything, correct? Of course, you are doing some indigenization, but I'm from IIT Madras.
Certainly, sir. The level of indigenization, if you ask me on a percentage wise, on a cost wise, I would say that it is pretty low. Why? Because a major chunk of the equipment cost is actually related to the STS crane, ship to shore crane, and yard cranes. So this is on an investment that comes to something around 2,000 crores in my project. So that is majorly coming from China. China is a world leader for manufacture of cranes. So the percentage of indigenization may be very less, but at the same time I would say that some of the technologies which we are deploying in the crane and even in our vessel traffic management system, which I was earlier explaining, that was a classical example of indigenization which we affected in our port with the help of IIT Chennai. IIT Chennai's ocean department, ocean energy department, did a remarkable work with us, and we developed a exclusive system, indigenous system for us. So maybe percentage wise we may not be that great, but in innovation wise, on specific areas of innovations, we are pretty good on that aspect.
Thank you.
When I went to US and first I joined Boeing aerospace company. Aerospace company. See, there, I went as a computer engineer, basically a networking person. Still, any company in the world, they need computer engineers. So then we are blending into the industry. So what I feel is when you are doing a 4-year course, every year there should be at least one industry visit and one industry training. That should be done. The students should be able to connect to the industries. So as soon as they pass out, they will be able to blend into one of their interesting industries. That's all I have to say. One of their interesting industries. That's all I have to say. I never thought I will go to an aerospace company as a computer engineer. Still I went there. I designed their network. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one last question.
My question is to Mr. Sudhir Nair. You said that you signed an MOU with the Rajagiri College of Technology. So I am director of Ilahia College of Engineering and Technology, Muvattura. We have started this year biomedical engineering. Is there any scope for making tie-up or rather collaboration with your industry, medical industry? Thank you.
Actually, Professor, we have a tie-up with Rajagiri for, it's a, we cannot now break the tie-up at this juncture. So we cannot go in for a new tie-up. However, we will work out certain synergies because we work on so many things. The biomedical engineering departments, we are working closely with many of the biomedical engineering departments, let's say Sahardaya engineering, and then also model engineering also, we work closely with them. Definitely we'll work out what is possible with you. We'll definitely meet on the sidelines and discuss about it.
Yes, sir, one more thing. Good morning. I am Kamaruddin, Secretary, Al-Amin Engineering College. I also from engineer, BTech and MBA. Actually, industries this year onwards, Kerala Technological University implemented a internship program. But actually, the current scenario, there is no chances to get the internship. My question to all panelists: how to get an internship to our students from this year onwards? How can possible it?
Who wants to take it up? You?
Thank you for a very vital question, how to get not only internships but apprenticeship, which is a paid internship, and then the right kind of employment fit for the industry. Also, it should not be only like 15 days or a month internship. We work on a real age 6 months internship, and the focus is on learning what is futuristic. Thank you.
I'll just add one point. See, very early days in the Tata Group, we encouraged the BTech students to come over and do their project with us. 3 or 4 students come together and do a project in the industry. Okay, so this is like a 6 months to 8 months project. What they are supposed to do in the institute with the guidance of the professor, they do it in the industry along with a co-guide from the industry. So this way, the students also learn what industry does and what their ambition is, and the faculty also learned, and the industry people also learn how to think differently. Many times the students open up our eyes. They say, we can do it this way. And they write a small Python code and show us how best it can be done rather than C++, struggling with that. So there are a lot of things that the industry learns. So it's must that the industry should, the meetings, the CTO meetings, I tell them that the best way to get talent and innovation into a company is by offering internship. That's the time they are the best. Okay, once they get a job and get salary, most of the people don't work. But at the internship, they do a best job.
Can I add to that one? I agree with what Madhur said regarding internship. Industries will not be looking for any 15 days internship. But industries will be looking for 6 months internship if it is like what Professor Muralidharan said. If students can come and work in the industry for 6 months, industries will definitely be looking for that one. But my experience was slightly different. When I was in L&T, we were encouraging, and we have Professor Samson sitting here, Director NADPAC, he was with NIT Trichy. We have taken 4 students, I think it is in 2004 or 2005, we have taken 4 students, postgraduate students to work with us for 6 months. And all the 4 students we have inducted into our organization. Subsequently, after a few years, I have checked with NIT Trichy, IIT Trichy, and some other institutions. We want to take students like that for internship, but these institutions were not permitting, or if they are permitting also, see, they were putting some restrictions. For example, I'll tell, some of the students were getting GATE scholarship. And when they are shifting out and they want to come to Chennai, we were ready to pay them some token amount to them. But what colleges were saying that no, since they are getting GATE scholarship, they cannot get any other payment. So such type of restrictions now are more restricting more students from coming on to like for the internship. So this is something which we seriously have to think about. If it is 6 months internship, industries will be happy because now like after the internship they'll be able to induct them, because by the time now like 6 months they will train them, and just after the course they'll be ready, production ready professionals.
Thank you, Mr. Murali. I think we had wonderful I know there are many more questions, but you can have them during the tea or the lunch sessions. And we had a wonderful panelists here who spoke on myriad subjects, different aspects of the new age technologies and how it can be leveraged for career opportunities. In fact, we are supposed to have 2 rounds, but our panelists were so efficient that they completed everything in 1 round itself, and that's what I call innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So after this engaging session, it's brought out that the education shapes the industry and the industry shapes the education. So whether it is the new age industries or whether the old industries adopting the new technologies, it's time for us to rethink, reshape and reform the technological education, and UDYAMA 1 is exactly aiming at that. So let's all hope for Education 4 also in progress. Thank you one and all. May I now request the Regional Joint Director of Kozhikode, Mr. Suresh Kumar JS, to kindly honor the panelists. So kindly join us by 11:30 a.m. after the tea. The tea is arranged outside.
ACTE, Government of India, and DTE, Government of Kerala. Later, he was the third Vice Chancellor of Hindustan Institute of Technology and Service, Chennai. He was also the Director General of Xavier Institute of Management and Entrepreneurship, Bangalore, Chennai, and Kochi. He has served as a member of boards of several national institutions like IIT, IIM, SPA, NITTR, CBSE, etc. He is a recipient of several prestigious awards like Fellow of the Indian Society for Technical Education, Professor M.V. Piley Award for Distinguished Academician of India, instituted by the Cochin University of Science and Technology, Kerala and Sangama Grama Madhava Award from Government and Aided Polytechnic College, Teaching Staff Association, etc. Now we welcome you, sir, to this session. Kunjariya, sir. So I also welcome Dr. P.V. Unnikrishnan, Member Secretary KDISC, to this session. Now our next panelist is Dr. Samson Matthew, Director in ADPAT. He is currently the Director, KSC STE, National Transportation Planning and Research Center, on deputation from NIT Trichy. Formerly, he was the Dean of Students' Welfare, Institute Development and Planning and Development at NIT Trichy. His research areas include transportation planning, traffic engineering and road safety. He has successfully completed 12 projects sponsored by the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, National Rural Road Development Agency, Coir Board, etc. He is also a life member of the professional organizations like Indian Roads Congress, Indian Society for Technical Education, Institute of Urban Transport, etc. So we welcome you, sir, to this session. So I would like to welcome Dr. Jayashankar Prasad C., Director, DC School of Management and Technology. He serves as Honorary Professor and Member Academic Committee at International Center for Open Source Software, a recognized institution under JNU. He played an instrumental role in developing Kerala startup ecosystem as a founder CEO of Kerala Startup Mission. He was a special officer for setting up institutions like IIIT Kottayam and ACT Academy of Kerala. He has also contributed to Trust Research Park as its CEO. He was awarded the Young Innovators Award at TCS in 2006. He is actively associated with education, skilling and startup ecosystems and acts as a mentor and facilitator to startup and business. We welcome you, sir, to this session. Now we have with us Dr. K.R.S. Krishnan. Presently, he is Professor and Director, Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Karina University, Coimbatore. So he has served as a Captain in Specialist Bridging Engineer Regiment in Indian Army, was Advisor of Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, Director, Technical and Operations, HLL Life Care Limited. So we welcome you, sir, to this session. So our next panelist is Dr. Arun Surendran. He is a strategic director and principal of Trinity College of Engineering, Trivandrum. He serves as the strategic advisor to Acacia Technology. He is an honorary fellow for robotics for Kerala Startup Mission and a senior fellow of Defense Research and Studies think tank. He is a core group member of the Kerala Knowledge Economy Mission. He serves on the advisory boards of Innovation by Youth with Disabilities program at National Institute of Speech and Hearing and Chinmaya Mission Schools. So we welcome you, sir, to this session. Now the moderator of this session is Dr. B. Anil. He was the director of Kerala State Science and Technology Museum during 2000 to 2002. He took initiative in establishing Center for Engineering Research and Development, initiated Trust Research Park, Trivandrum. After retirement, he took up the position of Academic Director, Vidya International Charitable Trust. He has been honored with many awards. He is a recipient of Dr. J.N. Mahajan National Award 2023, Honorary Fellowship of ISTE 2022, ISTE CET Best Researcher Award 2009, VKM John Award for Best Engineering College Teacher in Kerala 2009, etc. He represented India in the program Higher Studies and Research in Germany, organized by Federal Government of Germany 2013. So we welcome you, sir, to this session. So now it is over to you, sir. Thank you.
No, I don't have a slide. Good morning, distinguished experts on and of the dais. If I'm not wasting time explaining my association with the panel or the audience, straight away I'll go to the topic, because we have hardly 1.5 hours, 6 panelists and myself here, so hardly we'll be getting less than 10 minutes each. And maybe if there is some interaction, we'll anyway, we have to allocate some time for that as well. So first of all, let me congratulate the department for organizing such an event, for preparing the vision document. But my concern is whether it will remain as a document or whether it will be delivered. Because are we theorists who will just prepare such documents and shelf it? That is a major problem. And maybe after a couple of years, we'll say that, okay, we'll have one more UDYAMA or maybe another event of this sort. Implementation side, what we are going to do. Maybe the panelists also will shed light into this kind of activity. We have a set of distinguished panelists. Most of them are, and all of them are most known to me except Samson. For all others are closely associated with me. So my job is, very, very easy, because and they are having a lot of experience in this area, and they will be able to contribute a lot. As a background, the NEP 2020 is in place, where the focus is on quality education, and we have what is called academic credit system. Because most of you are aware, but for those who are not familiar with this kind of thing, we are bringing in what is called an academic credit system, where the students can earn credits, not only for academic activities they do inside the institution, but from industry also they can earn the credit. And there is more focus on industry oriented activities like internship. More focus is given to such an activity. And mobility, that is the most important thing. At the moment, we focus only on awarding degrees, and is fully compartmentalized, and there is no cross migration. Or a student who is into a course, you don't have any other option other than reaching at the end of the course, he will get a degree and go out. But in other countries and developed countries and all, we can find that any point of time he can leave the course. At any other point of time, he can just get in. He can carry the credit through, and after acquiring certain credits, he will be awarded with the degree. Okay, that kind of mobility we are bringing in, and then interdisciplinary courses. One will have the freedom to choose the kind of courses. That is, if I am in a mechanical engineering, I can go for electronics or even arts kind of subjects and then earn credits. Okay. Then we have more focus on research. Of course, we have some people who are associated with research in this panel. K.R.S. Krishnan sir is there, and Jaishankar Prasad, who have been associated with such research. And we have distinguished persons who are associated with the government. So what government can contribute or help in fostering education as well as research. Unfortunately, in our country, if you look at it, the allocation for education itself is very low, maybe 2.5 to 3% of the GDP. And if you look at the research, it's only 0.6%. Compared to countries like Sweden, it's around 7.1, or maybe Israel, it is around 7.5. So even China, it's around 4%. So there we can see the difference, the kind of new technologies coming out from these countries. It's only because of the kind of money put in there. Unfortunately, our priorities are different. Maybe we are an emerging country. In the days to come, things will change. But we have to strive for that, because 0.6% of GDP is a very, very meager amount. That's not enough to bring in the technologies which are disruptive. Because when talking about disruptive technologies, we have, let us say, quite a lot of technologies which affect all facets of our life. For example, the AI or the networking, the kind of networking that we have revolutionized all fields of our life, and it has created something like a level playing ground for all, whether you are in city or in a village, or whether you are poor or rich. It has given you an occasion to acquire knowledge, then get a kind of job, interact with others. It has given a level playing ground. Then AR, VR technologies, virtual laboratories, virtual experiences. Okay, now the education itself, you can see that the concept of schools or the physical entities where we spend a lot of infrastructure and all is irrelevant during COVID times itself. Even though our country has been lagging behind, the technologies were there, but we have not been using it during COVID time. Thanks to COVID, these technologies came out in education as well as in industry, and the work from home or the virtual kind of work, virtual meetings, virtual conference, virtual classrooms, virtual laboratories, all these came into place, and then we can see that it's well being made use of. Then we have, at present, the society or this generation is very, very fortunate, because they can attend the MIT course. You need not enroll into MIT or Stanford or other things. There are platforms like Coursera or edX or other kinds of such platforms. In India, we also have SWAYAM set up by AICTE, or in private sector, you have Khan Academy or Simply Learn, those kinds of academy where people of any level can enroll and then expand their knowledge. Okay, this is a kind of situation that we are in. Now, in this discussion, we will be focusing on the quality of education, the synergy between education institutions, then skilling, as well as employability. Employability is a major issue, but we have been talking about employability for last 20 years. But what kind of thing that we have done is not sure, because we always talk and then implementation wise we are very, very poor. Skilling also same thing. We focus more on let us say theoretical aspects of it. Industry alignment. Here I would say the industry also is to blame. Both education institutions as well as industry have to be blamed. Because I remember some 15-20 years back when I was in the institution, we had some occasion to interact with the industry. We have spent the people for projects as well as other internship. Then the first batch, second batch is okay. Then they themselves call me, so we don't have enough time to accommodate them, because we have our regular work to go on. So the students in too many numbers will not be able to accommodate. So I think industry also have to promote this kind of activities. Okay, then another one is fostering research and inclusivity. Talking about inclusivity, if you want the progress as a nation, then the inclusive kind of growth is essential. We have to rope in all kinds of citizens into the mainstream. So this is the background in which we'll start the discussion. So I think I will go by the list itself, or let me start from the other end. Okay, I request Unnikrishnan to come forward, and then from there itself you can talk, or if you have slides or. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anil. Anil wanted me to talk, possibly looking at, I have two hats. Number one, I look after innovation in the government. I also look after employability in the government, so maybe that is the reason why he gave me a preference to start off the discussion. I would like to recollect the engineering colleges in Kerala. I had been a teacher in engineering college. I started my career as a teacher in the electronics department of engineering college very long back, actually. And I had been hearing some figures on what is happening in engineering colleges. So that's the reality that we have to deal with when we are talking about a policy framework. My understanding, I don't know whether the figures have changed. Maybe it is 2-3 years back. An assessment was done when we found that out of the total number of students who joined the engineering course, 50% will finally complete the course. Out of the 50% which complete the course, 50% will actually pass the course. This is sort of absolute reality. So this would mean that I think maybe the figures might have slightly changed, but fundamental changes are not there. This is absolute reality. Last year I was involved in, I don't want to cut a pessimistic figure, that is not my objective. But this is the reality. It is important that Anil has brought in the aspect of mobility, the access and inclusivity. These are all important, no doubt. I was involved in discussions with the KTU on, as a part of the curriculum revamp which has been attempted. A great effort has been made by KTU to take things forward, especially on the aspect of academia and research and industry interaction. KTU has made a big step forward in terms of bringing in the opportunity, considering these opportunities which has been brought in by the new education policy. Also, there has been a systematic effort in terms of looking at microcredits and things like that, and then restructuring the curriculum. And also, more importantly, from my point of view, to look at innovation and real world problem solving as a major driver of the curriculum. That was one of the things which I had been arguing for. That had been, to a certain extent, it had been incorporated. There has been also an effort to look at skilling, and because that is very critical as far as employability is concerned. So these aspects have been taken care of as a part of the curriculum. But I think there are a large number of challenges which still remain. One of the points which the faculty had been, when we had been trying to talk about, when I started the Young Innovators program in 2018, we were the first to start talking about design thinking. We have taken design thinking as a major component because I feel that as an engineer, for designing a product, designing a process, designing a system, the most important aspect is to look at what are the design specifications from the point of view of the user. Look at the functionalities and do the optimization based on an understanding of that. and iteratively move towards a product and look at how a new product development can be done. We developed a model for what is called the new product development methodology with fuzzy front end with the input of IIM Calicut, and try to put in place a mechanism for working on real life, collaborative real life problem solving, which we felt that is the most important capability which whether it is engineering or science students, applied science students have to acquire, and which is most important for the current workplace. One of the insights that we have got as a part of the process is there is very little scope for interdisciplinary approach towards problem solving, which is the fundamental difference between a student in an engineering college in Kerala and the IITs. There is absolutely no scope for interdisciplinary problem solving. This is the fundamental challenge which I am finding as far as bringing in new skills in terms of employability is concerned. Unless we address this particular issue, and because for me, innovation doesn't make sense without real world problem solving. For me, innovation means real world problem solving. Now, having gone into detail of this, and also looking at employability, we had come up with a proposal for KTU. The KTU syndicate had approved that. Basically, for looking at a course integrated recruit, train, deploy program with the industry partnership, where we had been looking at 4 major pillars. Number 1, engineering design, again around the design thinking framework. Number 2, capabilities in mathematical thinking. Number 3, technological literacy. And number 4, scientific inquiry. Unless all these 4 elements are tied up in terms of problem solving and in terms of driving ahead the process of innovation, I think, I do agree that the entire academic the edifice in engineering college cannot focus on these elements throughout in the course. I do agree. But at least in terms of the mini project, the major project, where actually we try out these skills and the capabilities, which is an opportunity for students to try out these things and showcase their skills to the industry. Google and Amazon, what are they saying? We don't want to find out whether you have an engineering degree or a arts and science degree. We are not interested. What we want to know is, what is the capability that you have acquired in terms of real world problem solving is the public statement which Google and Amazon makes. I'm not saying that the Google and Amazon are not the only enterprises which people should look for. I'm sure that the Indian scientific establishment should also look for such sort of skills. So if you accept that this is the premise to which a good engineer, because the word engineering, if you look at the origin of the word engineering, it starts from the word ingenium, and ingenium means problem solving. So I believe that an engineer has to be a problem solver. Historically, the engineer has been a problem solver. So if you want a really good engineer to come out of the engineering colleges, whatever policy framework we are trying to make, the focus has to be in terms of capabilities in real world problem solving. And this is what the industry, academia and research framework has to look forward to. And as an organization which has been entrusted the responsibility of building up the quadruple helix in the state and to promote innovation and employability, I would like to work with the Technical Education Department, KTU, and the engineering colleges and polytechnics to further this. And I think that a policy framework which is conducive to this, with the industry participation, looking at an overall framework of skilling within the context of this is extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon, for the nice words. Anyway, the detailed discussion we will have it later because we have some time shortage. Now we will hear from Mr. Sampson.
Yeah, good morning to all. Thank you, Anil, for giving this opportunity. Yeah, I too have, I just wanted to start from where Nixon mentioned. My point is, our students, when they are coming to, I'm talking only about the engineering streams. According to my view, when the amount of the dance or the art, they are doing that until the 12th standard, because 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th standards, they are all busy with the coaching and other exercises and all. But my own students, what they, according to them, the challenge which we are giving to the students at the engineering level, the syllabus is nothing for them. When compared to the capability of those students they are admitting to the engineering colleges. So we should already mention that 150% only it is they are clearing the subjects or completing the course, and with that one another 50% only going completing the course. That point probably we should address that point. I could see that when the parents are interested to give send their students or the kids only to engineering or the medicine. That attitude probably as a policy we should change that one. Only the interested students in the engineering stream alone should come to the academic institutes. Then now probably the 6-hour or 7-hour classes in the engineering colleges, that is not sufficient. Beyond that one, they may have about 16 hours, 17 hours time is there. From my experience from NIT, Trichy or other NITs, I have seen that one. Beyond the class surveys, the students are engaged in different activities, especially the clubs, especially the other technical programs, and all they are involved. And that they have that energy. Now, definitely the sports and arts also should be there. But at the same time, they should be engaged in some technical related activities beyond the class hours. There again, a challenge is there. We don't have the colleges with residential campuses and all. Very minimum only that it is there. But considering that fact itself, we should think that how we can arrange the curriculum and the class timings and the schedules in such a way that they are also involved in other activities beyond the class hours. That is the second point I wanted to mention. Definitely, as I mentioned that one in different forums, that one, we need a curriculum which should be updated every year or at least in the alternate years, because the industry is changing very fast and the new technologies and the new the challenges are coming to the field. And whether we are in a position to change the curriculum every alternate years, that is another question. Then another point I wanted to mention that one is whether we should go with that conventional the disciplines like civil, mechanical, electrical alone, or and other the new technologies like AIML, data science, cloud computing, IoT, quantum computing, 5G, 6G, etc. According to me, all our engineering students, they should study these advanced technologies. There should be a provision for that one. And we should teach our students or mold our students in such a way that the engineering graduate BTech or MTech, these things is only the starting, and they should be trained to learn these subjects throughout their career, maybe for 30 to 40 years time, and that base alone we should create. Higher importance to skills from theoretical knowledge, very, very important. As Reddy Unikrishnan mentioned that one, the challenges in the industries and the engineering streams, they should understand there should be a part of that lesson of the problem solving phase of that this challenge or the calendar. The students are not getting any time for the internship or for other lesson of problem solving issues. I was very closely associated with the Kerala Technical University for the internship. We are given from the industry partnership program. In fact, we have given good number of projects to the engineering colleges. But initially it was a very successful the program. Later I found that their educational lesson or the academics and the examination system is not matching with our requirement. In the sense that we want to complete a project in 2 weeks' time. That time the students may not be available for that one. So we cannot assign that work to the students or to the colleges. There are opportunities. All our live plan projects and consultancy project, we are including the students to our projects and all. But unfortunately, their time, the students' timing and our timing is not matching. But I have seen that the students from IITs and NITs, they are spending 2.5 months to 6 months time in our institute, and they are part of that lesson of the project, whether in the form of internship or maybe for the thesis or the BTech thesis and all, it is happening. And they are all even publishing the papers also. So we should arrange our the academic calendar in such a way that the skilling lesson opportunities, so the students should get that one. Second, the internship should be made as an integral part of the education to know the real world problem. Internship should be a part of that one. In some of the cases, the final year, final semester, now that it is changed or it is converted as an internship. There again, it is possible. Lesson, not necessary that now that lesson in the real, in this world, in this real, the education system, the faculty need not take the class. There are opportunities. They can take the online courses. They can listen. Sometimes I have seen that when some students, they will take not 6 subjects in a semester, they may take 7 or even 8. So that is also possible. Give the opportunity to the students in such a way that they can complete the course maybe in 6 semesters time, and 1 year or 6 months time, they can be diverted to the internship program. Now, coming to the faculty side, now the promotion, maybe for at least for some institutes and all, we are considering the publication as a criteria for the faculty. It should be there. They should be exposed to the research. Definitely, that will be there. But not limiting that one to the publication alone. They should be convert this the research output to patents, products, and then processes. Industry related lesson of research we should take up, and that should be an outcome of the research. According to me, like most of the lesson of our faculty, now I'm not taking it as a lesson as a criticism, they should be sent to higher education lesson of the conferences and all, not national level, international level. That is also equally important, so that they will be exposed to the the development that or the research that is happening at national level, higher lesson education, IITs or NITs or other lesson reputed colleges and all. They should mingle with that one. At least a chance should be given every year for a faculty, and at least once in 2 years for an international lesson visit, so that they will be exposed to the new developments. And instead of the many departments, even we are while the department disciplines are working or functioning as at silos. Now, one discipline specialization, they will not interact with the other disciplines. We should break that barrier. We should go from my discipline to the other disciplines in the department. Not only in the department, we should go beyond the department lesson, a multidisciplinary lesson or research we should take up. Then only it is possible to address the real industry or the engineering problems which are existing now. So these are my points for the first round. Probably we will have more discussion in the current stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sampson, for rightly pointing out in the academic point of view what should happen in the industry, right from curriculum revision, let us say the student engagement as well as the faculty development, and of course skilling part of it. So thank you for highlighting all these points. Now, due to shortage of time, I request the panelists to restrict themselves to maybe 5 to 6 minutes. Maybe we'll have one more round. So, Professor Kunjaria, since he wanted to go a bit early, so okay. No, anyway, Arun has requested to hand it over to the other person. Okay, please. So I request Professor Kunjaria, he has been with the institution, then he was at the administration as a Director of Technical Education, and also at the regulatory level he was with the AICT. He is a person who can speak a lot on this area. Okay, I request KPIs to.
Thank you, Dr. Anil, and my fellow panelists. We have the great person here, Mr. Dattan, Dr. Dattan, who is the advisor to the government, and all the participants of this particular conclave. See, basically this session is to frame 5 policies. I accept what Dr. Unnikrishnan and Dr. Sampson said. I would say these are generic things which we hear everybody. All of you know these things are to happen. Without design thinking, that is why probably we had, when I was the Vice Chancellor, we have introduced a course called Engineering and Design, or Design and Engineering. I don't know. That was a course which should really make them have an innovative thinker. Leave that. I just would like to just deviate from these things to tell you that, we have several seminars happening, but what we want is action plan. The policy. I would say, we are now talking about NEP 2020 and we are getting aligned to that. Right? So, institute, the affiliating system will go. Now, what will be the policy? Now, this is focused on the Government of Kerala and the Directorate of Technical Education. How are we, the policy on granting autonomy to the institution? That should be the first policy which we have got to frame. When are you going to become autonomous institutions? And what will be the size of each institution which you are planning? Minimum what you say is 3,000. I think that now these IITs, when they were all operating at 3,000, 4,000 level, now they are going into 10,000 plus. So, we should think of all the engineering colleges and the polytechnic. How we are going to give academic autonomy plus administrative and the financial autonomy to these institutions. I would say that the Directorate of Technical Education should be wind up. Yeah, this, we have got to think. Somebody has, some time back, there was a requirement of a Directorate of Technical Education. Now, do you require a Directorate of Technical Education in the light of NEP 2020? This is something which you have got to think. See, this is the level of thinking or innovation. This is also part of innovation which you have to bring into the administration also. So this is the first point which I would just like to tell you, that how you will grant the policy of granting autonomy to the institutions, both engineering colleges and the polytechnic. We tried the clustered autonomy. You don't want it, you can have a different form of it. So what is the policy for this autonomy? The second point which I just said is the directorate should be wound up. In the sense, what is the policy for restructuring the administrative mechanism or the administrative setup, including digitalization? We talk about all these things. We have got to really practice it. See, KTU, when I planned, I said only 50 employees. If you add one more person, the efficiency will come down by 1%. That's how you should have planned it. I don't know what is happening. I don't look into all those things. But this is something which you have got to bring in the change. We had a system where we have director, joint director, deputy director, all clerks and things like that. These are all old systems. We should invent new things as technologically, we teach technology to the students. So, how the second policy should be on the restructuring of the whole administrative mechanism. That what is your policy for that? I will just take the third point also, the research. See, in 2001, I was the director of technical education. I started the concept of starting centers for research. And the first center was in my own area. You can say that is transportation engineering. We started the Center for Transportation Engineering. Today you have 10 such centers. Am I right, Rajastri? Yes, 10 centers, and the grant from the budget allocation is the order of around 10 crores. Maybe around 7-8 crores. So these are the centers which has to function, which has to produce. And Dr. Anil was telling this is only 0.6% of the GDP which is being, whatever percentage, at least how. So the whole mechanism will have got to be changed in such a way that the allocation of funds to the Directorate of Technical Education's role will have got to be completely changed. It is only to implement policies, frame policies, implement strategies. See, you know that TechUp was a good project of the government, which was a World Bank aided project. How the TechUp project, you have to move from the administrative setup to a project mode. Maybe something like that. See, for example, when I said the policy, when you say the academic the autonomy policy, the major problem which the faculty faces is that you get transferred from one place to another. You cannot do research. You say that you have to improve the research. So how do you do it? I just touch only these 3 points right at the moment. How do you, what will be your policy for implementing? And we have one more course in the directorate which is called, there are certain other courses like the technical high school and this. That has to go to the vocational higher secondary. It's to be just taken away from this to somewhere else. The complete restructuring is required. Somebody started in 1950s all these things, and do you think that we should continue with that? What is the innovation which you are bringing in the government? So this is the policy. One is this autonomy, second is restructuring, the third is on research. The remaining things all, industry institute interaction, probably in the morning also you have been discussing all these things every now and then. So I was just focusing on the policy alone. That is what I just wanted to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the need for revamping or restructuring the roles of Directorate of Technical Education, and also highlighting the importance of research, because it's the changes that you are suggesting are disruptive. Like in this conclave, we are talking about industry, academy, and also governance. So governance part, that is the most important thing. So governance part, what we can do, like framing policies, developing strategies, and of course, grabbing funds from the government and then giving to the institution, giving institutions the autonomy. So that is most important thing. Unfortunately, the kind of, let us say, affiliation system that we have, it all got from the colonial days, and only a handful of countries in the world are following that system. Only 3 or 4 countries are following that. Unfortunately, that archaic system we are following still now. Let us hope that things will change. And of course, as far as Kerala is concerned, I know the objection or resistance come from the people who are inside the system, not from, he's the right person to, yeah, he is still continuing in the academics. Okay.
Thank you. The things done. That way things will move continuously. And we also give an advice to them take one of our alumnus, so that he knows the whereabouts, which department to go, he knows the art. It should not be like, two things different from each other. It has to be embedded into the curricular system itself. They should be other. It has to be embedded into the curricular system itself. They should be able to gain credits for whatever they are doing. Only then the student will be interested. Only then the faculty will be interested. Otherwise, it's an extracurricular activity. So that is another thing that we have to do. And there are many policy statements that has come out. I do not want to add on to it or improve upon it, because we can do, it's a matter of writing. We can do that over a period of time. But just one thing I wanted to add was standards and accreditation. When I say standards and standardization, I don't mean making everything uniform. No, that's not the purpose. Standards means to meet the objectives of the program, objectives of the, like you call, OBEs, outcome-based education. What are the outcomes? You define for your college, for your university. You define your outcomes. We are not going to tell you what you should do. Once you define, the standards arise out of that. And you should be measured against that. You do the measurement yourself. And later on, of course, you can have the accreditation bodies coming and doing it. In fact, we have an accreditation body in India, which is called NABET, National Accreditation Body for Education and Training. Unfortunately, our regulatory bodies, the UGC and AICT, they don't allow them to do the accreditation. They are just like quietly sitting somewhere, unlike the ABET or other accreditation agencies abroad. These people are only doing some skill accreditation or somewhere they are nursing colleges, etc. But they should be there. Reason being that they will be a third party to accredit you. If AICT and NAC and all these UGCs come, they come like policemen. They go around all the places. They fire the faculty. They do this because they are both. They are the people. They are the regulatory. They are your Maibab, to say in Hindi. So you are afraid of them. Whereas a third party accreditation will be very unbiased, very logical, and will improve the standards of the educational institutions. This must find a place in the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krishnan, for highlighting the importance of, let us say, problem seeking. Problem seeking is very, very important, and also on research. But here, most of the time, what is happening is, here research is happening only for getting papers. Because you get credit only when you get a paper in a, let us say, journal which is of high rating. And also, the application kind of thing is not there. Most of the research work, even PhDs, we find that most of them are lying in libraries. It's never utilized. 99% of research that is happening is only for academic purpose, getting papers and for getting degrees only. Then Dr. Krishnan also spoke about the incubation and also regarding the standards and practices, accreditation, or maybe creating a system which will ensure that the quality is assured. Okay, thank you, Dr. Krishnan. Now I request Jaishankar Prasad, because he has been associated with, let us say, startup kind of things. He was also in the academics and he has worked in many different organizations to, let us say, provide help in various fields such as incubation, startup, and also academics. So he's the right person to speak on this area.
Yeah, my esteemed panelists and delegates of the dais, the risk of running towards the end in such a panel is that your entire stream is taken off. So I had a list of points which are more finer print, but having listened to my previous speakers throughout, I think if I may put in five pointers for policy or 5 elements of policy as what we are talking about, I definitely go with the policy on autonomy which Sir was talking about, Kunjuriya Sir had highlighted, because we have been hearing about NEP and aligning to that. So where exactly do we stand? What have we done? And how do we go forward? So we really need to know what is our way forward and what is our decision on that. So that is definitely one point which we need to see that. Restructuring has been discussed in the last point of view. The department itself is trying to redefine itself or re-emerge in whatever way it has to be. So definitely that is one another internal review that they have to do. And we have multitude of agencies. We have the department which represents the government vision. It's a technical secretariat of the government in technical education. We have the universities which are quite autonomous in its own operational aspects, which are guided by the UGCs and the AICTs. We have a directorate, we have the entire polytechnics running separate, we have autonomous colleges running separate. So there are n number of agencies, n number of roles, and we all overlap somewhere. We are totally divergent in some other means. So ideally, we were just discussing that we have former vice chancellors here, but we don't have any current vice chancellors on this dais. So in the entire program. And one more thing which I notice is, we don't have a student representative in the whole thing. And one point which I'd like to highlight, which I'll come towards the end of it, when I speak about the quality aspect which Krishnan sir spoke about, it is going to be your intake, the student. Okay, now the restructuring part, and next is the research and development. Research and development, how much time do we earmark for research and development? We want every faculty to publish 2 papers annually or something like that, but how much time do you give them? Like Google gives 20% of the employee time to do innovative work. Do you really allocate 20% of the faculty time to do research? Post all your administrative and your academic pressures. I don't know whether the faculty has the space in mind to do innovative research. That's why most of our researchers are through when it gets published in a typically Scopus index paper or whatever it is, which is because you have a requirement or a checklist which comes with all those accrediting agencies which sir said. The accrediting agencies look at the checklist. You mark the checklist, it is done. So if you're too much of a metrics driven, you get into this analysis paralysis mode. You only work for the metrics, checkpoints. Okay, so the research and development part of it. I'd like to talk about Trust Research Park, which was under the DT and CET, which I happened to. So they were initially initiated this in 2010 or 11, but it lay dormant until 2018 when I had taken charge of it. We, with the help of a lot of faculty, really put it up. The issue happened, what sir pointed out. If we had to put 2 faculty in charge of our 2 COEs, one was for electric vehicles and other one was for electronics research. We were working on RISC-V. So what happens with the faculty? The point is, if we make a request to the department to retain the faculty there, then it goes against your transfer policy, right? So it goes against your, I don't know, promotion policy or whatever it is. So there are a lot of such kind of constraining factors which only you'll get to know you go into the finer print of things. Next, now the 3 things which were really clearly laid out by Kunjare sir was on autonomy, restructuring and research. And what Dr. P.V. Unikrishnan and also probably Krishnan sir, Samson sir, all of them were talking about was the industry collaboration part of it. Having been worked in the industry also, we can all offer internships and all, but no industry would have enough number of desks, like what Dr. Anil said, to spare enough number of desks for students to come and sit. There are no supervisors available there to monitor these kids. So it's easily said than done. They can take 2, 4, 5, but then you've got 40,000 students lining up. I'm not counted the Polytech numbers, another 40 probably. So where do all these students find? You need to look MSMEs, you need to look startups. May not be the big brand, but that is where you can probably work. We worked with Knowledge Economy Mission on the OLOI program. One legislative assembly, one idea. Why don't the students look at the local problems and try and make solutions? You have a real life problem, you have a real life solution to offer. A lot of people will be open for that. The district collectors are giving fellowships. The district industry center are giving fellowship, but they don't find enough people. So the opportunity, we need to realign all these things and relook at all this stuff. So industry collaboration policy is going to be your 4th policy. Then finally the quality policy. Quality, let me start by saying this. We all learn as engineers that quality cannot be breathed into a product. Quality has to be built into a product, which means that it starts with your raw material. When we wrote our entrance, 50% was our cutoff in 12th. Today it's 45. I'm sure it will go down. I've seen the other side of self-financing colleges, so I'm not going to make a major thing because economics also matters. Now, how do you manage this? The only way to manage is you need to have bridge courses. So when do you give these bridge courses? Not after they join engineering colleges. Can we, the directorate, move forward for 10th and 11th and 12th students to give them a internship or a possible, during their summer breaks and all, a possible bridge workshops in all these colleges? Can we get those students? You need to know their aptitude. We waive off the aptitude test, or even the aptitude test with a very low rank gets admission, because like what Dr. Usha Titus yesterday spoke here, the top numbers, ranks in your entrance test does not join Kerala colleges. Because there is enough opportunity in IITs, IIMs, everyone has increased their seats, so they get all these places. Then definitely your student quality goes down, you're going to have so much more pressure on giving them the fundamentals. And probably an higher education institution is not the place where you teach them the fundamentals of math and physics. This problem is going to persist. So how do you create the bridge courses? So that is one quality part of it. Second, accreditation by checklist will not work. Accreditation by value, contribution works. Also, don't vouch into the thing that the whole idea of an engineering college is to produce employable manpower. It is one major manifestation. But that is not just my measure of outcome. We need people in all aspects. We are all, in Trivandrum at least, we are more IT focused. There are a whole lot of other sectors which are waiting for people. So we need to be a little more wider in that policy. I think DT as a government arm of technical arm can really push this forward and have a policy of quality which will look at the diversity of people, professionals, and also how to bridge this quality gap as we go along. I hope all of them will have some more points to add, but I think I clearly see 5 policy directives in terms of the autonomy policy, the restructuring policy, the research and development policy, industry collaboration policy, and the quality policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jaishankar Prasad, for highlighting the various points on R&D, industrial collaboration, and the autonomy, because the transfers and let us say promotions play a very, very important place as far as Kerala is concerned. But in higher, let us say, national institutions and other institutions where quality is there, even private institutions, you don't face this problem. Transfer and let us say promotions, which will affecting the entire career. So, okay, as he rightly pointed out, you entrust some project with a faculty, and after a while he is transferred from that project, and nobody can continue. So I have spent more than a couple of years for, let us say, establishing that Center for Engineering Research. Dr. Kunjari Isaac is here. So he took the initiative, both for Center for Engineering Research as well as Trust Research Park. What happened is, after I got promoted as principal and left Wayanad, there was a stagnancy, nothing happened. And third, it got merged into, let us say, our KTU. And Trust Research Park, Research Park. Trust Research Park, it moved out of the college. And I think right now some work is going on. But let us say a decade has been lost. The Trust Research Park has been established for many more things in mind. Right now it's acting as an agency for, let's say, distributing the funds. So our concept was to have research clusters which can take up major projects of industry at the national and international level, but work in that level is not happening. Of course, maybe in this particular conclave, some steps will be taken to take it forward in that line. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Actually, one more, I mean, if you are a policy document, no, we should think of, I mean, we talk about so many things like, see, we had only 5-6 engineering colleges. So our admission policy of students was limited to Kerala. This is something which, that should be one of the policies which should come, that should be for the government, not for the DT, for the government higher education department to think of rewriting the policy of admissions and the fee structure. Yeah, there is so the thing is the fee structure also. The colleges should be free to collect the fees as they fix. We should not have the fee regulatory commission. These are things which have to be thought of. But at the same time, the students who are from the economically backward should be given provisions to have their studies at the cost of government or some other measures.
So we have an young panelist here. So I have great respect for him because we talk about many things like incubation and other things. It's the first time, I think, in his institution, industry in campus, especially for students as well as for faculty. So first time I am hearing about an institution promoting faculty to have industry in their own campus. So I request Arun Surendran to
thank you, sir, for pointing out the youthfulness which doesn't exist anymore. But it's great to be part of a panel in which most are my mentors, and therefore I am allowed to say a few stupid things which they can correct later on. The 5 policy matters have already been discussed, and I don't think I need to go further about that. But few things I would like to point out. When we set the policy, and then what do we do once the policy is implemented? So the most important thing I had here is what Jaishankar sir said. Please involve the students. Who are we existing for? Why are we making these policies for? Most often, I sit around in meetings and think that we are making all this so that our jobs are secure, all of us will get a pension, and therefore we are not worried about how the next generation is going to function. So once we change that, we will run into much better policy making. Unnimash mentioned the 4 pillars, and I think those 4 pillars are very important when you make a policy. There should be a mathematical thinking into it. If it is Directorate of Technical Education, all the more reason why it should be data driven. Do we have enough data about the success and failures of different policies that we do? Do we have the data about what's happening in colleges? How effective are the teaching learning process and things like that? It's very, very easy nowadays to collect these things. And if we can have data driven policies, all of them, and data driven review of policies, then we'll be in a much better position. The other thing is, without quantitatively setting goals, all the policies will remain like our moral textbooks we used to study in school. We should do this, we should do that, but to what level? Is there a percentage of population that we want to be admitting into technical education? Is there a percentage of nationally reviewed papers that we should be publishing from Kerala? What is the percentage of productivity that we should have coming from Kerala? If we can set these numbers, we may not get there, but at least our focus would be towards that, and we can keep on tweaking the policy so that we get there. Now, about the interdisciplinary thing, everybody talks about interdisciplinary research, interdisciplinary. For me, interdisciplinary is interpersonal. It has to be people who meet each other. We cannot say Department of Aerospace Engineering should talk to Department of Electrical Engineering. It will be always the HOD who comes in and makes a difference. If those HODs are friends, then there will be a difference. So can we have more conclaves where people actually get to talk? Like I said, we provide the 20% time where they meet each other, talk to each other, and that's the only way interdisciplinary can come. It cannot be a top-down driven approach on any students. Students will do this because those who stay in hostels come from different branches, and that's why in IITs it happened. It's a fully residential, so you end up meeting a person from humanities, you end up meeting somebody from theatre department, you start thinking about how is it that I can contribute my technology there and use their knowledge here. The third one about industry academia interaction, I am a part of the industry as well. I am part of the CII, the Confederation of Indian Industries. The question always is, why should the industry bother? Why should industry get interested in what's going on in academia, what's going on in engineering colleges? They can set their policies so that they'll always get students. So the incentive, and I remember when Kuncharia sir was Vice Chancellor, we had a meeting in UST when Sajan Pillai was CEO. The great engineer, our railway man had come, and he had, and in his presence, Sajan Pillai from UST had said, look, in US, a company is always worried what a professor is doing in Yale or MIT or Stanford, because that fellow can invent something that will completely disturb this industry and we'll be out of business. But here in Kerala, I have 100 principals coming and asking me, sir, can we teach Java? Should we teach Python? Will this help me get a job? So that kind of, power the professors have to feel, that they have access to such rich manpower of students and they have access to these labs. They should create in a way so that the industry should feel either the opportunity or the threat that is associated with academia. Other than that, it will be cashew nuts and drinking water and challenging the status quo. About research, I think one of the research topics that we should take up urgently in Kerala is why many of our policies have failed. It will be a very good project to work on. Last 20 years we have talked about all these things, and Manorama, I think tomorrow also, maybe at the end of this conclave they will publish, there are 2 words, either Udachu Varkum allengil Adimudi Marum. Idu random for the last 12 years I have been seeing. Udachu Varkum Engineering Vidyabhyasam, Adimudi Marum Technical Education. ഒന്നും വാർത്തതും ഉടച്ചു കാണും, വാർത്ത പരിപാടി ഇതുവരെ കേട്ടിട്ടില്ല. അതുപോലെ so we have to look at why we fail in policies and then adjust accordingly. The last one I want to talk about, which was not mentioned by any of the panelists, is about inclusion. I always cringe now when I sit in an all-men panel. It's true. 30% of this audience is at least women. Rajashree madam is so much more qualified to sit here than me. When we make a policy, have an affirmative action built into it. Let DTE decide. We will never have a panel in which there is no woman. It's so very important that we implement these things. So CII, it's very, very important. You keep saying inclusion, then it's the same sages of the Vedic age who come and chant and go. It doesn't work. We have to get the stakeholders, all kinds of them, to come and sit in panel. So we should start building in such things. The attitude of parents towards sports have changed. Similarly, because they know the wellness and importance of the happiness and the mental. Similarly, their attitude towards career and what constitutes education has also changed. We have come through a system in which the teachers will ask the questions, the DT will ask the question, the accreditation body will ask the question, we are only allowed to answer. And now we want to turn it around and say, you ask the question, you go find the problem, ask questions and find out. One good thing is AI is trying to absorb either remotely as well. Internships.
Inclusion, yeah, that is very, very important. Not only ladies, but the other kinds of people are also there. And here we find that wherever we go, we find that more than 60-70% of the employees are ladies or women, right? In engineering colleges and all, if you go, more than 70% are lady teachers. In my days, when I was an youngster, when I joined engineering college and all, hardly less than 10% were women. If you go to a bank, secretariat, anywhere you find that more than 60-70% are ladies. But here, as rightly pointed out in the panel, only very few, inclusivity is not there. Okay, now what we will have is, for the second round, if any of the panelists have some points, couple of minutes only.
I hope that nobody will take things personally. 15 years ago when KTU was initiated, KTU was brought up as a policy framework to overcome all problems of engineering colleges. Now you are saying that you don't want to have an affiliated university, and you also go by a statement that this is a colonial legacy, and world over there are no affiliated universities. I am sorry to say that I would disagree with that. Not because I don't want autonomy. I want autonomy. I had been one of the advocates for autonomous colleges. But there has to be a process. There are wider issues which are to be discussed in terms of fees, in terms of infrastructure. We have brought in, I was in engineering college when there were only 5 or 6 engineering colleges, as Punjari sir was saying. After that, the number of engineering colleges have increased. Now we are seeing that I told you the absolute reality that 25% of students are passing out. And the colleges like, where a very eminent person like Arun is leading, he is struggling to find the number of students for that. Now you are saying that I am not an advocate of a traditional affiliated school system. You look at USA, you find community colleges. You look at UK, there are partner colleges. You look at Germany, There are mechanisms whereby university branches are there, and a variety of such systems are there. So they are all tweaking the system, but we have to see the reality. I face a problem because as a part of innovation, I am driving a program asked by the Honorable Chief Minister for mathematics in primary schools, where I find that students in the 6th standard 60% of the students in the 6th standard cannot subtract a 2-digit number from 100. And I have to devise a mechanism for improving that mathematical capability. I am running a similar program for primary schools to address the integrated science teaching, where we are trying to look at problem-based capabilities of problem-based learning at that level. Now in engineering college, I am raising the problem that 25% of the children don't have capabilities, and most of the people don't even know. There are people who qualify for the engineering presently with 0%. Our educational system, there are certain very serious issues of crisis. So it is fine to say that I will come up with a disruptive policy. Fine, it is important. We have to look at disruptive. We can say that just by winding up the technical education directorate, we can solve all the problems. I don't know. Maybe the technical education directorate has become irrelevant. But I would like to pose one specific point. I remember the report of the task force on, I don't remember, maybe the 6th 5-year plan or the 4th 5-year plan, where technical education core group had identified a few things. It had said that there are 4 roles for engineers. Number 1, design. Number 2, research and development. Number 3, installation and commissioning. Number 4, support and maintenance. These are the 4 roles for which the engineers are trained. Now, I don't know whether any design and development, original design and development is happening in India. Other than Dr. Dattan's space department and atomic energy department. Fundamental R&D, very little is happening in India. It is happening across the globe. So this is a question, this is a wider issue. This is a very much wider issue. So R&D and design are out. We are, the biggest difference that we say when we say that the medical education, the course and the engineering education course, as right from the period of being a student, I had been looking very closely about these two systems. We get good, people used to ask the question, if we ask an engineer immediately after passing the civil engineering college taught by Kunjaria sir or many of the stalwarts in engineering college, you cannot afford to ask him to build a bridge, design a bridge and execute a bridge. But a person who is passing out of the Trivandrum Engineering College can be safely entrusted with the looking after of a patient. This is usually a comparison which I have heard in policy quarters. I do agree. So there is quite a lot of practice in the doctor's curriculum, and they have brought in clinical work and such elements deeply into the course, which is an advantage. But now I also find my colleagues from the medical fraternity coming up and then saying that they don't have an aptitude towards looking at research, public health research. No doctor is interested in public health research. I have started YAP clubs in the medical colleges. None of the students are interested in any innovation and YAP. They say we are focused only on clinical practice. Is that good? We say that engineering, it is much better because we have brought in a much more broader base. We have research, we have everything has been inculcated into the curriculum, and the 4 components which the old document on engineering education had talked about. We have devised everything in such a way that the curriculum is very broad. But my friends, I am extremely aggrieved that our system is in a state of very serious crisis, and whatever policy and recommendation that we come up should address some of these issues realistically also.
So I appreciate the efforts. I see the young, the fire in Unikrishnan, right? When I was in college, he was 2 years junior to me, and that fire I can see now. Okay, now we'll go for questions. If any questions are there, yeah, please, sir.
of course, I just want to clarify, why not introducing the faculty selection purely on merit? No, because still also I was telling that we cannot make the worst or the good from a worst person. So I'm not against any caste. It should not be caste or religion-based selection. So if that is done, that will be one thing. And another second point I want to bring here is, we study physics and maths. But see, when we go to the fifth semester, engineering design problem could be addressed. And so the autonomous status giving to the colleges are excellent, because only thing should be selective, should not be just granted like that. These are the 3 points I want to bring out.
I think professors of practice is something that can be looked into, where experts from the industry can come in and teach. They are allowed to teach without the other nitty-gritties of qualification.
I just want to add to what Dr. Unnikrishnan told. See, Sir has said that there is no innovation happening in engineering colleges of Kerala. My question is that in a government setup, for example, like he talked about a bridge design or any civil engineering design, if one of the institutions come up with a innovation, how do we allow a government department, because we are all bound by the codes and standards, whatever we are talking about, how do we allow in a government system to at least a pilot project to do with that innovation? Whether that is also not required, because if such a promotion is happening, only the people have the drive to come up with innovative solutions. Whether we should allow that one.
So I can answer you, please. Under the Kerala startup policy, we have made a provision where a student startup from a college can go through the startup mission and get direct access to a government project. So government has become the first customer. So currently, if I'm not wrong, they can do projects even up to maybe 1 crore or 3 crore. I don't know what the latest number is, but it is open for every project. So if the students form in a small startup in the IEDC, and they can really get a pitch to any department they want. And there are enough examples. Even very spoken about the project like your Gen Robotics. It was a project, it was a student project which came up, and then they were given this opportunity to work on eradication of manual scavenging, and then they become a one brilliant star in our startup ecosystem, as well as an example of our student startup. So the provision is there. But how many are coming is another issue which we need to see.
There is also the demand day that happens. So all government departments give the demands, and then the startup can go and fill it. In 2016 at Trinity, we developed a breathalyzer. It was Christmas New Year time. That's why I remember Kerala police had a requirement of having more and more breathalyzers in Kovalam area. So much to the chagrin of the public, we had supplied 30 breathalyzers and the continuous changing demand about the size and the effectiveness of it. So such projects do come. Again, it goes back to interpersonal thing. Because we had a city police commissioner at that time who was open to this, and he could find some funds that could be routed into a private college, it worked.
Okay, sir. So I want to point out one or two things. So one is how the curriculum of universities to be framed. Because as far as I know, university is entrusting the curriculum to be, there is structure of the curriculum to some, maybe a small committee, and that is being circulated for to the board of studies for preparation. So one person is, or a few persons are planning few things, and others are fitting that into that curriculum. I think this is one problem that I have seen, because I was part of board of studies of UG as well as another thing is that regarding the academic calendar. Academic calendar should be done in such a way that faculty should be given 2 months for some other assignments. Maybe they can be given for some industrial training or some foreign assignments. Nowadays, what we see is that all the 12 months and 24/7 days, the faculty members will be having some valuation, some examination, and maybe 72 days of teaching. So this, I think, should change somehow. Another thing is that the government of Kerala is having already policies for industry on campuses for polytechnics. This is being successfully launched in few polytechnics, and campus industrial parks, there is a government order. That is, we have DT has already received some proposal from Ilahia College of Engineering for setting up a campus industrial park, and we are looking into that, say at the earliest. Just like that, what we feel is that the industries should come to campuses. The campuses should be given, campuses should give facility for the industries to come in. And the Directorate of Technical Education is in the process of framing a industry on campus framework for the engineering colleges also. In doing so, the industries, maybe some R&D industries can even come to the engineering colleges. They can offer internship to the students. They can offer training to the faculty. These things are also in progress. Another thing is, as already pointed out, the faculty, faculties are having transfer. Some faculty may be setting up of labs, maybe of the order of 2 crores, or funded projects having 5 crores, and still they are finding some place in the transfer. The transfer norms should be framed in such a way that there should be some exceptions to maybe faculty getting a funded projects of more than 2 crores, and just some framework. We have to, some exemptions to be given. Another thing is that under the current system, no faculty in government engineering colleges can start startups. Policies, directly I think KSR do not allow. It's what I understand. The policies should be framed in such a way that the faculty should also be given, commencing startups. So, because only if the faculty know the difficulties in, or the steps to start a startup, then only he can do this, he can give these lessons to the students. And these are the policies I think we have to also listen, because it has to be, I think,
Yeah, I just give you an answer to the question which you raised, is that the faculty are not getting involved in the development of the academic curriculum. That's the first question which you said. See, actually, when you talk about KTU, KTU is a big body, big number, 150 colleges and all. That is why we said we will have autonomy. So College of Engineering Trivandrum is a very good candidate for an autonomous institution. So you have 300 faculty members. So every faculty will have a say in the development of the curriculum. So that's the only solution for that. So that's the only solution. When you have an ocean, I mean, everybody cannot be consulted, and then you cannot frame a syllabus. It will never happen. So the academic autonomy. So you have 150 colleges. So I would say that there should be, I would say that if you can, the whole, the institutions are restructured, I would say that there can be something like 30 institutions, the maximum which can have it, but each institution will have students of the order of 10,000. So that will be the size which we will have to think. So that will give you the solution for getting. See, this I have just noted this, the faculty. See, this is why I said autonomy is required, means the faculty should remain there, and there should be a policy for, I have also noted that the faculty to start, instead of that, the incubation should happen in the campus. Then they move out from there to some other place. That should be the policy. Starting an industry, you can start only one industry. You may have 10 acres of land extra. You can start 10 industries. That's all, no? You cannot meet the demand of all the students. But what you can do is, the incubation should happen in the campus. You should have a large facility. The incubation start in the industry. Let them incubate there, mature it, and then move out to a very large campus with an industry. May have with our teaching learning process, all this are. But we cannot say that all the students coming out of our engineering colleges are bad. They are very good. And that is why today also I could find a lot of, one thing which we should understand here is that our learning. through that lifelong learning, everybody becomes masters. And most of the people who are employed outside, in the industries are doing all these things, and they are doing very good. Even today we had a panelist, Mohan. We have from the Muralidharan, is my batchmate in CET. He is in Tata Power. He is a CTO, Chief Technology Officer, I suppose. Yeah. So we have, if you take our community who have gone from Kerala, are doing extremely well. For your information, the person who is senior to me in the electrical engineering has 360 patents in GE. So, there are a lot of things, people who have that. It's not happening here. Maybe what is that problem which we have to see? What is the policy? Is it the policy? Is it something else, the cost system and things like that?
We will sum up. Maybe that continuation of that one. One area I think we have not explored much is that alumni. Now, alumni, like as Vijay sir mentioned, there are good alumni is located at different locations, different places, all over the world. And what you can do is you can have a connection. You make use of that the potential of that alumni. You should have a mechanism that they should come to the campus and they should interact with the students. That point, probably, but that alumni relationship is very, very important. Second point, probably, there can be a mentoring system. Mentoring system, either from the alumni or from the seniors. Now, they can mentor the students of the junior level student, first year and second year and on. Third point, I wanted to mention that maybe the industries may not be interested to come to your campus, but you should go to the industry. That should not be within Kerala. Probably, you should go beyond Kerala also. There are opportunities, there are industries, they will be ready to take the students, but not for 15 days, not for 10 days and all. Now, to solve one problem. So there are industries, sir.
Okay, thank you. Samson,
I have one question as an audience to the panels. There are at least 12 engineering colleges in Kerala which have got their autonomy. Why is not CET or Trichur Engineering College not getting its autonomy? I am asking as a member of the audience. Anybody can answer.
Before that, Dr. Jaishankar mentioned about general robotics. See, when I was principal in MES College of Engineering, Kuttipuram, I encouraged 2 students. Vimal Govind, it is the MD of general robotics. Now, general robotics. Again, that Nikhil, the 4 students started this general robotics in 2017. See, my point is, the faculty, the staff members, etc. should encourage these students to go for research and something like that. Because, say, I gave some financial assistance to this Vimal Govind when he was a student of final year in 2015. That only a small amount, only 50,000 I advanced as a principal. See, he started this generation 1. That robotic, what I call that prototype robotic. From that only he started this thing, and when Naushad was killed in a trench, in Calicut, he got this in his mind, and these 4 students started thinking how to avoid this man scavenging.
Okay, sir. I appreciate the point. You come to the question, sir. Please.
Let me complete.
Because we are running short of time.
It has come. Again, now I called these 4 students to come down to Ilahia College of Engineering, Muvattuvada, and start and incubate and the students, and they came. That is why that first, this campus industrial park come into being in Ilahia. That is a good initiative of the Kerala government. It should be appreciated. Definitely. So why our Kunjira sir is skeptical about this industrial park? I don't know.
I think we'll continue the discussion during the lunch time.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
1 minute. Sir would like to answer the question from Krishnan sir? No, okay. Okay, let us, yeah, because we are running short of time. So, because the organizers and most of the audience are also hungry. So, what we will do is, whatever questions are there, during the lunch time, you can share it with the panelists and have a discussion. Anyway, this panel discussion was very, very fruitful. All the panelists have contributed and they have highlighted many salient points of the conclave, especially on the governance, as well as revamping let us say governance of the institutions, revamping the DT, then bringing or engaging the students throughout their time in the campus. Maybe other than interdisciplinary things, as well as giving them exposure to innovation as well as creative thinking, design thinking and the like. So overall, I think I thank each and every one of the panelists for contributing the session. So thank you very much. Yeah, we appreciate your point, sir. We appreciate your point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So a special note of thanks to all our panelists for your wonderful suggestions and inputs. Now I request Dr. Seema KN, Senior Joint Director DTE, to hand over memento to our panelists as a token of gratitude. So please join us for a group photo also. So next session will start at 2 o'clock.
We'll be having a discussion on the challenges and best practices in institutions of Kerala. So before we start with the panelists, if I say there are 4 C's in every walk of life, I don't know how many of you will agree with me. 1 C stands for chance, 2nd C stands for choice, the 3rd one stands for challenge, and the final one stands for a change. Every chance presents us with a choice, and every choice presents us with a challenge, and every challenge presents us with a change. And the best way is always to get through it and make the change. And in our state of Kerala, we have certain institutions who have made these challenges and who have tuned these challenges into best practices. They have prepared for these challenges and made extraordinary practices. And these practices with a purpose is the key to progress. So without further ado, I welcome you all to this session. And today we have, among the panelists, one of the senior most visionaries in the educational field, Dr. Rajan Varghese, Dr. Ajay Joy, Dr. Venugopalan G, Dr. Bharati Raja, Dr. Joji Thomas, Dr. Aju Thomas, and finally the moderator of the session, Dr. Biju. I request all the panelists and the moderators to kindly occupy the seats. Dr. Rajan Verghese. Many of us are very, very familiar with this name. He is currently the Member Secretary of Kerala State Higher Education Council, and he is the convener of Kerala State Curriculum Committee of Higher Education as well. He was the Pro-Vice Chancellor for Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam from the period of 2009 to 2012. He has been the HOD and Associate Professor in Economics in the Union Christian College of Alluva, and has been the research guide for many, many students. He is the member of many esteemed committees, and which include many of the Board of Studies as well as the State Level Committee of Review of CBSE Kerala State Syllabus as well. And he has been on the advisory committees for drafting the development plans for many Panchayat projects as well, and he has been on the editorial board of many reputed journals. With a very vast experience and very long-standing expertise, he is truly going to make a wealth of knowledge to this panel discussion. His current research interests include growth in the public department and problem in central and state government governance, and he has already published many books and already published a lot of journal articles. He is truly going to give us a vision out of his experience, and I welcome sir with all respect. Dr. Venugopal G, Professor in the Department of Instrumentation and Control, NSS College, Palakkad. He is an accomplished academician and a researcher over 2 decades with a vast teaching experience, and he holds his education from IITs and IIC Bangalore. He has his true expertise in the research, and it is witnessed by all of us by his core research grant, which has been grabbed from the DST. In fact, that has been an inspiration for me as well. So, with his professional experience and research expertise, he has been on the Board of Studies for the KTU, and he has also been a part of KCST projects. He has been a reviewer for many journals and been a resource person for many, many seminars, including those hosted by the premier institutions. A member of many professional bodies like IST, IEEE, and Instrumentation Society of India. I welcome you, sir. Professor Dr. Aji Joy, Professor at Maharashtra College in the Department of Electronics and Communication. He has been in the teaching industry for 26 years, more than 26 years, an educationalist and a strong presence in the academia. He has been excelling in the area of electronics and communication engineering, and he has also got industrial experience as customer support engineer in the early days. I welcome you, sir, for this discussion. Mr. Georgie Thomas, he truly represents a different set of people. He is one among the major groups of institutions. He is representing one among the major institutions of academia, a Gregorian group of institutions. He is the chairman and the managing trustee of the Gregorian group of institutions with 22 years of successful experience in utilizing and with an insight of organizational improvements in the group of institutions. His superior interpersonal skills have always been helpful, and he has started many educational institutions, and he has been successfully running all these institutions with a big, big team with him. He has been also working in many other areas like managing trustee in the MGDM hospitals, and he has been a managing partner as well. He is going to give us the managerial side of all the institutions where exactly the decision making lies. So I think he is going to give us many insights in this arena. Thank you, sir, and I welcome you, sir. Dr. Ajju Thomas, Principal Government Polytechnic, Kalamassery. He is an academician in the area of electronics and communication engineering, And he has a total industrial experience of 8 years and with a very valuable experience of 24 years in the academia. His areas of expertise lies in embedded systems, microcontroller-based designs, and he has been instrumental and made very, very successful and commendable contributions in the academia community, and which includes industry on campus, and he has been instrumental in the consumption of mini industry units, innovative learning systems, and he has also been a part in the campus standardization, 5S standardization process in the institute. And he has been instrumental in the AICT projects and industry institute partnership activities, and he has also been a part of modernization of many of the labs in the institutes. And his placement initiatives in the polytechnic system is also commendable. He has been an awardee for IST Best Teacher Award in 2005. I welcome you, sir. The lady representation for today, Dr. Bharati Raj. She is an assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, NSS College of Engineering, Palakkad, with 11 years of experience, and she hails from the civil engineering background. And she has been a part of many of the student activities, including project work of the students, and has contributed to the research with a lot of publications. And she is a lifetime member of the Concrete Institute of India, and has been the reviewer for many, many journals, which are almost many of them are international journals. And she has coordinated many activities in the Home Institute and always been a very enthusiastic person. He is a member of Board of Studies on Architecture in KTU from January 2023. I welcome you, ma'am. Finally, moving on to the moderator, Dr. Biju Longinos, a good friend of mine. He is an associate professor of geology, College of Engineering, Trivandrum, and he has been the former head of Department of Geology again in University of College Trivandrum. And he has published in many sessions on international journals as well as index journals, and has been as advisor for a startup company also. He has been a former syndicate member of the Abdul Kalam Technological University, and his current research involvement is in the area of deep aquifer recharge. He has been the former international secretary for World Federation of Teachers Union and a liaison member to the UNESCO, which gives him a very vast experience and a very valuable one also. A former member of Arctic Marine Expeditions, that also shows his exploratory nature. So he has been a former activist in the Russian-Norwegian program. So with these few words, I welcome you, sir. So we have a good representation from various initiatives with varying visions and supervisions, and let us hear from them their thoughts, their views. Of course, expecting a very good engagement from the participants as well. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. നമസ്കാരം. ഭക്ഷണം കഴിഞ്ഞു, ഊണ് കഴിഞ്ഞ് എല്ലാവരും ഇരിക്കുന്ന സമയമാണ്. ഇന്നലെ ഇവിടെ ഒരു ഡിസ്കഷൻ വന്നപ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ഇതേ വോയിസ് തന്നെ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടാകും. അതായത് ഊണ് കഴിഞ്ഞ് കഴിയുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ഈ അന്യമായ ഭാഷയിൽ കാര്യം ഇങ്ങനെ സൂപ്പർഫിഷ്യലായിട്ട് പോകുന്നതിനേക്കാളും നല്ലത് മലയാളത്തിൽ തന്നെ മലയാളത്തിൽ ചിന്തിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിൽ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്തുകൂടെ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് പിന്നെ പെട്ടെന്ന് അദ്ദേഹം ഇംഗ്ലീഷിലൂടെ കയറി പോവുകയും ചെയ്തു. അപ്പോൾ ഇന്ന് കഴിവതും നമുക്ക് ഇന്ന് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ഭാഷ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എഴുത്തച്ഛൻ്റെ ഭാഷയല്ല, എന്നാൽ അതേസമയം ശശി തരൂരിൻ്റെ ഭാഷയല്ല. ഇതൊക്കെ ഇടയ്ക്ക് ഉള്ളൊരു ഭാഷയാണ്. അവർ മംഗ്ലീഷ് രീതിയിൽ പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ചർച്ചയും അങ്ങനെ ആകുന്ന രീതിയിൽ ഇംഗ്ലീഷും മലയാളവും മിക്സപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്ന രീതിയിൽ ചിന്തിക്കാനും ചർച്ച ചെയ്യാനും ഒരു ടേക്ക് അവേ ബാക്ക് തിരിച്ച് പോകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് നമുക്ക് ചിന്തിക്കാൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ഇന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഇവിടുന്ന് കിട്ടിയെന്ന് ഒരു ധാരണ ഉണ്ടാവണം. അതൊന്ന്. രണ്ടാമത്തത് ഈ ഡിസ്കഷൻ എല്ലാം തന്നെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു ഉദ്ദേശം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അടുത്തൊരു 10 വർഷത്തേക്കുള്ള ടെക്നിക്കൽ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ്റെ ഒരു സ്ട്രീം ലൈനിങ് നടത്തണം. അതിനുവേണ്ടിയുള്ള ആശയങ്ങൾ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യണം. ഇവിടെ കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു രാജശ്രീ ടീച്ചറാണ് പറഞ്ഞതെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു, നമ്മൾ 21-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിൽ 22ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിനെ ആഗ്രഹിച്ച് 21-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിൽ നിൽക്കുകയും എന്നാൽ ബാക്കിയുള്ള സെറ്റപ്പ് എല്ലാം തന്നെ 18-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടും 19-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടും 17-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിൽ കിടക്കുകയാണെന്നൊക്കെ പറയണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അത് വസ്തുത തന്നെയാണ്. നമ്മൾ വളരെ ഈ ആഗ്രഹങ്ങൾ വളരെയേറെ മുകളിലാണ്, പക്ഷേ പലതും സ്ട്രക്ചറൽ വൈസ് ആയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ബാക്കിൽ നിൽക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഇത് എങ്ങനെ നമുക്ക് മാറ്റി എങ്ങനെ നമുക്കത് ഒരു നല്ല രീതിയിൽ ഡിസൈൻ ചെയ്യാം എന്തെല്ലാം കൂടെ എന്നൊരു വിഷനോട് കൂടി തുടങ്ങിയൊരു മൂവാണിത്. അപ്പോൾ അതിൽ ആദ്യത്തെ സ്റ്റേജിൽ എന്തൊക്കെയാണ് ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ക്രൈസിസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, നമ്മൾ ക്രോസ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടതാകുന്ന ഏരിയാസ് ഏതാണ് എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ഡിസ്കഷൻ വന്നപ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് വന്ന ഒന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ അപ്ഡേറ്റഡ് ആകാത്തതിന് കാരണം, എസ്പെഷ്യലി എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം അപ്ഡേറ്റഡ് ആകാത്തതിന് കാരണം ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയുമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു അടുപ്പമില്ല, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അത് പോകുന്ന ഒരു പേസിൽ നമ്മുടെ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ പോകുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഈ ടോപ്പിക്ക് വരുന്നത്. പക്ഷേ ഈ ടോപ്പിക്കിനകത്ത് ബാക്കിയുള്ള എല്ലാ സബ് ടോപ്പിക്സ് എല്ലാം തന്നെ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി പോകുന്ന പോക്കും ഈ പറഞ്ഞ 22ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിലേക്കുള്ള ഇന്ത്യയും ലോകത്തെയും വിഷൻ ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ്. പക്ഷെ നമ്മൾ നോക്കിയപ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ഇതിനകത്ത് മറ്റൊരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ എന്തെല്ലാം തീരുമാനിച്ചാലും എന്തെല്ലാം പ്ലാൻ എടുത്താലും ബേസിക് ആയിട്ട് അത് ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സൈഡിൽ നമുക്ക് നടത്താൻ പറ്റിയില്ല എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇതെല്ലാം പ്ലാനായിട്ട് മാത്രമേ നിലനിൽക്കത്തുള്ളൂ. അപ്പൊ ആ ബേസിക് എന്താണെന്ന് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ഇതിനകത്ത് മെജോറിറ്റി അധ്യാപകരായിരിക്കും, നമ്മൾ അധ്യാപകരിലാണ് നിൽക്കുന്നത്. മാത്രമല്ല കഴിഞ്ഞ ഡിസ്കഷനിലെല്ലാം പറയുന്നത് അക്കാഡമി ഹാസ് ടു ചേഞ്ച്, നിങ്ങൾ മാറ്റണം. ഈവൻ മിസസ് ഉഷ ടൈറ്റസ് ഇവിടെ പറയുകയുണ്ടായി, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അഡീഷണൽ ടൈം എന്തുകൊണ്ട് എടുത്തുകൂടാ, ഈ നോർമൽ പറയുന്ന അവേഴ്സിന് ഉപരിയുള്ള സമയം എടുത്തുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്തുകൊണ്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യില്ല എന്ന് പറയുന്നു. കേൾക്കാൻ രസമാണ് ഇതെല്ലാം. പക്ഷെ നമ്മൾ ഒരു ടീച്ചർ എന്ന രീതിയിൽ നമ്മളൊന്ന് നോക്കുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് രാവിലെ 9:30 അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 9 മണിക്ക് കോളേജിൽ വന്ന് തിരിച്ചു പോകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് നമ്മൾ ഇന്നത് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിച്ച് വരുന്ന ആളുകൾ അത് അതുപോലെ ചെയ്യാൻ സാധിക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ എന്ന് നോക്കിയാൽ നമുക്ക് കാണാം അതിൻ്റെ അകത്തുണ്ടാകുന്ന. അതായത് ഒരുപാട് നമ്പർ ഓഫ് ഇഷ്യൂസ് നമ്മൾ ആസ് എ ടീച്ചർ വിത്തിൻ ദ ക്യാമ്പസ് നമ്മൾ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതിൽ നിന്നും നമുക്ക് റിസോൾവ് ചെയ്ത് സ്ലോ ആയിട്ട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുമെങ്കിൽ, ചിലപ്പോൾ എല്ലാം ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നിരിക്കത്തില്ല, എന്നിരുന്നാലും ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അവിടെ നിന്നായിരിക്കും നമുക്കൊരു റിയൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള മാറ്റം എക്സ്പെക്ട് ചെയ്യാം. പക്ഷെ അറ്റ് ദ സെയിം ടൈം ഇതെല്ലാം മാറിക്കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് നമുക്കെല്ലാം 21ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിൽ പോകാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ വീണ്ടും 19ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിന്റെ പ്രശ്നത്തിൽ കിടക്കുകയും ചെയ്യും. സോ ഇതെല്ലാം പാരലായിട്ട് നടക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. അപ്പൊ അങ്ങനെയാണ് ടീച്ചറിന്റെ പെർസ്പെക്റ്റീവിൽ കൂടെ എന്തായിരിക്കണം ഈ ചേഞ്ച്, എന്തായിരിക്കണം നമ്മുടെ ഈ ചലഞ്ച് എങ്ങനെ അഡ്രസ്സ് ചെയ്യണം എന്നുള്ള ഒരു സെഷൻ രൂപീകരിക്കപ്പെടുന്നത്. അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു ഇത് അധ്യാപകരുടെ സൈഡിൽ നിന്നുണ്ടാകുന്നുണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങൾ സെലക്ടഡ് ആളുകൾ കുറച്ചൊരിടത്ത് വന്നുവെങ്കിലും മെജോറിറ്റി ഈ പറഞ്ഞൊരു ഒപ്പീനിയൻ ആ സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന് തന്നെ വരേണ്ടതാണ്. അപ്പം ചർച്ച കൂടുതൽ അങ്ങോട്ടേക്കും കൂടെ ഡീൽ ചെയ്യുന്നതായിരിക്കണം. രണ്ടാമത്തത് ഇപ്പൊ ബെസ്റ്റ് പ്രാക്ടീസസ് എന്നൊരു കാര്യം പറയണ്ട. കാരണം നമ്മൾ ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ അഡ്രസ്സ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ചിലപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ ഞങ്ങൾ പറയുന്നതിനേക്കാളും പറയാൻ യോഗ്യരായിട്ടുള്ളവർ കാണും. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ IIT ഖരഗ്പൂരിന്റെ കാര്യം എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നോക്കാം, ഏതാണ്ട് 1.5 മുതൽ 2 പേര് ഓരോ വർഷവും സൂസൈഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് കുട്ടികളുടെ സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന്. ഇത് നമ്മൾ അധ്യാപകർ അഡ്രസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യം തന്നെയാണ് ക്യാമ്പസിന്റെ അകത്ത്. അപ്പൊ ഇതിനൊരു പക്ഷേ നമുക്കിപ്പോൾ സൂസൈഡിലൊന്നും ഇല്ലാത്തൊരു ക്യാമ്പസിന് ചിലപ്പോൾ സൊല്യൂഷൻ ഒന്നും പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അവിടെ അതുമായിട്ട് ഡീൽ ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാർക്കും പറയാൻ പറ്റുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ അങ്ങനത്തെ എക്സാമ്പിൾസ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് തരാൻ പറ്റുമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, നമ്മൾ അഡ്രസ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെങ്കിൽ അതുണ്ടാവണം. അല്ലാതെ 1-2 പേരിൽ മാത്രം ഒതുങ്ങി നിൽക്കുന്ന ചർച്ച ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ല. ഇവിടെ ഇതിലേക്ക് നമുക്ക് ഈ പറഞ്ഞതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് കരട് രൂപങ്ങൾ നമുക്കൊരുപാട് പോളിസീസ് ഉണ്ട്. കേരളം മറ്റ് സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളെ അപേക്ഷിച്ച് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും വളരെയേറെ അഡ്വാൻസ് ചെയ്ത് പോകുന്നതാണ്. വിഷണറി ഉള്ള സംസ്ഥാനമാണ്. ഹലോ. അപ്പം അതുകൊണ്ട് ആദ്യമേ ഈ ഡിസ്കഷൻ്റെ തുടക്കം തന്നെ നമുക്ക് രാജവർഗീസ് സാറിൽ നിന്ന് കേൾക്കാം. കാരണം സാറ് ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ സെക്രട്ടറിയാണ്, മെമ്പർ സെക്രട്ടറിയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഒരു എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ പോളിസി ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നൊരു ബോഡി എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഈ ഒരു വിഷൻ എൻവിസേജ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്, അതായത് ഈ പറയുന്ന നെക്സ്റ്റ് ചേഞ്ചസിന് വേണ്ടി ബേസിക് ആയിട്ട് സംസ്ഥാനം എന്തെല്ലാം കരുതലുകൾ എടുത്ത് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്നു എന്നതിൽ നിന്ന് തുടങ്ങാം സാർ.
So good afternoon. So I'm very glad and in a sense privileged to address a session like this, because my background is social science and I have been working with some of the universities in the state and also with the council for the last 5 years. If you examine the state of affairs of higher education today, it is reflected in several official documents of the state government, including that of the Higher Education Council, and also it is reflected in the functioning of our universities and colleges. So, you must have heard of the Shyam Menon Commission report. So when the government assumed power in 21, so government appointed three commissions. So the first was for reforming higher education in general. It was headed by Professor Shyam B. Menon, who was the former Vice Chancellor of Ambedkar University, New Delhi. Similarly, two other commissions were also working at that time. One was with regard to reforming our legal system related to the universities. That commission was headed by Professor Jayakumar, former Vice Chancellor of New Orleans. And there was a third commission on examination reforms. It was also headed by a present Vice Chancellor of MG University, Dr. C.T. Aravind Kumar. Of those who are interested about the policy recommendations or the direction in which we are moving, can easily go through these documents which are in the public domain. One is the Shyam Menon Commission report. Second one is the reforms with regard to the legal system in universities. Third one is examination reforms. Actually, these commissions and their recommendations are reflected in the policy pronouncement of the government, and that is also being implemented in different levels and in different stages. So this should be understood in the background of our achievements or what is called the challenges of the state of Kerala. For example, there is a direct linkage between higher education and the quality of human resources. Today, development all over the world is reckoned not in terms of the quantity of goods and services that you produce. It is reckoned in terms of the quality of human resources. We call it as the human development, or you have a calculation for that. We call it as the Human Development Index. And there is a direct correlation between the enrollment in higher education and the quality of human resources, or the Human Development Index. If you take the cases of developed countries or the OECD countries, you can see that GER, gross enrollment ratio, is in the vicinity of 70%. In developed countries, more than 70% of the youth in the relevant age group, 18 to 21, they participate, they enroll in higher education. So this is the case with the Nordic countries, which are all high on the Human Development Index. Norway, Denmark and Sweden, it is in the level of 80%. 80% of the youth in the developed countries, they enter the portals of higher education. Whereas in the less developed countries, it is, say, average is 25%. Say, in India also, the national average is only 25%. Whereas in Kerala, the GR in higher education is, say, it is 43%. 43% of the youth in Kerala, in the relevant age group 18 to 23, they get the benefits of higher education. We have 16 state universities, and we have more than 1,600 higher education institutions, including colleges. So in terms of quantity, say, we are on a high level, but issues which plague or which adversely affect the level of teaching, learning, research, that is also reflected in several areas. So there are several challenges that we face today. It is well documented. Similarly, how we can overcome some of these challenges. There are recommendations. Recommendations include, say, creating a new educational ecosystem. And the government of Kerala, the recent years, they have invested nearly 6,000 crores of rupees in our higher education institutions. Though we are reeling under financial difficulties, the plan funds in higher education has increased tremendously. And since we are investing these funds in almost all institutions, some of them are finding it difficult to attain their targets. Similarly, we are introducing what is called the off-budget funding for higher education. Even KIFBI funding is given to projects or infrastructure development in higher education. It started with 242 crore fund for Cochin University of Science and Technology for building a lab in Cochin University. Government through KIFBI has offered 242 crores of rupees. They are only in the initial stages of development. Similarly, government has declared the establishment of 30 centers of excellence in various areas. Already 6 centers of excellence they have started functioning, and they include the Ayurveda Institute started in Kannur, say the Thanu Padmanabhan Center for Astrophysics in Kerala University. You have the Nanoscience and Technology Institute in MG University, and several other. You have the Virology Institute in Thiruvananthapuram. These are some of the instances of the isolated investment of the government in creating centers of excellence. 30 crores of rupees is actually earmarked for each centers of excellence, and the long-term target is to create nearly 100 centers of excellence. In the last budget also, Government of Kerala has actually created 7 centers of excellence. So one emphasis of the government today is creating centers of excellence in universities and also independent centers. So this is mainly because of the fact that our universities, some of our universities, they have failed to deliver the expected or the targeted output in terms of research or in terms of innovation. So we have, out of the 16 universities, many of them are discipline-based universities. Today, the norm is multidisciplinary universities. So once we started with multidisciplinary universities, in between we shifted to discipline-based universities. Most of our universities, apart from Kerala University, MG, Calicut, Kannur, say all other universities are in a sense discipline-based universities. This is also standing in the way of the development at the national level. So funding is going to be affected if you are going with these discipline-based universities. Because at the national level, now the discussion is 3 types of institutions only. You have multidisciplinary research institutions. Secondly, you have the teaching institutions. These are university level institutions. And at the bottom of the system, you have what is called autonomous colleges. What is declared today in the higher education sector in the coming years is this architectural setup. You have say, multidisciplinary large universities where the emphasis is on research. And at the second level, you have the teaching universities. And the government of India is asking for a progressive transformation of these teaching universities into research universities in future. And all the colleges by 2030 or 35 should attain the status of autonomous colleges. So this is the national strategy that is unfolded in the country. So though we have opposition to some of the policies of the central government, say if you think about modern higher education, some of these requirements, at least for recognition of our courses, recognition of our institutions, and to a large extent for getting funds from the central government, we have to fall in line with some of these recommendations. The best example is that of RUSA. Today, funding is actually taken over by not by UGC. Though we call it as the University Grants Commission, no grants are coming from UGC. The entire grant is now decided by the Ministry of Education. For the vehicle that they use is the RUSA vehicle. It is called the PM Usha today. 60% of the central funds for higher education is through this PM Usha, and only 40% of the funds are the state share. And even for getting state share or approval of these funds, you have to accept national level policies and recommendations. One is accreditation, other is about ranking. And private institutions are thriving mainly because of the fact that they have all mechanisms to create manufactured data, they get higher ranking. The latest NIRF ranking shows that some of the private universities are ahead of IITs in the country. Because IITs, once they concentrate on quality of output or research, the NIRF ranking is concentrating on quantity of research. The private country, they are hiring the services of professors from abroad. They have some linkages. If you examine the website of some of our engineering colleges in Thiruvananthapuram, you may be surprised that some of the scientists in ISRO or abroad, they may be in the campuses of these universities. So they create an impression, they forge linkages, at least through some kind of research, and show a database that are ahead of, better qualitatively better than that of the leading universities and IITs in the country. And when NIRF ranking was published, some of our IITs, they went down and private universities are up. So you will be in the first 100 list of NIRF. You will be in the A++ category of NAC accreditation if you have a new system of, say, data collection and accreditation and ranking. So this is a prescription by the central government. So this area was completely neglected in Kerala. It is only in the recent times our public universities, they have shown some interest in creating a database and uploading this data in the NIRF or NAC accreditation. നമ്മുടെ പ്രൊഫസർമാരോട് ഗവൺമെന്റ് കോളേജിലും യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിലും നിങ്ങളുടെ പേപ്പറിന്റെ ലിസ്റ്റ് തരണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അവർക്ക് തരാൻ പ്രയാസം. ഇത് അപ്ലോഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് അതിലും പ്രയാസം. So the bureaucracy in our system, it is actually standing in between the professors and the academic progress of our universities. So Kerala University has recently made an all-out effort to gather data, upload data. That's why some of our universities are in the list. Today in Kerala we have nearly 42 colleges in the NIRF 200 list. We are third in the country after Delhi and Tamil Nadu. The largest number of colleges with NIRF ranking is in Delhi. The second place is that of Tamil Nadu, and third one is that of Kerala. So there is an increased effort or enthusiasm on the part of even public funded institutions to create this atmosphere. They create, they take deliberate measures. They assign, say, separate areas to the faculty members. They appoint teachers. Similarly, the council is also preparing our institutions for ranking. But private institutions, they are very shy in uploading reliable, honest data to some of our public agencies. For example, the council collecting data on Kerala Higher Education Survey. Similarly, you have an exercise at the national level. So we are collecting data on state level assessment and accreditation, not because the fact that we are going to give something, but we are trying to create an awareness, a readiness among our institutions to create robust data by which you can go in for national and international level ranking and accreditation. So when you ask about the qualification of staff in private institutions, when you ask about the financial data related to investment, some of our institutions, they fail to upload data and they are not in a position to reveal this data. So what is required today is a complete transformation of our institutions. Then only we can at least remain in this rat race for accreditation and ranking. I am not glorifying the benefits of accreditation and ranking, but it is taking place in all over the world. There are 42 accrediting agencies in the US. If you are accrediting with one agency this year, you have to go in, you have to select another agency next year. There are institutions where you have large number of Nobel laureates in some of the American universities and colleges. Even Nobel laureates are preparing their institutions for accreditation. നമുക്ക് നാട്ടിൽ 33 നോബൽ ലോറേറ്റ്സ് ഉള്ള യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിൽ വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്തപ്പം പറയുന്നത് ഇന്ന് ഞങ്ങളുടെ പ്രൊഫസേഴ്സ് ആരും ഫ്രീ അല്ല, ഞങ്ങൾ അക്രഡിറ്റേഷന് വേണ്ടി തയ്യാറെടുക്കുകയാണ്. നമ്മുടെ സ്ഥാപനത്തിൽ നമുക്കിത് പറയാൻ പറ്റുമോ? So there is need for reforming our institution. That should be backed by real effort, scholarship, skill, the skill, dexterity, and the activities of our faculty is important today. Today we have smart classroom. What is required today is smart teachers. Every teacher has to transform, has to engage with development in the field of their knowledge domain and also digital knowledge. So that's why Kerala has introduced today at the undergraduate level the FIUGP program, which can be compared to the curriculum of any leading university in India or abroad. You have a curriculum framework which has incorporated several novel features. They include, even for, say, liberal arts stream, you have foundation courses, say, skill enhancement courses, you have ability enhancement courses, you have value addition courses, you have internship, you have project. All this has come down to the level of undergraduate education today. So, though we say that FIUGP is a scheme of the central government, but it has all ingredients for a modern education system. We are facing large scale migration of students from this part of the country to the outside world. Not because of the fact that they are attracted by the quality of education there. They are mostly attracted by this FIUGP scheme in 8 universities in Kerala. Nearly, say, 850 colleges are today, say, implementing the 4-year undergraduate program. Research has come down to the level of undergraduation. In the 4th year, if the student is, say, interested, based on UGC qualifications, norms, he can select the honors with the research path. Even unaided institutions in affiliated colleges, they are also given the status of recognized centers of research. So research is going to be an important ingredient or component of undergraduate education. So the state is, what I am trying to say is, the state is actually concentrating on several important areas which we missed for the last 10 or 15 years. We are putting in more money on infrastructural development. You visit any college in the state, government college or aided college, there is massive infrastructure development. You also visit some of our universities, you have large number of centers of excellence, research institutions are coming up. And in the state today, you have a curriculum at the UG level which can be compared to the curriculum of any leading university in India and abroad. What is required today is, say, an effort on the part of our faculty. We are also initiated faculty training program, and Kerala is also leading in the discussion and implementation of the outcome part of undergraduate education all over the country. So we are training the faculty, we are giving the students the opportunity, the flexibility, the course component that is required for a modern higher education system. These are my initial remarks on the state of affairs and the initiative, challenges and the practices that we are going to adopt in the coming days. If I have occasion, I will respond to some of your.
Actually, I was called onto this meeting as a panelist because 2 of my projects had been adopted as part of the curriculum. The first one was, I call it the 5S standardization curriculum. The first one was, I call it the 5S standardization, and second one was the industry on campus initiative. I'll just give you an idea about, how exactly the concept was brought into the system. Well, for the last 20 years, my observation is that in every class, you have 3 sets of learners. It is not my study because I was trying to connect with many other studies that happen. To my observation, the 3 types is, one is the auditory learners. I'm not going too much detail into that. Second is the visual learners, and third one is the kinesthetic learners. So my focus is more onto the kinesthetic learners. You may not understand, kinesthetic learners by behavior, but suppose I say that, those children sitting at the back bench and creating so much of issues, you can call them kinesthetic learners. the kinesthetic behavior is something like they cannot, absorb things by visual or auditory method. They can learn only by doing. So it was from that particular point of view that, the concept of standardization was brought into the campus. The kinesthetic behavior is that, second observation is that I've been working as placement officer for the last 20 years. My observation is that these kinesthetic learners, they are the most successful people. He called Slumberger just because he was an IT holder. Now believe me, he is running 9 hotels at Kochi, running crores of business. The behavior is that, when these people get an opportunity to understand things by learning by themselves, they start to excel. And it is based on that the 5S concept was introduced. 5S is something like, you have solution for everything. Not that you don't have to devise anything by yourself. You get, models that have been successfully being practiced. So you look into the industry, you have what is called lean manufacturing. It is like, you set the process properly, you can have a result of 99.9999%. We call it 6 sigma. It starts from 1 sigma, 2 sigma and 3 sigma. And you have to refine the process. Unfortunately, what happens is that, even in our Polytechnic College, we have an updated syllabus. It's called an updated syllabus, but you look into the actual content of the syllabus, you have the same wine on a different bottle. Unfortunately, what happens is that, we faculty members are not that expert dealing with the latest technology updations that happen in the industry. So, 5S standardization was taken to make those kinesthetic students, have a live experience of working. That clicked very well. I could achieve, at least 3 sigma in one of my Polytechnic College which I have last worked. With that concept alone, 85% of result was achieved, 85. So I call it 3 sigma. So with a systematic approach, you can have 6 sigma also. Second important thing is, in the concept of industry on campus was put into practice because these children, they are definitely going to work in an industry. Unfortunately, our children do not have any exposure into the practical thing. Even none of our education system will focus the true requirement of a customer. So we developed 4 products. This is very competitive. Running an industry on campus is not that easy as Kunjari sir rightly pointed out. It is very difficult because you have so much of competition from the outside world. You develop a product, you have competition from China. Some of our industry on campus, they manufacture bulb, LED bulb. Unfortunately, this LED bulb, you get it for 60 rupees in the market. Industry on campus in our campus was is somewhat successful because we have 4 unique products. We have done a perfect market study, not much competition. We used to manufacture this laboratory equipments. So that is second part. Now the point what I am trying to put into discussion at this particular point of time, especially we have very decision makers like Dr. Rajan Varghese sitting here. Now whatever our focus, we have to focus exactly onto the new education policy. Let us forget about the current system that is already being going on. We have to think about the new education policy. When you think about the new education policy, certain models have to be imitated. I will give you 2 models for that sake. Number 1 is that, we have a recent visit to IIT Chennai and Murugappa Polytechnic College. Murugappa Polytechnic College is a wonderful place. What I understand is that they have the academic autonomy, which means they have all liberty to set the curriculum, change the curriculum, and do whatever they like in the positive sense. Number 2 is that they create so much of patents. That was a shocking information for me. Like, last year alone, Murugappa Polytechnic, it's only a Polytechnic college, It's maybe a Polytechnic you may call in the bottom line. Murugappa Polytechnic had filed 7 patents last year. It was done just because, at the initial point when an academic project was selected, they will be specifically, those patented products are specifically shortlisted and mentored and ultimately leading to a patent. That is very easy one. And second most important thing, we have, see the type of work that is going on. What we can adopt from that model is that, IIT, they have a massive infrastructure, what is called Innovation Center, CIC or something like that, Centralized Innovation Center, CFI. Okay. What they are doing is, the children are, most of IIT, they are on a different genesis, you cannot compare that with our children, but that model can be adopted. See, it is something like, they are working on specific projects throughout the year. And that project is handed over to the next person. I can tell you an example of a project. They are designing something called autonomous vehicle. It is that, that center will have the first year, second year, third year, and the final year working. And once they finally leave the campus, the third year will take that space, And what happens is, if a batch build an autonomous vehicle, the next batch will be improvising that. In our system, what we see is that everybody is making autonomous, but it is all, repeating the same work. So innovation will never happen that way. Even I could find, a batch working on a project called electric car, working on solar. Yeah, that's another one. This solar car has to, it's a prefixed theme. The solar car has to run 3,000 kilometers in a track at Australia, 3,000 kilometers without charging. So last batch had done something, they have attended the competition. So this batch, what they are trying to do is, they are trying to redesign the vehicle in way of putting some composites, reducing the weight, efficiency of battery. So that type of innovation has to happen in our system. It is not that everybody innovates by themselves. Instead, you carry over the work that is done by the previous batch, and innovation has to be followed. So let me conclude with a few suggestions to the authorities. I have solution for everything. Let me tell you, now the higher education system in Kerala is suffering because majority of the colleges, they are not getting enough number of students. Even polytechnic colleges, remote locations, we are not getting enough students. Self-financing colleges, they are already in doldrums. And putting into that matter, let me tell you that we have to start centralized innovation centers. Not instead of making an innovation center at every college, you make it centralized. You have to find the college that have enough land or infrastructure that can be used for that purpose, and that concept has to be. This is even we have recently adopted the internship pathway of completing the diploma. And the student working on that innovation center, necessary credit has to be given on to his academics also. And third important is that as a student, I remember, some 35 years back, when I had my BTech, I programming without even seeing a computer. Fortran computer. Same thing is happening, Now you have the new generation courses running, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics and all. But have you ever thought, do we have faculty members to support that? Because it's a very, ultimately when you set the syllabus, you put the computer engineering syllabus and you put artificial intelligence that, you have substandard faculty members teaching that. So things are not going to survive. So instead what I suggest is that, instead of the colleges running all those branches or all those programs, say your college is a self-financing representative, you can start an innovation, not an innovation, center of excellence, say you call it artificial intelligence. You concentrate only on that. Only on artificial intelligence. Okay. So, because you have credit transfer, every other colleges, you can run the conventional courses. Suppose you want to have a BTech or a degree or whatever it be on artificial intelligence, you complete the conventional course, spend 1 or 2 semesters at your college. You get your, expertise. And second important thing is that you have an innovation center, you can take up projects. You can call industrial people working on your projects. So building what is called a favorable ecosystem within the institution is the only way of survival. So something like, you have electronics and communication engineering. Electronics, you take it as a conventional brand. Communication engineering, you establish a center of excellence where those who want to have a electronics and communication degree go and get credit from that. So that is the type of concept I am putting before the authorities. Anyway, even Even for PhD, I am a PhD holder, but I find so much of flaws in that system also. When I do a PhD on a particular time, the industry is 100 times ahead of my work. So you have to make that PhD holders work at least for a year in a concerned industry so that you will get, you develop above that concept. Anyway, thank you very much. The time is already over. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call Venugopal sir for the further.
Good afternoon. എനിക്ക് മുന്നേ സംസാരിച്ച രണ്ട് എക്സ്പെർട്സും ഊന്നിയ ഒരു പ്രധാന കാര്യം ഇന്നോവേഷൻ എന്നുള്ളൊരു വാക്കാണ്. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഇന്നത്തെ ഒരു സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ ഇന്നോവേഷൻ, സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സ്, ഓൺട്രപ്രണർഷിപ്പ് എന്നുള്ളതെല്ലാം നമ്മുടെ അത്യാവശ്യമുള്ളൊരു കാര്യമാണ്. ഇന്നോവേഷൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യത്തിന് പ്രധാനമായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടത് ചിന്തയാണ്. ചിന്തിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടത് സമയമാണ്. നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികൾക്കും നമ്മുടെ അധ്യാപകർക്കും ചിന്തിക്കാനുള്ള സമയം നമ്മുടെ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ സിസ്റ്റം നൽകുന്നുണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളൊരു ചിന്ത നമുക്കുണ്ടാകുന്നത് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പോളിസി മേക്കേഴ്സിനുണ്ടാകുന്നത് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഇന്നോവേഷൻസ് ഒക്കെ കേരളത്തിൽ ധാരാളം ഉണ്ടാകാൻ സാധ്യതയുണ്ടാക്കും. ഇപ്പം സ്കൂളിലെ കുട്ടികളാണെങ്കിൽ പോലും, സ്കൂളിൽ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് ആണെങ്കിൽ പോലും ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ അവർ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുന്ന സമയം കണ്ടെത്താനാണ്. 12 സബ്ജക്റ്റ്, 13 സബ്ജക്റ്റ് എല്ലാമാണ് സാധാരണ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് പോലും പഠിക്കാനുള്ളത്. ആ ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് ആണെങ്കിൽ, സ്കൂളിൽ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് ആണെങ്കിൽ പോലും അവർക്ക് നിന്നു തിരിയാനുള്ള ഒരു സമയം നമ്മുടെ ഒരു സിസ്റ്റം കൊടുക്കുന്നില്ല. ഈ ഒരു സമയത്ത് എവിടെയാണ് നമുക്ക് ഇന്നോവേഷനെ കുറിച്ച്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പിനെ കുറിച്ച്, ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമുക്കൊരു പുതിയൊരു ഐഡിയ, ആ ഐഡിയ ഉണ്ടാകാനുള്ള ഒരു കാരണം, ഇതിനൊക്കെ എവിടെയാണ് നമുക്ക് സമയം? കോളേജിലേക്ക് വരാം. കോളേജിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോഴും രാജൻ സാറ് പറഞ്ഞു, നമ്മുടെ അക്രഡിറ്റേഷൻ പ്രോസസ്സിനെ കുറിച്ച് സാർ സംസാരിച്ചു. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അക്രഡിറ്റേഷൻ പ്രോസസ് നമുക്ക് നല്ലതാണ്. ഏതൊരു സ്ഥാപനത്തിനും അക്രഡിറ്റേഷൻ ആവശ്യമാണ്, സ്റ്റാൻഡർഡൈസേഷൻ ആവശ്യമാണ്. മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ ഏജൻസിയാണ് നമ്മൾ അഭിമുഖീകരിക്കേണ്ടി വരുന്നത്. മൾട്ടിപ്പിൾ ഏജൻസീസിന്റെ ആവശ്യം പലതും പലതാണ്. പല രീതിയിലാണ് നമുക്ക് ഡാറ്റ പ്രസന്റേഷൻ വരുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അധ്യാപകർ, ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ സെക്ടറിലേക്ക് വരുന്ന സമയത്ത് അധ്യാപകരുടെ കൂടുതൽ സമയവും അപഹരിക്കുന്നത് ഇതുപോലുള്ള ഡോക്യുമെന്റേഷൻ പർപ്പസിലേക്ക് മാറുന്നതും ഈ പറയുന്ന ഇന്നോവേഷനെ അത്രത്തോളം സഹായിക്കുമെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നില്ല. സമയം കൊടുക്കണം, അധ്യാപകർക്ക് സമയം കൊടുക്കണം. ഇപ്പോൾ ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് ഇപ്പം കേരള ടെക്നോളജിക്കൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെ സബ്ജക്ട് കരിക്കുലത്തിലും സിലബസിലും ഒക്കെ ഞാൻ ഇരുന്നൊരു വ്യക്തിയാണ്. എങ്കിൽ പോലും എൻ്റെ മോൻ ഇപ്പോൾ പഠിക്കുന്നത് S5-ലാണ്. S5-ലാണ് പഠിക്കുന്നത്. 2024 തുടങ്ങിയ സമയത്ത് S3-യുടെ എക്സാം ആയിരുന്നു. 2024 അവൻ S4-ഉം S5-ഉം കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഇപ്പോൾ S5-ന്റെ എക്സാം എഴുതി 13-ാം തീയതി മുതൽ 16-ാം തീയതി മുതൽ S6-ന്റെ ക്ലാസ് തുടങ്ങുകയാണ്. എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഏതാണ്ട് 4 സെമസ്റ്ററാണ് ഈ പറയുന്ന 12 മാസം കൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് കഴിയേണ്ടത്. അതിന് പ്രധാന പ്രശ്നം എന്താ, നമ്മുടെ സിസ്റ്റത്തിൽ, അക്കാഡമിക് സിസ്റ്റത്തിലുള്ള വേരിയബിൾസിന്റെ എണ്ണം വളരെ കുറവ്. എല്ലാം കോൺസ്റ്റന്റാണ്. 4 കൊല്ലം കൊണ്ട് തീർക്കണം, 72 മണിക്കൂർ പഠിപ്പിക്കണം, 60-65 സബ്ജക്ട്സ് പഠിപ്പിക്കണം. ഇതെല്ലാം കോൺസ്റ്റന്റ്സ് ആണ്. ഈ ഒരു സമയത്ത് ഇത്രയും പ്രഷറിൽ എവിടെയാണ് ഈ കുട്ടിക്ക്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു സ്റ്റുഡന്റിന് ഒരു ഐഡിയ അവൻ എവിടെങ്കിലും എൻറൂട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് എങ്ങനെയാണ് അവനെ ഒന്ന് ചിന്തിച്ച് പരിപോഷിപ്പിച്ച് ഒരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ നമ്മളുടെ സിസ്റ്റം നമുക്ക് സമയം കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഇപ്രാവശ്യം കരിക്കുലം റിവിഷൻ സമയത്ത്, നേരത്തെ കരിക്കുലം റിവിഷനെ കുറിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞ ഡിസ്കഷൻ ആരോ പറയുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ഡിസ്കഷൻ പ്രോപ്പറായിട്ട് അല്ല, അതൊരു എക്സ്പെർട്ട് പാനലിനെ വെച്ച് ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ ലെവലിലുള്ള ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിലും അക്കാഡമിക്സിലുമുള്ള ഒരു വലിയൊരു പാനൽ വെച്ചിട്ട് തന്നെ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് അതിൽ നിന്ന് എടുത്ത ചിന്തകളെ മറ്റ് കമ്മിറ്റികളിൽ വെച്ച് ചിസല് ചെയ്തും ഒക്കെ ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ അവിടെയും നമുക്ക് പ്രശ്നം വന്നാൽ വർക്ക് ലോഡിന്റെ പ്രശ്നത്തിലൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് അവിടെ ഇവിടെയൊക്കെ തട്ടിമുട്ടി നിൽക്കേണ്ടിയൊക്കെ വന്നു, ചില കോംപ്രമൈസ് ഒക്കെ വേണ്ടി വന്നു. ഇതെല്ലാം ചെയ്തിട്ടും നമുക്ക് കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ആ സമയത്ത് നമ്മൾ ഡയറക്ഷൻ കൊടുത്തിരുന്ന, ബോർഡ് ഓഫ് സ്റ്റഡീസിന്റെ അടുത്ത് കൊടുത്തിരുന്ന 70% കഴിഞ്ഞ കൊല്ലത്തിൽ നിന്നുള്ള സബ്ജക്ട്സിന്റെ എണ്ണം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സബ്ജക്ട്സിന്റെ കണ്ടന്റ് കുറയ്ക്കാനാണ് നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നത്. കാരണം അത്രത്തോളം എല്ലാ കുട്ടികളും പഠിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല. അവനൊരു ഫണ്ടമെന്റൽ കൊടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവനെ ബാക്കിയുള്ളത് പഠിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു ശേഷി ഉണ്ടാക്കുകയാണ് നമുക്ക് ആവശ്യമുള്ളത്. ആ രീതിയിലേക്കാണെങ്കിൽ അവൻ ഈ പറയുന്ന ചിന്തകൾക്കും ഐഡിയകളെ അവന് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ആക്കാനും എന്റർപ്രൈസിലേക്കെല്ലാം മാറും. അപ്പം എൻ്റെ ഒരു വിനീതമായൊരു സജഷൻ എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, സ്കൂൾ തലം മുതൽ തന്നെ കുട്ടികളുടെ ലോഡും അധ്യാപകരുടെ ലോഡും നല്ല രീതിയിൽ കുറയ്ക്കാൻ നമ്മുടെ സിസ്റ്റത്തിന് സാധിച്ചാൽ തീർച്ചയായും നമുക്ക് ധാരാളം സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പുകളും ധാരാളം ഐഡിയകളും ഇന്നോവേഷൻസും കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്നുണ്ടാവും എന്നുള്ളത് സ്പഷ്ടമാണ്. മറ്റൊരു കാര്യം എനിക്ക് ചർച്ച ചെയ്യാനുള്ളത്, ഈ നമ്മൾ സാധാരണ ഈ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സ് ഒക്കെ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു പാരാമീറ്ററായിട്ട് വരുന്ന സമയത്ത് അതിനൊരു മെട്രിക്ക് നമ്മൾ ഇന്റർനാഷണലി ഉണ്ടോ എന്ന് എനിക്കറിയില്ല. ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു മെട്രിക്ക് നമ്മൾ സ്വീകരിക്കേണ്ട ആവശ്യമാണ്. സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്സുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് നമുക്കൊരു ഇവാലുവേഷൻ നമുക്ക് വേണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നമുക്കൊരു മെട്രിക് രൂപീകരിക്കേണ്ടതാണ്. അതും നമ്മുടെ ഒരു പ്ലാനിൽ ഉണ്ടാവേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. മറ്റൊരു കേസിൽ നമുക്ക് ഓട്ടോണമസ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷനെ കുറിച്ചും ഒരു ഇത് വന്നിരുന്നു. ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ഓട്ടോണമിയെ കുറിച്ച് നേരത്തെ സംസാരിക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞ പാനലിൽ. ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ഓട്ടോണമി കൊടുക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വളരെയധികം അപകടകരമായ ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് കേരളത്തിനെ പോലൊരു കാര്യത്ത്, ഒരു സംസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ. കാരണം എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്കറിയാം ബാക്ക്വേർഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ചലഞ്ച് ഒരുപാടുള്ള കുട്ടികളുണ്ട്. അവർക്കൊരിക്കലും സാധ്യമാവില്ല ഇത്രത്തോളം ഈ പറയുന്നത്രയും ഫീസ് കൊടുത്ത് പഠിക്കാൻ. അതുപോലെ ബാങ്ക് ലോൺ എടുത്ത് പഠിക്കാനുള്ള സാധ്യതകളും വളരെ കുറവാണ്. അപ്പൊ അങ്ങനെയുള്ള അപകടകരമായ നീക്കങ്ങളിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ പോയില്ല എന്ന് എനിക്ക് തീർച്ചയായും ഉറപ്പുണ്ട്. വേറൊരു വിഷയം എനിക്ക് മുന്നിൽ വെക്കാനുള്ളത് ഒരു ചലഞ്ച് തന്നെയാണ്. AI ബേസ്ഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഈ ഒരു കാലത്ത് ChatGPT എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു ഫൈനൽ സൊല്യൂഷൻ എന്ന് കരുതുന്ന ഒരു സാധനം നമ്മുടെ മുന്നിലുള്ള സമയത്ത് നമ്മുടെ ഇവാലുവേഷൻസ്, ഇപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഇവാലുവേഷൻസ്, അത് അസൈൻമെന്റ് ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, ടെസ്റ്റുകളായിക്കോട്ടെ, തീസിസ് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടമായ കാര്യങ്ങളായിക്കോട്ടെ, തീസിസ് ഒക്കെ വരുമ്പോഴേക്ക് പ്ലജിയാരിസം ഒക്കെ നോക്കുന്നുണ്ടാകും. പക്ഷേ ഈ ഒരു സമയത്ത് നമ്മൾ മാറി ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ടത് നമ്മുടെ ഇവാലുവേഷൻ എങ്ങനെ ഇനിയും കൊടുക്കണം ഈ ഒരു AI യുഗത്തിൽ എന്നുള്ള നമുക്കൊരു ചിന്ത വേണം. അതിനും ഈ ഒരു ഡിസ്കഷൻ സഹായമാകട്ടെ എന്ന് ചിന്തിക്കുന്നു. താങ്ക് യു.
താങ്ക് യു സർ. അടുത്ത അജയ് ജോയ് സാറിന് സാറിന്റെ വീട്ടിലോട്ട്.
ഗുഡ് ആഫ്റ്റർനൂൺ ടു ഓൾ. അതിന് മുമ്പ് രാജൻ മറീസ് സാറും ഡോക്ടർ അജുവും ഡോക്ടർ വേണുഗോപാലും ഒക്കെ ചൂണ്ടിക്കാണിച്ച പല പോയിന്റുകളുണ്ട്. അതിൽ മെയിനായിട്ട് വരുന്നത് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഇന്ററാക്ഷനും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇപ്പൊ രണ്ടാമതായിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞ വർക്ക് ലോഡിന്റെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുമാണ്. ഈ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളെല്ലാം അതാത് കാലത്ത് നമ്മൾ ഫേസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ഇഷ്യൂസ് തന്നെയാണ്. എങ്ങനെ അക്കാദമിക്സിന് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ആയിട്ട് കണക്ട് ചെയ്യാം, ഏതെല്ലാം തരത്തിൽ നമുക്ക് കണക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും, അതുപോലെ വർക്ക് ലോഡ് എങ്ങനെ കുറയ്ക്കാം എന്നുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം. ഇതിന്റെ കൂടെ തന്നെ ആഡപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് പറയേണ്ട കാര്യങ്ങൾ സിലബസിൽ കണ്ടന്റിൽ ഉണ്ടാകേണ്ട അപ്ഡേറ്റ്സ്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ സ്റ്റുഡൻസിന് അവൈലബിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള വർക്കിംഗ് അവേഴ്സ്, ലാബിലുള്ള എൻട്രി ടൈമിങ്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ടീച്ചേഴ്സിന്റെ ട്രെയിനിങ്, ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് അതിനകത്ത് ആഡപ്പ് ചെയ്ത് വരുന്ന ഇഷ്യൂസ്. ഇതിനകത്ത് സൊല്യൂഷൻ ആയിട്ടുള്ളത് സിലബസിന്റെ കാര്യം. തുടക്കത്തിൽ നമ്മൾ അഡ്മിഷൻ മുതലെടുത്താൽ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് വൺസ് എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് ആവുന്ന കാലം മുതൽ തന്നെ കുറെ പേര് വളരെ എൻതൂസിയാസ്റ്റിക് ആയിട്ട് അഡ്മിഷൻ എടുത്ത് എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തോട് യോജിച്ചു പോകുന്ന സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ഉണ്ടാവും. കുറെ പേര് പലതരത്തിലുള്ള ഫോഴ്സുകളായിട്ട് വരുന്ന സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ഉണ്ടാവാം. ഈ എല്ലാ കാറ്റഗറി വരുന്ന സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനെയും ഈ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് സ്ട്രീമിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാനാണ് അക്കാദമിഷ്യൻസ് എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ നമ്മൾ ശ്രമിക്കേണ്ടത്. ഈ എൻതൂസിയാസം ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ ആദ്യമേ തന്നെ വേണ്ടത് നമ്മുടെ ക്ലാസ് റൂമുകളുടെ പരിധിക്ക് പുറത്തു നിന്നുകൊണ്ട് അവർക്ക് കൂടുതൽ ഹാൻഡ്സ് ഓൺ ട്രെയിനിങ്ങുകളിലേക്ക് കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ആദ്യത്തെ മാർഗമെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നത്. തുടക്കം മുതൽ തന്നെ ഇപ്പോൾ KTUവിന്റെ സിലബസിലെല്ലാം ഒരു ഐഡിയ ലാബ് എന്നുള്ള ഒരു കൺസെപ്റ്റ് കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇതേ കൺസെപ്റ്റ് ഓട്ടോണമി വന്നിട്ടുള്ള കോളേജുകളിലും കൊണ്ടുവരാവുന്നതാണ്. ഈ കൺസെപ്റ്റിൽ ഇവരുടെ ഐഡിയ, ഓരോ സ്റ്റുഡന്റിനുമുള്ള ഐഡിയ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള അവസരങ്ങൾ അവർ തുടക്കം മുതൽ തന്നെ കൊടുക്കുകയാണ്. ഓരോ സ്റ്റുഡന്റും കോളേജിൽ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഓരോ സ്റ്റുഡന്റും സ്വന്തമായിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം റെഡി ആയിട്ട് ഒരു വർക്ക് ബെഞ്ചാണ് ഞാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിച്ചത്. ആ വർക്ക് ബെഞ്ച് അവിടെ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ തുടക്കത്തിൽ തന്നെയുള്ള അവരുടെ ഐഡിയാസ് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യാനും അത് ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യാനും അതൊരു കണ്ടിന്യൂയിങ് പ്രൊജക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട്, ഒരു കൊല്ലം പ്രോജക്റ്റ് ഒരു അവസാന വർഷം ചെയ്തു തീർക്കേണ്ട ഒരു ഐഡിയ അല്ല. തുടക്കം പോലെ തന്നെ ആദ്യ വർഷം തന്നെ അവരുടെ പ്രൊജക്റ്റ്, അവരുടെ ഐഡിയാസ് ചെറിയ തോതിൽ ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്ത് അത് ഫൈനൽ ഇയർ കടന്നു പോകുന്ന ആ ഒരു പോയിന്റ് വരെ ഒരേ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാനും ആ പ്രൊജക്റ്റുകളുടെ കണ്ടിന്യൂഷൻ മേ ബി അവർ ജൂനിയേഴ്സിലേക്ക് ട്രാൻസ്ഫർ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ഒരു അവസരം അവർക്ക് അവിടെ കിട്ടുന്നതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ പെർമനന്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളൊരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം, ഈ പെർമനന്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളൊരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ നേരിടുന്ന ഒരു പ്രധാന പ്രശ്നം ഈ പ്രൊജക്റ്റിൽ ആ ഫണ്ടിങ് കൂടുതൽ പ്രൊജക്റ്റുകളിലേക്ക് വ്യാപിപ്പിക്കണം എന്നുള്ള ഒരു അഭ്യർത്ഥന ഗവൺമെന്റിനോടുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി കണക്റ്റിന് ഏറ്റവും ആദ്യം വേണ്ടത് അധ്യാപകരെ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയുമായിട്ട് കണക്ട് ചെയ്യിപ്പിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മുടെ പല ഫാക്കൽറ്റി ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് പ്രോഗ്രാംസും നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ഓരോ സെമിസ്റ്ററിലും ഓരോ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റുകളിലും ഫാക്കൽറ്റി ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് പ്രോഗ്രാം കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് ആയിട്ട് നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പലപ്പോഴും ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ നിന്നുള്ള റിസോഴ്സ് പേഴ്സൺസ് ഈ ഫാക്കൽറ്റി ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് പ്രോഗ്രാമിൽ ക്ലാസ്സുകളും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇന്ററാക്റ്റീവ് സെഷൻസ് ആയിട്ട് വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അതിന് പകരം എന്തുകൊണ്ട് ഫാക്കൽറ്റിക്കുള്ള ചില സെഷൻസ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ തന്നെ അറേഞ്ച് ചെയ്ത് കൊടുത്തുകൂടാ, അവർക്കൊരു ഹാൻഡ്സ് ഓൺ ട്രെയിനിങ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ തന്നെ കൊടുത്തുകൂടാ. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ഇന്ററാക്ട് ആണ് പ്രാക്ടിക്കലായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ഇമ്മീഡിയറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നതെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ വർക്ക് ഫോഴ്സിൽ ഫാക്കൽറ്റിയെ പറ്റി മാത്രമേ നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞുള്ളൂ. നമ്പർ എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതേ ഈക്വലി നമ്പർ മിക്കവാറും എല്ലാ കോളേജുകളും ടെക്നിക്കൽ സ്റ്റാഫും ഉണ്ടാവും. ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ഒരു സെനാറിയോയിൽ ടെക്നിക്കൽ സ്റ്റാഫായിട്ട് ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു M.Tech ഹോൾഡേഴ്സും ഈവൻ PhD ഹോൾഡേഴ്സ് വരെയുണ്ട്. ആ റിസോഴ്സ് പേഴ്സൺ വേണ്ടത്ര ട്രെയിനിങ് നമുക്ക് നൽകാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ടോ എന്ന് സംശയമുണ്ട്. അതും നല്ലൊരു മാൻ പവർ ആയിട്ട് നമുക്ക് യൂട്ടിലൈസ് ചെയ്യാവുന്നതാണ്. പിന്നെ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ഇന്ററാക്ഷന് മെയിൻ ആയിട്ട് വരുന്ന അടുത്തൊരു ഫാക്ടർ അലുമിനിയാണ്. നമ്മൾ തന്നെ സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് പാസ് ഔട്ട് ആയിട്ടുള്ള സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് പല ഇൻഡസ്ട്രികളിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടാവും. ആ ഫോഴ്സിനെ നമുക്ക് യൂട്ടിലൈസ് ചെയ്യാം. ഇത് എല്ലാം ഇന്റഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്താൽ കോളേജിലെ റിസർച്ചും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഇന്നോവേഷനും വളരെ ബെറ്റർ ആക്കാൻ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ളൊരു അഭിപ്രായമാണ് എനിക്കുള്ളത്. അപ്പം ബേസിക്കായിട്ട് സ്റ്റുഡൻസിന്റെ ബേസിക് പ്രൊജക്റ്റുകളിൽ കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുക, കൂടുതൽ അവസരങ്ങൾ അവർക്ക് അവിടെ കൊടുക്കുക. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഫാക്കൽറ്റിയെ ഒരു ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി റെഡിയാക്കി നിർത്തിയാൽ മാത്രമേ അവർ കൊടുക്കുന്ന ട്രെയിനിങ് എഫക്റ്റീവായിട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റത്തുള്ളൂ. അപ്പം ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ നമ്മുടെ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇയർ ജോയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്ന സ്റ്റുഡൻസിന് എന്തൂസിയാസ്റ്റ് അല്ലാത്ത അവരെയും ഈ ടെക്നിക്കൽ സൈഡിലോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ളൊരു അഭിപ്രായമാണ് എനിക്കുള്ളത്. താങ്ക് യു.
സാർ ഒരു മിനിറ്റ്, ഞാനൊന്ന് ഇന്റർവ്യൂ ചെയ്യാണ്. ഇപ്പം ഇതിൻ്റെ കണ്ടക്ടറൊക്കെ ആയിട്ട് നടന്നപ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ഒരുപാട് പബ്ലിക് സെക്ടർ യൂണിറ്റുകളിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ പോയിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പം ഇതേ കാര്യം ഞങ്ങൾ ചോദിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ അവർ പറയുന്നൊരു കാര്യം, ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി എന്തിനാണ് ഫാക്കൽറ്റി ട്രെയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്നതെന്നൊരു ചോദിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. കാരണം അവർക്ക് പെർട്ടിക്കുലറായിട്ട് അവർക്കൊരു വർക്ക് ഉണ്ട്, അവർക്ക് ആ വർക്ക് സിസ്റ്റം കണ്ടിന്യൂ ചെയ്ത് പോകണം. അതിൻ്റെ ഇടയ്ക്ക് ട്രെയിനിങ്ങും ബാക്കിയുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അത്ര പോസിബിൾ അല്ല എന്നുള്ളൊരു കാര്യം അവർ റേസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് അവരുടെ സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന്. അപ്പോൾ അത് ഏതെങ്കിലും തരത്തിലൊരു പോളിസി വന്നാലായിരിക്കും ചിലപ്പം നടക്കാന്ന് അന്ന് അവരുടെ പേര് സംസാരിക്കാമെന്ന് തോന്നി.
റീസെന്റ് ആയിട്ട് എൻ്റെ ഒരു എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് പറയാം. റീസെന്റ് ആയിട്ട് എൻ്റെ കോളേജിൽ എൻ്റെ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റിൽ നടന്ന 2 ഫാക്കൽറ്റി ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് പ്രോഗ്രാമിലും ഒരു 1 ഡേ ഒരു ഇന്ററാക്ഷൻ സെഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഞങ്ങൾ ഫാക്കൽറ്റി ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാം പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത മുഴുവൻ മെമ്പേഴ്സും ഈ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ പോയി അവർ വിസിറ്റ് ചെയ്യും, അവർ സെഷൻസ് അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യും, ഒരു എൻഡേയുടെ ആ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുകയും ചെയ്തിരുന്നു. എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു ബാക്കിയുള്ള 7 ദിവസത്തെ പ്രോഗ്രാമിൽ 6 ദിവസം കിട്ടിയ ഇൻടേക്കിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതലായിരുന്നു ആ ഒരൊറ്റ ദിവസത്തെ പ്രോഗ്രാം. അതാണ് എന്റെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ്.
വിസിറ്റ് പോലെ അതിനകത്ത് വേണമെന്നുണ്ട്.
വിസിറ്റ് പോലെ അതിന് പകരം നമുക്ക് ഈവൻ അവിടെ ആ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ ഒരു ഹാൻഡ്സ് ഓൺ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് ഉള്ള ഒരു സെഷനും ഒരു പക്ഷേ പോസിബിൾ ആണ്. അതിനുവേണ്ടി ട്രൈ ചെയ്ത.
ഓക്കെ സാർ, താങ്ക്സ്. ഭാരതി ടീച്ചറിനെ ഇൻവൈറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു.
Thank you, sir. So good afternoon all. I would like to address the challenges of institutions from a different perspective, from the perspective of an early level or an intermediate level faculty member who has even 20 more years of service. So most of the faculty members in our government or government aided colleges, they have done their PG, PhD and all in very premier institutes like IITs, NITs and all. They have produced ample number of publications during their study level, and even they have got patents also. And once they are coming back to their parent institutions with their passion of continuing that research, that is not exactly being implemented in practice. That is mainly because of one thing which Venu sir amply pointed out, that is the workload of the faculty. We are struggling ourselves with satisfying the AICTE norms of 16 hours of teaching, 40 hours per week. In addition to that, we have group tutorship, consultancy works, then accreditation documentations, then mentoring processes, association, department charges, all those things piling up works. So there is no solid time which is allotted in our academic calendar for the faculty to have a concentration on or a proper focus on all these research, innovation or entrepreneurship activities. So I think that is very much required. We need to have ample time which is allotted for this, so that we can manage all these things together. And as someone earlier pointed out, we can work even beyond our working hours, normal working hours. We have to address this social stigmas or social stigma process of saying that when you work beyond your working hours, you are not really efficient. You are not, you are termed not as efficient, but you are not properly maintaining your time. So that social stigma also has to be addressed. Now, for example, what is seen is in institutes like VIT, they have 10% of the faculty members who are solely given for research works. They will not be concentrating on teaching works as such, but they will be doing all the research funding processes. That is, the proposal writing, getting the research funding, etc. will be done by some of the faculty, and they will be giving it on to the students and the teachers just for implementation. So, while some institutes are projecting their works like this, we will not be finding it very proper. Even if we are going to focus more on it, more on the research works, we will not be excelling as a person who is completely focused only on research. So, and regarding the research funding process, the research funding that is given currently for the student projects, for example, if you take third KTU projects, there is a restriction on the number of applications that can be given from a single institute. It restricts it to 5 applications for a single institution. So, if there is a restriction like that, we ourselves at NSSE, we have 6 departments. How will justice be served if you are just giving 5 applications that are shortlisted? And most of the presentations, and some other colleges which are having just 2 courses, they will be giving all 5 applications, which will be listed in the shortlisted ones, but while they are presenting, they may also get rejected. So, while presenting the project proposals also, that should not be a restriction or a bias on the departments or the institutions. Ample number of student projects should be asked to project them, or there should be an open forum rather to present these student projects or student works which can be given funding. Then another thing is regarding the standardization process. We talked about NBA, NIRF, etc. So with all due respect to the NBA accreditation process, the NBA accreditation norms which are there, they are set uniform for all the institutions. That is, irrespective of the nature of the institution, whether it is an affiliated one or a autonomous one, government or a private sector one, a self-financing. Irrespective of the nature, it is, the norms are set as a uniform one. And so because of that, even a college which is having a permanent faculty ratio of 40 for a particular batch, and at the same time some other colleges having the same course is having just 1 permanent faculty, and that college is going to work on an ad hoc guest faculties where the retention ratio is going to be very poor, maybe because of the salary issues or any other workload issues that are there for that they are encountering. So that also has to be addressed. There should not be any common process which the standardization process is following. And even the standardization process is same for different branches. For example, computer science as well as civil engineering, they will be undergoing the same process of accreditation. What is noticed is circuit branches or CS students, they will be having ample number of opportunities once they just pass out. But for example, civil engineer or mechanical engineering students, they will be getting greater opportunities only after they do a master's degree or they are specialized in certain areas. So that also is something that has to be addressed. Then the documentation process, the COPO mapping, that process entirely is a very tedious one, and there are, I regret to say that there are certain institutions which even outsource the accreditation process completely. So there should be some norms which are set out so that the standardization process is done on a realistic point of view and not having a generalization. Then we talked about the center of excellence or research centers. Rather, research centers are there. Having a research center only at a particular location will not be helpful for all the colleges over Kerala. So there should be center of research facilities in a centralized manner available at more than one locations, so that even the students from Kasaragod or Malappuram will be able to access all these facilities, that too at an affordable rate. Then and also if you insist that saying that college, all the institutions should be having this research facilities of their own, I would say it will not be a sustainable way of having for example, the facilities like atomic absorption spectrometer or transmission electron microscope for each and every institute. It will not be a sustainable practice of having that. So we should have centralized research facilities which are dispersed all over Kerala, so that each and every college will be able to access that at an affordable rate as well as an accessible rate. Then finally, one more thing to be pointed out is the industries. The industries that are recruiting the students, they should also have an equal commitment to the students, and they should give the facilities to the students in such a way that the retention ratio is maintained. There has been instances wherein the creamy layer of students will be joining a particular industry as an industry-oriented product, but once they join the industry, they have encountered many situations which have led them to take a decision that they will remain jobless rather than working over there. So that commitment from the industry side is also very much necessary. So I think with that, I'll stop my discussion.
Thank you, teacher. Last പറഞ്ഞ എനിക്ക് അത്ര പിടി കിട്ടിയില്ല. ഞാൻ പിന്നെ അതിലേക്ക് വരാം. ലാസ്റ്റ് പറഞ്ഞ പോയിന്റിലോട്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ജോജി സാറിലോട്ട് വരുന്നു.
എൻ്റെ പേര് ജോജി എന്നാണ്. ഈ ഉദ്യമം പരിപാടിയിലെ കേരളത്തിലെ സെൽഫ് ഫിനാൻസിങ് കോളേജിനെ റെപ്രസെൻറ്റേറ്റ് ചെയ്താണ് ഞാനിവിടെ നിൽക്കുന്നത്. ഇത്തരത്തിലൊരു പ്രോഗ്രാം സംഘടിപ്പിച്ച ഡയറക്ടർ ഓഫ് ടെക്നിക്കൽ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷനോടും ഗവൺമെന്റിനോടും സെൽഫ് ഫിനാൻസിങ് കോളേജുകൾക്ക് ഒത്തിരി സന്തോഷമുണ്ട് ഇത്തരത്തിലൊരു പരിപാടി സംഘടിപ്പിച്ചതിന്. ഞാൻ ഒരു എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജും പോളിടെക്നിക് കോളേജും ഒക്കെ നടത്തുന്ന ഒരാളാണ്. അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ചെയർമാനായിട്ട് ഞാൻ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജിനെ കുറിച്ച് ധാരാളം സംസാരിച്ച് ഞാൻ അതിലേക്ക് അടക്കാതെ ഞാൻ പോളിടെക്നിക്കിനെ കുറിച്ചൊന്ന് സംസാരിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്. അവിടെ യഥാർത്ഥമായിട്ട് ഒരു മാനേജർ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു കോളേജ് നടത്തുന്ന ആൾക്ക് ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് എന്താണെന്ന് ഈ സദസ്സിനെയും ഇവിടെ ഉള്ളവർക്ക് ഒന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് ഞാൻ ഈ അവസരം പ്രയോജനപ്പെടുത്താൻ വേണ്ടി ഞാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. ഏറ്റവും ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ അനുഭവിക്കുന്ന വലിയൊരു ചലഞ്ചസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മുടെ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷനിൽ പഠിക്കാൻ വരുന്ന കുട്ടികളുടെ നിലവാരത്തെ സംബന്ധിച്ചാണ്. ഇപ്പൊ രാജൻ സാറൊക്കെ ഇവിടെ ഇരിപ്പുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ പൊതുവിദ്യാഭ്യാസം കഴിഞ്ഞ് ടെക്നിക്കൽ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷനിലേക്ക് പൊതുവിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൽ നിന്ന് നമുക്കറിയാം ഇന്ന് 98% 99% പാസ് പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് ആണ് ഇന്നത്തെ +2 എക്സാമിനേഷനൊക്കെ നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിലുള്ളത്. പക്ഷെ അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് ടെക്നിക്കൽ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷനിൽ വരുമ്പോൾ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗിന്റെ പാസ് പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് നോക്കുക, ഡിപ്ലോമയുടെ പാസ് പെർസെൻറ്റേജ് നോക്കുക, എന്തുകൊണ്ട് കുട്ടികൾ തോറ്റുപോകുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ഇത് നമ്മൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അഡ്രസ്സ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട ഒരു വിഷയമാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഞാൻ നമ്മുടെ അധ്യാപകരോടും ഞങ്ങളുടെ അസോസിയേഷനൊക്കെ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ വരുന്ന കുട്ടികൾ, ഞാൻ എല്ലാ കുട്ടികളും ഇപ്പൊ CET പഠിക്കുന്ന കുട്ടികളെ ഒന്നുമല്ല ഞാൻ കമ്പയർ ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഈ സെൽഫ് ഫിനാൻസിങ് പഠിക്കാൻ വരുന്ന കുട്ടികളെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ആദ്യം ഒരു കുട്ടിയെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് അവൻ ഏറ്റവും നല്ലതായിട്ട് IIT പോകാൻ വേണ്ടി ആഗ്രഹിക്കും. അതിനുശേഷം ഗവൺമെന്റ് കോളേജുകളിൽ പോകാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു. ഇതെല്ലാം കഴിഞ്ഞതിന് ശേഷം അവസാനം വരുന്ന കുട്ടികളാണ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഓരോരുത്തർക്കും ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കിട്ടുന്നത്. ഇവരെ ഞങ്ങൾ കോമ്പീറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് ഇവിടുത്തെ ഗവൺമെന്റ് എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജ് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷനുമായിട്ടാണ്. അപ്പൊ അത്രയ്ക്ക് വലിയൊരു ടാസ്ക് ആണ് ഇവിടുത്തെ സെൽഫ് ഫിനാൻസിങ് കോളേജുകാർ ഏറ്റെടുത്തിരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഈ സെൽഫ് ഫിനാൻസിങ് കോളേജിൽ ഇത്തരത്തിൽ ഈ കുട്ടികളെ എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ ഈ ഏറ്റവും നിലവാരം അവർക്ക് 60% ഒക്കെ +2 മാർക്ക് ഉണ്ടാവാം. പക്ഷെ ഇവരൊക്കെ നമ്മുടെ കോളേജിലേക്ക് വന്നിട്ട് ഒരു ലെറ്റർ ഡ്രാഫ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറയുമ്പോൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നമ്മൾ വളരെയധികം അതിശയം ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. അവർക്കൊരു ലെറ്റർ പോലും ഡ്രാഫ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുള്ള കുട്ടികളെയാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്. അവരെയാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ പഠിപ്പിച്ച് പാസ്സാക്കി ഒരു നല്ല നിലയിൽ എത്തട്ടെ. അപ്പം ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന രാജൻ സാറൊക്കെ ഉൾപ്പെടെ നമ്മുടെ പൊതുവിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗത്ത് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഈ മോഡറേഷനൊക്കെ കൊടുത്ത് നമ്മളെ കുട്ടികളെ വിജയിപ്പിക്കുമ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ ഈ അവർ ഉന്നത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിലേക്ക് വരുമ്പോൾ പൊതുവിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിലെ അവരെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് പഠിച്ചിട്ട് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഇടയിൽ വരുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ഫിനിഷ്ഡ് പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് ആക്കിയിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് എങ്ങനെ അവരെ ഇറക്കാൻ പറ്റും, അത് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ചർച്ച ചെയ്യേണ്ട ഒരു വിഷയമാണ്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നമുക്ക് 10th റിസൾട്ട് വരുമ്പോൾ നമുക്കൊക്കെ അറിയാം, ഇവിടെ വളരെയധികം ചർച്ചയാണ് +2 സീറ്റുകൾ ധാരാളം ഒഴിഞ്ഞു കിടക്കുന്നു, +2 സീറ്റ് കിട്ടുന്നില്ലെന്ന്. ഇപ്പൊ നമ്മുടെയൊക്കെ കുട്ടികളുടെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ആഗ്രഹം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ +2 സയൻസിന് കിട്ടണം. ഇപ്പൊ സയൻസിന് ഇത്ര സീറ്റുകൾ മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. അതിനുശേഷം അവരെന്താണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? അടുത്തത് അവരെ കൊമേഴ്സിലേക്ക് പോകും. കൊമേഴ്സിന് കിട്ടിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ അവരെന്ത് ചെയ്യും? അടുത്ത ഹ്യൂമാനിറ്റീസിന് പോകും. അപ്പൊ ഇവരെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് അവരുടെ ആഗ്രഹങ്ങളോ അവരുടെ ഇഷ്ടങ്ങളോ ഒന്നുമല്ല പോകുന്നത്. അവർക്ക് വേറെ ഓപ്ഷൻ ഒന്നും ഇല്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് സയൻസ് പഠിക്കുന്നു, കൊമേഴ്സ് പഠിക്കുന്നു, ഹ്യൂമാനിറ്റീസ് പഠിക്കുന്നു. എന്നാൽ ഇവിടെ പോളിടെക്നിക് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ, ഇവിടെ ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് ഒക്കെ ഇരിപ്പുണ്ട്. നമുക്കറിയാം വേറെ 10% മാത്രം കുട്ടികളാണ്, മാക്സിമം 10% കാണുമെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത്, പോളിടെക്നിക്കിന്റെ 10th കഴിഞ്ഞ് വരുന്നത്. ഒരു 10th കഴിഞ്ഞ കുട്ടിയെ പോളിടെക്നിക്കിന് കിട്ടിയാൽ, ഞാനിപ്പോ സാറുമായിട്ട് സംസാരിക്കുമായിരുന്നു, ഇന്ന് 15ാമത്തെ വയസ്സിൽ അവൻ 10ാം ക്ലാസ് പാസ്സാവുമ്പോൾ 18ാമത്തെ വയസ്സിൽ അവൻ പോളിടെക്നിക് കഴിയുന്നു. 18ാമത്തെ വയസ്സിൽ അവനൊരു സ്കില്ല് ലഭിക്കുന്നു. ആ സ്കില്ല് ലഭിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇന്ന് കേരളത്തിലെ മിക്ക പോളിടെക്നിക്കിലെ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് മിനിമം 15,000 രൂപയില് അവരൊക്കെ ജോലിയിൽ പ്രവേശിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അവർക്കൊക്കെ സ്കില്ല് ലഭിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, ഏറ്റവും നല്ല രീതിയിൽ സ്കില്ല് ലഭിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അവർ അതിനുശേഷം അവന്റെ ഹയർ സ്റ്റഡീസിന് പോയാലും അവർക്ക് 6 വർഷമേ ആകുന്നുള്ളൂ. 18ാമത്തെ വയസ്സിൽ അവരൊരു കുടുംബത്തിന്റെ ഏണിംഗ് മെമ്പറായി തീരാൻ വേണ്ടി സാധിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ നമുക്കിത് നമ്മുടെ പേരൻസിനെ അറിയിക്കാനോ നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികളോട് ഇത് കൺവേ ചെയ്യാനോ നമുക്ക് പറ്റുന്നില്ല. കാരണം എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതിന്റെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പ്രശ്നം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, നമ്മുടെ സാധാരണ ഒരു സ്കൂളിൽ ചെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അധ്യാപകരാണ് ഈ കുട്ടികളോട് കൂടുതൽ അഡ്വൈസ് കൊടുക്കുന്നത്. മോനെ നീ 10ാം ക്ലാസ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ +2 പോകാവൂ. അപ്പൊ ഈ പോളിടെക്നിക്കിനെ കുറിച്ച് ഒരു അധ്യാപകനും പറയാൻ അവരെ മനസ്സിലാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ആരുമില്ല. അവരെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് അവർക്ക് +2 ബാച്ച് കുട്ടികളെ കിട്ടണം. അപ്പൊ ഈ ഒരു കാര്യം, ഈ 10ാം ക്ലാസ് കഴിഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവരുടെ ലൈഫ് സെക്യൂർ ആക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഏറ്റവും നല്ല കോഴ്സാണ് പോളിടെക്നിക് എന്നുള്ള ഒരു അവയർനെസ് കേരളത്തിലെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ 10ാം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ പഠിക്കുന്ന കുട്ടികൾക്കും അവരുടെ രക്ഷകർത്താക്കൾക്കും ഗവൺമെന്റ് കൂടുതൽ ഇതിന് പ്രോത്സാഹനം നൽകിയാൽ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നമ്മുടെ ഈ കുട്ടികളെ, ഇവരൊക്കെ +2 പഠിക്കാൻ പോകും, ഇവരൊക്കെ ഇവർക്കൊക്കെ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടാത്ത സബ്ജക്റ്റ് ആയിരിക്കും എടുക്കുന്നത്. അവിടെ പോയി അടിച്ചു പൊളിച്ചിട്ട് ഫെയിലായിട്ട് വീണ്ടും അവർ +2 തന്നെ അവർ പോളിടെക്നിക്കിൽ തന്നെ പഠിക്കാൻ വരും. ഇതാണ് ഈ പൊതുവിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിലെ നമുക്കുണ്ടാകുന്ന ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പ്രശ്നം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഇവിടെ ദയവ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഇത് ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ 10ാം ക്ലാസ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഈ +2 സീറ്റ് ലഭിക്കാതെ വളരെയധികം ചർച്ചയാകുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഇപ്പോ ഈ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് +2 പോകാതെ തന്നെ ഇവിടെ നല്ലൊരു കോഴ്സ് ഉണ്ടെന്നും ഇത് പഠിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ജോലി കിട്ടുമെന്നും ഇത് നല്ലൊരു കോഴ്സാണെന്നൊക്കെയുള്ള അവയർനെസ് കൊടുക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള നടപടികൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും നമ്മുടെ ഭാഗത്തുനിന്ന് ഉണ്ടാവണം. അതിനുള്ള ചർച്ചകളും അതിനുള്ള ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ്സും തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഉണ്ടാകുമെന്ന് ഞാൻ പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ നമുക്കറിയാം ഈ സ്കൂൾ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗത്ത് തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ അടുക്കലൊക്കെ വരുന്ന കുട്ടികളുടെ ഒക്കെ അവസ്ഥ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇവർക്കൊന്നും ആരോടും ഒരു കടപ്പാട്, ഇപ്പം വരുന്ന കുട്ടികളുടെ തലമുറയുടെ കാര്യമാണ് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്, ഇവർക്കൊന്നും ആരോടും ഒരു കടപ്പാട് ഒന്നും നമുക്ക് കാണാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. ഇവരൊക്കെ വെറുതെ വരുന്നു. ഇവർക്കൊക്കെ മാതാപിതാക്കളോട് കടപ്പാടില്ല, പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന അധ്യാപകരോട് കടപ്പാടില്ല, അവരോട് തന്നെ അവർക്കൊരു കടപ്പാടില്ല. അവരൊക്കെ വരുന്നു. ഇപ്പൊ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അവർക്ക് അതിന് പറ്റിയ ഒരു ലൈഫ് സ്കില്ല്, എത്രമാത്രം നമുക്കൊക്കെ ലൈഫ് സ്കില്ലൊക്കെ നമ്മുടെ സിലബസിലൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ തന്നെ ആയാലും, ഞാനിത് ഒരു 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 ചെയർമാൻ എന്നുള്ള നിലയിൽ ഞാനിവിടെ അഡ്രസ്സ് ചെയ്യുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ലൈഫ് സ്കിൽ അവർക്ക് കൊടുക്കാനും വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള നടപടികൾ, അവർക്ക് എങ്ങനെ ജീവിക്കണം, അവർക്ക് സമൂഹത്തിൽ എങ്ങനെ ജീവിക്കണം, ഒരു നല്ല വ്യക്തിത്വമായി മാറാനും വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ട്രെയിനിങ്ങൾ ഈ പൊതുവിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗത്ത് തന്നെ നമുക്ക് കൊടുക്കാൻ സാധിക്കണം. ഈ ഉന്നത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗം തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അവരുടെ ഒരു ഫിനിഷിംഗ് സ്കൂളായിട്ട് മാറ്റാൻ നമുക്ക് കഴിയണം. അതുപോലൊക്കെ തന്നെ ഞാൻ ഉന്നത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം, ഞങ്ങളുടെ പോളിടെക്നിക്കിനെ കുറിച്ചുള്ള 1-2 കാര്യം കൂടി പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഞാൻ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കാം. നമ്മളെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് 5 വർഷം കൂടിയിരിക്കുമ്പോഴാണ്, ഏകദേശം ഒരു 4 വർഷം 5 വർഷം കൂടിയിരിക്കുമ്പോഴാണ് സിലബസ് റിവിഷൻസ് വരുന്നത്. ഈ സിലബസ് റിവിഷൻ വരുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഒരു കുട്ടി 5 വർഷത്തിലൊരിക്കൽ സിലബസ് റിവിഷൻ ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു 8 വർഷത്തേക്കിനാണ് ആ സിലബസുമായിട്ട് മുമ്പോട്ട് പോകുന്നത്. ഇപ്പൊ 2026 സിലബസ് വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ 2030 വരെ ആ കുട്ടികൾ പഠിക്കണം. വീണ്ടും 2033 വരെ ആ സിലബസ് ഉണ്ടാവും. അപ്പൊ ഇതിന്റെ ഇടയ്ക്ക് എത്രമാത്രം ചേഞ്ചസുകൾ വരുന്നു. ഈ ചേഞ്ചസുകൾ നമ്മുടെ സിലബസിനകത്തിൽ എങ്ങനെ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ സാധിക്കും? ഇപ്പൊ നമുക്കൊക്കെ എലക്റ്റീവ് പേപ്പേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്. അതിനുള്ള റെമഡി ആയിട്ട് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് എലക്റ്റീവ് പേപ്പേഴ്സ് നമുക്കൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. അതൊക്കെ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷന് അങ്ങനെ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ DTയുമായിട്ട് ചേർന്നിട്ട് ആ എലക്റ്റീവ് പേപ്പേഴ്സിനകത്തിൽ ഏറ്റവും റിലവന്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഇന്നത്തെ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിക്ക് ആവശ്യമുള്ള പേപ്പറുകൾ അവിടെ കൊടുക്കാൻ സാധിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷനുമായിട്ടുള്ള ഗ്യാപ്പ് നമുക്ക് മാറ്റുവാൻ സാധിക്കും. അതുപോലൊക്കെ തന്നെ ഞാനൊക്കെ നമ്മളെ പ്ലേസ്മെന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന കമ്പനികളുടെ HR-മാരുമായിട്ടൊക്കെ സംസാരിക്കാറുണ്ട്. ഇവരൊക്കെ നമ്മളോട് പറയാറുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്, ഇവരെയൊക്കെ എടുത്തിട്ട് 6 മാസത്തേക്കിന് വെറും ട്രെയിനിങ് മാത്രമേ കൊടുക്കാൻ പറ്റത്തുള്ളൂ. ഇപ്പൊ സിവിൽ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കുട്ടിയെ നമ്മൾ അവരെ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിലേക്ക് വിട്ടു കഴിഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മളെ ക്വാണ്ടിറ്റി സർവേയിങ് പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതുപോലൊക്കെ തന്നെ എസ്റ്റിമേഷനൊക്കെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൽ പഠിപ്പിച്ച ഒരു കുട്ടിക്ക് അവന് ഒരു ക്വാണ്ടിറ്റി സർവേയിലോ ഒരു എസ്റ്റിമേഷനോ എടുക്കാൻ അവനെ കൊണ്ട് പറ്റുന്നുണ്ടോ? ഇപ്പൊ ഞാൻ അധ്യാപകരോട് ചോദിച്ചു, അവര് പറയുന്നത് ആകെ ഈ പേപ്പർ പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ആകെ കിട്ടുന്ന 48 മണിക്കൂറാണ്. 4 മൊഡ്യൂൾ പഠിപ്പിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ 48 മണിക്കൂറാണ് കിട്ടുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഈ 48 മണിക്കൂറിനകത്തില് ഒരു ടോപ്പിക്ക് എങ്ങനെ പഠിപ്പിച്ചു തീർക്കും? പിന്നെ ആകെ പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന എക്സാമിനേഷൻ പോയിന്റ് ഓഫ് വ്യൂവില് എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും പഠിപ്പിക്കുക, ഇവരെ പാസ്സാക്കുക, ഇവനെ വിജയിപ്പിക്കുക. ഇത് മാത്രമല്ലാതെ ഒരു സ്കിൽ ഓറിയന്റഡ് ആയിട്ട് അവനിലെ ഇത് പഠിപ്പിച്ചിട്ട് ആ യഥാർത്ഥമായിട്ട് അവനെ ആ എസ്റ്റിമേഷൻ പഠിക്കാനും വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് അവനെ പഠിപ്പിക്കാനും വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ അധ്യാപകർക്ക് കഴിയുന്നില്ല. അതിന് അധ്യാപകരെ കുറ്റം പറയുകയല്ല, അവർക്ക് ലിമിറ്റഡ് ടൈം മാത്രമേ കിട്ടുന്നുള്ളൂ. ആ ലിമിറ്റഡ് ടൈമിനകത്തില് അവർ ഇത്രയും പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് അവരെ കൊണ്ട് കഴിയുന്നില്ല. ഇപ്പൊ നമുക്കൊക്കെ അറിയാം, ഈ വർഷത്തെ AICTയുടെ അഡ്മിഷന്റെ ലാസ്റ്റ് ഡേറ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് October 23 ആയിരുന്നു. ഈ വർഷത്തെ നമുക്കറിയാം, ഇപ്പൊ ലാറ്റർ എൻട്രി വഴി അഡ്മിഷൻ ലഭിക്കുന്ന കുട്ടി 23 കോളേജിൽ വന്നെങ്കിൽ November 5 അവന്റെ സെമസ്റ്റർ എക്സാം ആണ്. വെറും 10 വർക്കിംഗ് ഡേയ്സ് ഇല്ല. ഒരു കുട്ടി കോളേജിൽ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ 10 വർക്കിംഗ് ഡേയ്സ് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ അവന്റെ S3യുടെ എക്സാമിനേഷനാണ്. S3യിലാണ് പോളിടെക്നിക്കിനകത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ പഠിക്കേണ്ടത്. 4 തിയറി പേപ്പറും 4 പ്രാക്ടിക്കൽ പേപ്പറും. എങ്ങനെ കുട്ടി പഠിക്കും? എങ്ങനെ കുട്ടികളെ ഇത് പഠിപ്പിച്ചെടുക്കാൻ പറ്റും? വെറും 10 ദിവസം കൊണ്ട്. November 5 ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇയറിലെ എക്സാമിനേഷൻ ആയിരുന്നു. ഈ മാസം November 5 DTയുടെ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഇയർ എക്സാമിനേഷൻ തുടങ്ങി. അപ്പൊ എത്ര വർക്കിംഗ് ഡേയ്സ് കിട്ടി? അവൻ ആദ്യമായിട്ടൊരു യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി എക്സാമിനേഷനെ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോവുക. ആ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പോയപ്പോൾ അവൻ എത്ര ദിവസം കിട്ടി? അപ്പൊ ഇത് ആർക്കാണ് മനസ്സിലാവേണ്ടത്? അപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ ഇവരെയൊക്കെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, ഇവരെയൊക്കെ പാസ്സാക്കേണ്ടതായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ദയവ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് ഈ ചർച്ചയ്ക്കകത്തില്ല ഇതിനൊരു പരിഹാരം, ഇതിനൊരു സൊല്യൂഷൻ നമുക്ക് എങ്ങനെ ഉണ്ടാക്കാമെന്നാണ് നമുക്ക് മനസ്സിലാക്കേണ്ടത്. അതുപോലൊക്കെ തന്നെ ഞാൻ ഇവിടെ നമ്മുടെ DTയുടെ എല്ലാവരും ഉള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ പറയുകയാണ്, നമുക്ക് ലാറ്റർ എൻട്രി അഡ്മിഷൻസ് നമ്മുടെ KGCA സ്റ്റുഡൻസിന് ലാറ്റർ എൻട്രി പഠിക്കാൻ പറ്റും. ഈ കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷത്തെ റിസൾട്ട് ഇതുവരെ പാസ് ഔട്ട് ആയിട്ടില്ല. ഞാൻ തിരക്കിയപ്പോൾ പറയുന്നത് ഡിസംബർ മാസമേലും ആകും. ഞാൻ കുറ്റപ്പെടുത്തുകയല്ല, കുട്ടികളുടെ ഭാവിയെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ആർക്കാണ് ആ ചിന്താഗതിയുള്ളത്? ഇപ്പൊ ഡിസംബർ മാസമായിട്ട് KGCയുടെ റിസൾട്ട് അനൗൺസ് ചെയ്യത്തുള്ളൂ. ഇപ്പൊ കുട്ടികളുടെ ഒരു വർഷമാണ് നഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ലാഗിങ് വരാൻ, ഞാൻ നമ്മുടെ DTയുടെ എക്സാമിനേഷനെ കുറിച്ച് KGCയുടെ കുറിച്ച് ഞാൻ മാത്രം ഇവിടെ പ്രതിപാദിക്കുകയാണ്. അതുപോലൊക്കെ തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതലായിട്ട് പറയാനുള്ളത് DTയുടെ കാര്യത്തിനകത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും സന്തോഷമായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യത്തിൽ ഇന്ത്യയിലെ രണ്ടാമതായിട്ട് ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പ് കേരളത്തിലാണ് നടപ്പിലാക്കിയത്. ആദ്യം ആന്ധ്രാപ്രദേശിൽ നടപ്പിലാക്കി, രണ്ടാമതായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ കേരളത്തിൽ നടപ്പിലാക്കി. അത് ഏറ്റവും എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് KTUയിലൊക്കെ അത് നടപ്പിലാക്കിയെങ്കിലും അതിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ ബേസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് DT ആണ് ഇത് നടപ്പിലാക്കിയത്. അവിടെയാണ് ഇത് ചർച്ച തുടങ്ങിയത്. അതിനെ ബേസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ് KTUയിലൊക്കെ ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പ് വന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇവിടുത്തെ ഈ സംവിധാനം ഇനി കൂടുതൽ മുമ്പോട്ട് നന്നായിട്ട് പോകട്ടെ എന്ന് ഞാൻ ആശംസിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ സമയക്കുറവ് കൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ നിർത്തുന്നു. നന്ദി. താങ്ക് യു.
മോഡറേറ്റർ എന്നൊരു സ്ഥാനത്താണെങ്കിലും അവിടെ ബാക്കിൽ കൺട്രോൾ ചെയ്യുന്ന വന്ദന ടീച്ചറും കിരണും ഒക്കെ അവിടെ ഇരുന്ന് എന്നെ കൺട്രോൾ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അതാണ് ഇതിപ്പോൾ സ്പീഡിൽ പോയിട്ട് വരുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ എന്നിരുന്നാലും അതിൽ നിന്ന് മാറി എനിക്ക് രണ്ട് കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞു. കാരണം ജോജി സാറ് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ രണ്ട് കാര്യങ്ങളൊന്ന് റേസ് ചെയ്യണമെന്ന് എനിക്കുണ്ട്. കാരണം ഞാൻ ആർട്സ് ആൻഡ് സയൻസ് കോളേജ് മീൻസ് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി കോളേജിൽ നിന്നും CETയിലോട്ടും തിരിച്ചും അവിടെ പോയിട്ട് വീണ്ടും ഇങ്ങോട്ടൊക്കെ വന്നൊരു വ്യക്തിയാണ്. അവിടെ ഇവിടെയും കണ്ട ഒരു വ്യത്യസ്തമായിട്ടൊരു കാര്യം, അതായത് ഞങ്ങൾ ജിയോളജി പഠിപ്പിക്കുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് 14 സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മാക്സിമം പോയ 16 സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് വെച്ചാണ് ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ ഇപ്പുറത്തേക്ക് വന്നപ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ഫ്രണ്ട് നിൽക്കുന്നത് ഒരേ സബ്ജക്റ്റാണ്, പക്ഷെ ഫ്രണ്ട് നിൽക്കുന്നത് 74 പേരാണ്. ഈ 14 പേര് വെച്ചിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരു 2 മാസം എടുക്കും ആ കുട്ടികളൊന്ന് നന്നായിട്ട് മനസ്സിലാക്കി ഒരു സിങ്കണൈസേഷൻ എത്തിയിട്ട് ആ ക്ലാസ് നല്ല ഭംഗിയായിട്ട് പിന്നെ ഒരു 3 വർഷം കൊണ്ടുപോകാനായിട്ട്. ഈ 74 പേരുടെ മുമ്പിൽ നിൽക്കുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് എവിടെ നോക്കി പഠിപ്പിക്കണം, എന്ത് പഠിപ്പിക്കണം എന്നുള്ളതിനെ പറ്റി നമ്മൾ തന്നെ തീം മറന്നു പോകുന്നൊരു സ്റ്റേജിലോട്ട് എത്തും. ഇത് ഒന്നാമത്തെ ഒരു ഒബ്സർവേഷനാണ്. രണ്ടാമത്തെ ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കിയത് 74 എന്നുള്ള നമ്പർ വരുന്നത് AICT നിഷ്കർഷിക്കുന്നതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ്. പക്ഷെ സ്റ്റേറ്റിന് ഡെഫിനറ്റ്ലി ഇതൊരു കൺകറന്റ് ലിസ്റ്റിൽ, എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ കൺകറന്റ് ലിസ്റ്റിൽ വരുന്ന കാര്യമായതുകൊണ്ട് സ്റ്റേറ്റിന് ഡെഫിനറ്റ്ലി ഇവിടുത്തെ അവസ്ഥ അനുസരിച്ചിട്ട് ഇതിനെപ്പറ്റി സംസാരിക്കേണ്ടതുണ്ട്. കാരണം നമുക്ക് ഇത്രയും അധ്യാപകർക്ക് ഇത്രയും പേരെ ഒന്നിച്ച് ഡീൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ലെങ്കിൽ പിന്നെ എന്ത് വിദ്യാഭ്യാസമാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇവർക്ക് കൊടുക്കാൻ പോകുന്നുള്ളത്. അടുത്ത പോയിന്റ്, അതും വീണ്ടും സീറ്റിൽ തന്നെ ഒരു കാര്യം, CET വൺ ഓഫ് ദി പ്രീമിയർ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻ ആയതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ പറയുന്നതാണ്. സെക്കൻഡ് ഇയറിൽ കുട്ടികളുടെ അവിടെ ഞങ്ങൾ പഠിക്കുന്നത്, ആ സമയത്ത് ഞങ്ങൾ കാണുന്നവരെ അന്നേരം ചോദിക്കുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് എല്ലാവരും സിവിൽ എഞ്ചിനീയർ ആകണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു വരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ 4th ഇയർ അവർ ക്രോസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിയുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് നേരെ ബാങ്കിലോട്ട് പോകുന്നു, LICയിലോട്ട് പോകും, ഇൻഷുറൻസിലോട്ട് പോകുന്നു. ഈ ഒരു സെക്ടറെ മാറി പോവുകയാണ്. അപ്പൊ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് അവിടെ എന്ത് സംഭവിക്കുകയാണ് ഈ 3 years അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ ടോട്ടൽ 4 years ഓഫ് എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ? കാരണം ഹയസ്റ്റ് ക്രീം ലെവലിലുള്ള കുട്ടികൾ വരുന്നു, അത് കഴിഞ്ഞതിന് ശേഷം താഴേക്ക് പോകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് അതില്ല. സെയിം യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി കോളേജിൽ അത് നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. CETയിൽ മാത്രമെന്നുള്ളതല്ല, യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി കോളേജിൽ വരുന്ന പിള്ളേരൊക്കെ ഹയർ ലെവലിൽ നിന്ന് വരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ പോകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് അവര് ആ ഒരു റിസൾട്ട് കാണിക്കുന്നില്ല. ഇതും നമ്മൾ അഡ്രസ് ചെയ്യേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. കാരണം മറ്റൊരു സ്ഥലത്ത് പറയുന്നു പോളിസി മാറുന്നു, 15 years കഴിയുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് നമ്മൾ 2023 പിന്നെ 2100 നമ്മൾ പോകാണെന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ഈ പോകേണ്ട ആളുകൾ, ഓടിക്കേണ്ട ആളുകൾ ഇവരൊക്കെ തന്നെയാണ്. അവർ ബിൽഡപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സൊസൈറ്റി. കുറെ റോബോട്ട്സ്, എത്ര റോബോട്ട്സ് വന്നാലും നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടിയാണ് റോബോട്ട്സ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ഇപ്പുറത്ത് നിൽക്കുന്ന ആളുകളും അതിന് തുല്യമായിട്ടുള്ള ലെവലിൽ എത്തണം. അല്ലാതെ കുറെ ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെന്റ്സ് അവിടെ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിടുന്നു, പിന്നെ കുറെ ഇപ്പുറത്ത് പോകുന്നു. ഇതൊക്കെ എന്താണ് സസ്റ്റൈനബിലിറ്റി വാക്കിൽ മാത്രം വരുന്നതേ ഉണ്ടാവുള്ളൂ, പ്രായോഗികത്തിൽ വരുന്നതാവത്തില്ല. ഇത് ഞാൻ മോഡറേറ്റർ പോയിന്റിൽ നിന്ന് മാറി പറഞ്ഞാണ് തിരിച്ച് ഡിസ്കഷനിലോട്ട്. ഡിസ്കഷൻ ഓപ്പൺ ആക്കാം. ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ അവിടെ നിന്ന്.
Sir, a very question. Mainly Dr. Venugopal was telling about the faculty workload. Okay, because you are in the curriculum committee. Telling in one subject there were 6 modules. Okay, when we raised the problem, what happened is the 6 modules, now it is compressed to 4 modules. Okay, but the content is same. 6 modules is brought to 4. Then again we pointed out. Then what happened is they have deleted the basics. Basic, you can ask your son. For example, I tell you, in a civil, S1 civil machines, simple harmonic motion, simple mechanics, law of mechanics, everything is deleted. Without studying this thing, how we can go to the advanced things. Similarly, S5, fluid mechanics and hydraulics, everything is deleted. Nothing is there in the syllabus. Now S6, environmental engineering, solid waste management, plumbing, etc. is not there. So all
I accept it, sir.
Yeah,
I accept
okay,
it because
so in the curriculum, all these things are given. Now, Okay,
Yes.
so this has to be corrected.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
because
I will tell you. I will tell you, sir. I will tell you, sir.
So one more second.
Yeah.
Now, second, the quality of the students. Now you see all pass, then the 10th all pass, 12th all pass, because ministers want to get 99.99% for their benefit, not for the students' benefit. So my suggestion to DT is, now from next year onwards, please introduce from 8th standard onwards screening. Only good students should come to the 10th standard, good students come only the 12th standard. Only the good students should come to the engineering. If you implement that, Kerala will improve, otherwise Kerala will be destroyed. Now third point is, now Dr. Kunjaya told, now Kerala, no students are allowed to come to Kerala for study. Kerala students can go anywhere. When KT was introduced, they introduced the year-out system. 5,000 students failed in Kerala on that day, 2015. What happened? All these 5,000 students are admitted in the second year in Tamil Nadu, because only 6 papers. So they were admitted and they got pass percentage. And all the students went to Tamil Nadu. So around 50 engineering colleges in Kerala were closed from the last 7 years. Government is not bothered. See, each private college, they are spending around 1 to 2 crores to set up an engineering college, and now 50 colleges are closed. Who is bothered? Government is not bothered, public is not bothered, big officials are not bothered. They are telling only 180 engineering colleges is sufficient. But this type of infrastructure is already developed in Kerala, but nobody is bothered about how you can revive it. So my second suggestion to DT is, please allow one open university, open thing in, let all the from outside, from America, from UK, USA, let them come, let them study here. Now that is blocked. Even from Tamil Nadu we cannot take, from Kannada we cannot take from any other state. So these two things can be implemented, otherwise this type of conclave is of no use. It will be just a meeting and going. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. For the first part, let me give you a small answer, because we have developed our curriculum with a lot of discussions and all. After that, we have given the curriculum to Board of Studies. So the main problem in Board of Studies is, the experts in Board of Studies, what they think is, whatever they know in a particular subject, that is the basic. Okay, so that much they put in that syllabus. So because of that, most of the syllabuses, as you mentioned, 6 modules will be compressed into 4. Or if we ask them to reduce it to 2 modules, they will compress it into 2 modules also. But there won't be any change. That's a fact. We are facing that issue. And another thing you told about accepting or admitting students from other states. In my knowledge, what I understood is, from higher education department already one communication has went to university for giving a regulation for that.
ഇതുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട ഒരു കമന്റ് ഞാൻ നടത്താനാണ്. സിലബസിന്റെ കാര്യമാണ് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒന്നിനും സമയം ലഭിക്കുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ള കാരണം. ഈ സിലബസ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നതൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾ ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് തന്നെയാണ്, അല്ലാതെ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഈ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജിന്റെ സിലബസ് ഉണ്ടാക്കി കൊടുക്കുകയല്ല. ടീച്ചേഴ്സിന്റെ കമ്മിറ്റികളാണ് നമ്മുടെ എല്ലാ സർവകലാശാലകളിലും ഈ ബോർഡ് ഓഫ് സ്റ്റഡീസും അക്കാഡമിക് കൗൺസിലും ഉള്ളത്. ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് വിചാരിച്ചെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ ഇത്തരം സിലബസ് കാലികമാക്കാനും റാഷണലൈസ് ചെയ്യാനും അധ്യാപകർക്ക് ആവശ്യമായിട്ടുള്ള പരിശീലനത്തിന്റെ എല്ലാ സാധ്യതകളും ഈ സിലബസ് നിർമ്മാണ വേളയിൽ ടീച്ചേഴ്സ് തന്നെ തീരുമാനിക്കണം. ഇത് സർക്കാരോ പുറത്തുനിന്ന് ഒരു ഏജൻസി വന്ന് ഇവിടെ സിലബസ് പരിഷ്കരിക്കത്തില്ല. നിങ്ങൾ ടീച്ചേഴ്സിന്റെ ഒരു സ്കോളർഷിപ്പും ഇതിനകത്തെ പിടിപ്പുകേടും ഒക്കെയാണ് ഇതിനകത്ത് പ്രതിഫലിക്കുന്നത്. മറ്റൊന്ന്, സിലബസ് നിർമ്മാണത്തിൽ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നത് +2 പഠിച്ചത് മുഴുവൻ ഡിഗ്രിക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരും. ഡിഗ്രിക്ക് പഠിച്ച കുറെ പോർഷൻസ് കൂടെ PGക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരും. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഓരോ ലെവലിലും പഠിത്തം കഴിയുന്നുണ്ട്. ആ ലെവലിലെ പോർഷൻസ് UG PG സിലബസുകളിൽ നിന്ന് മാറ്റിയാൽ തന്നെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പുതിയ ഏരിയ ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയും. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ അധ്യാപകർക്ക് ഒരു പരിശീലനം വേണ്ടിയത് എങ്ങനെ നല്ല സിലബസ് ഉണ്ടാകും. നല്ല സിലബസ് ഏറ്റവും മിടുക്കനായ വിദ്യാർത്ഥിക്ക് പോലും ചലഞ്ചിങ് ആയിരിക്കണം. ഇവിടെ പരീക്ഷ പാസ്സായി കോളേജ് ഫില്ല് ചെയ്യാൻ കാത്തിരിക്കുന്നവരെ സിലബസ് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയാൽ ഇത്തരം പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാകും. സിലബസ് നിർമ്മാണത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ അധ്യാപകർ വളരെ പിന്നോക്കമാണ്. പല മാതൃകകളും നമ്മൾ ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യ കൊണ്ട് കട്ട് ആൻഡ് പേസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുക. കട്ട് ആൻഡ് പേസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്തതിന്റെ ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾ അനുഭവിച്ചതാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ ഈ സിലബസിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിലും നമ്മുടെ ടൈം മാനേജ്മെന്റ് കാര്യത്തിലും ഇത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങളിലെല്ലാം തീരുമാനം എടുക്കേണ്ടത് സർവകലാശാലയിലെ ബോർഡ് ഓഫ് സ്റ്റഡീസ്, അതിന്റെ അക്കാഡമിക് കൗൺസിൽ, ഓട്ടോണമസ് കോളേജുകൾ തന്നെയുണ്ട്. എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജുകളിൽ, എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജിലെ 20% സിലബസ് ആ കോളേജിന് തന്നെ ചെയ്യാമല്ലോ. ആ പോർഷൻസിന്റെ കാര്യത്തിലും ഓട്ടോണമി ഉണ്ടല്ലോ. പുതിയ ഏരിയ ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യാം. 4 വർഷ ബിരുദ പ്രോഗ്രാമിലെ കോളേജുകൾക്ക് സിഗ്നേച്ചർ കോഴ്സുകൾ ഓഫർ ചെയ്യാം. സർവകലാശാലകൾ അത് അംഗീകരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പൊ സിലബസ് നിർമ്മാണത്തിൽ നമ്മൾ വളരെ പിന്നോക്കാവസ്ഥയാണ്. പേരിന് നമുക്ക് പ്രാതിനിധ്യം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലും അതൊരു നല്ല രീതിയിൽ വിനിയോഗിക്കുന്നുണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളത് സംശയമാണ്. മറ്റൊന്ന് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി അക്കാഡമിയ ലിങ്കേജിന്റെ കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞു. ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയുടെ പ്രതിനിധികൾ നിയമം അനുസരിച്ച് തന്നെ ബോർഡ് ഓഫ് സ്റ്റഡീസിലുണ്ട്. ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയുടെ പ്രതിനിധികളോട് ആലോചിച്ച് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സിലബസ് ഉണ്ടാക്കാം. ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിക്ക് ആവശ്യമുള്ളത് മുഴുവൻ അവരെ ആവശ്യപ്പെടും. അതേസമയം ഓരോ മേഖലയിലും ഒരു വിദ്യാർത്ഥി അറിഞ്ഞിരിക്കേണ്ട ബേസിക് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ തീരുമാനിക്കേണ്ടത് സർവകലാശാല അധ്യാപകരാണ്. അതേസമയം ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയുടെ ഒരു കമ്പോണന്റും നമ്മുടെ സിലബസിൽ പ്രതിഫലിക്കണം. ആ രീതിയിൽ നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയും. മറ്റൊന്ന് 5 ഏക്കർ സ്ഥലമുള്ള ഏത് ഉന്നത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്ഥാപനത്തിനും ക്യാമ്പസിലെ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി പാർക്ക് തുടങ്ങാൻ സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാർ സഹായം നൽകുകയാണ്. 80 സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ പാർക്ക് അവരുടെ ക്യാമ്പസിൽ ആരംഭിക്കാനുള്ള വില്ലിങ്നെസ് അറിയിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ഈ രീതിയിൽ വലിയൊരു മാറ്റം ഉണ്ടാകുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി അക്കാഡമിയ കൊളാബറേഷനിലെ സിലബസ് ഒരു ഉപാധിയാണ്. ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിക്കാരെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വിളിച്ചുകൊണ്ടുവരാം. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കൊച്ചിൻ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെ വെബ്സൈറ്റ് സന്ദർശിക്കുക. ഇന്ന് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി അക്കാഡമിയ ഇന്ററാക്ഷൻ നടക്കുന്ന ഒരു സർവകലാശാലയാണ് കൊച്ചിൻ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി. സിന്തൈറ്റ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസ്, ടാറ്റ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസ്, ഇവരുടെ എല്ലാം പ്രത്യേകം ഏരിയയും റിസർച്ച് യൂണിറ്റുകളും ഇന്ന് പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട സർവകലാശാലകളിലെല്ലാം വന്നു. നമുക്ക് KTUവിനെ കുറിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള അത് പരീക്ഷ നടത്തുന്ന ഒരു VC പറഞ്ഞത് ഇറ്റ്സ് എ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി അറൗണ്ട് എ സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർ. പരീക്ഷ നടത്താൻ വേണ്ടി മാത്രമുള്ള ഒരു സംവിധാനമായി നമ്മുടെ KTU തുടങ്ങി അവിടുന്ന് കാര്യമായി നമുക്ക് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞില്ല. ഇപ്പൊ KTUവിന് 50 ഏക്കർ സ്ഥലം മേടിച്ചു, 4-5 ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റ് ആരംഭിക്കാനുള്ള നടപടികൾ സ്വീകരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. KTU നമ്മുടെ ആധുനിക കാലഘട്ടത്തിലെ ഒരു സർവകലാശാലയായി രൂപാന്തരപ്പെട്ടെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ നമുക്ക് ഈ പറയുന്ന പല ആശയങ്ങളും നടപ്പിലാക്കാൻ കഴിയും. അതിന്റെ ഒരു പരിമിതി ഈ നമ്മുടെ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് രംഗത്ത് നമ്മൾ പ്രതിഫലിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പണ്ടാരോ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ ധാരാളം എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് ഗ്രാജുവേറ്റ്സ് ഉണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ എഞ്ചിനീയർമാർ നമുക്ക് കുറവാണ്.
സാറ് പറഞ്ഞതിന്റെ ഒരു കൂടെയായിട്ട് ചേർക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് ഈ പറയുന്നത്. ഞാനൊരു പ്രാക്ടീഷണറാണ്. ഐ എം ബേസിക്കലി എ കോസ്റ്റ് അക്കൗണ്ടന്റ് ആൻഡ് എ കമ്പനി സെക്രട്ടറി. അപ്പൊ ഞങ്ങൾ കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ഗവേണൻസ് രംഗത്ത് നിൽക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരാണ് ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ. അപ്പൊ ഈ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് കമ്പനീസ് ഞങ്ങളുടെ അടുത്ത് വന്നിട്ടാണ് ഇൻകോർപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് പോകുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനെ കാണുമ്പോൾ വളരെ ബ്രില്യൻ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഐഡിയാസ് ആയിട്ട് ഞങ്ങളുടെ അടുത്ത് കാണുന്നത് ഏറ്റവും വലിയ സന്തോഷമായിട്ട് കാണുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. പക്ഷെ 5 years ഡൗൺ ദ ലൈൻ ഇവർക്കൊരു മാനേജ്മെന്റ് രംഗത്തെ പ്രാഗൽഭ്യം കുറവ് കൊണ്ട് ഫിനാൻഷ്യലി മാനേജ് ചെയ്യാതെ ഒരു ക്രൈസിസിൽ നിൽക്കുന്നത് എൻ്റെ ഒരു 25 years ഓഫ് കരിയറിൽ ഞാൻ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു സെന്റർ ഓഫ് എക്സലൻസ് നമ്മുടെ ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റിന്റെ കീഴിൽ തന്നെ. ഇപ്പൊ ടീച്ചർ പറഞ്ഞു അതിന് കുറെ ക്ലസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് വേണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. പക്ഷെ ക്ലസ്റ്റേഴ്സ് വരുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് അതിന്റെ ഒരു സെൻട്രലൈസേഷൻ സ്ട്രക്ചർ കുറഞ്ഞു പോകുന്നതായിട്ട് കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അതൊരു ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റിന്റെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിന്റെ തന്നെ ഒരു ഭാഗമായി തുടങ്ങിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വളരെ നന്നായിരിക്കും എന്നുള്ളൊരു സജഷനാണ് അതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് പറയുന്നത്. പിന്നെ ഈ സിലബസ് സെറ്റ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ കണ്ടിട്ടുള്ള ഒരുപാട് പോരായ്മകൾ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. എന്താന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഒരു കമ്പനി ആയിട്ട് തുടങ്ങുന്ന ഒരു സ്ട്രക്ചറിന് വേണ്ടതായിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഇന്ത്യയിലുള്ള എന്തൊക്കെ നിയമങ്ങൾ നമ്മളൊരു ടെക്നിക്കൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള സൈഡിലേക്ക് കുറച്ചും കൂടി കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ കൊടുത്തിട്ട് അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു ഫെസിലിറ്റിയും കൂടെ കൊടുത്താൽ വളരെ നന്നായിരിക്കും എന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. ഞാനിത് പറയാൻ കാര്യം, ഒരു 5 വർഷം മുമ്പ് ഇതേമാതിരി ഒരു വേദിയിൽ ഒരു ബഡ്ജറ്റിന്റെ ഡിസ്കഷനിൽ അന്നത്തെ ഫിനാൻസ് മിനിസ്റ്ററിന്റെ അടുത്ത് നമുക്ക് സംസാരിക്കാൻ ഒരു അവസരം കിട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ഒരു സിംഗിൾ വിൻഡോ ക്ലിയറൻസ് സ്കീം എന്ന്. അപ്പൊ അന്ന് മിനിസ്റ്റർ ചോദിച്ചു അതൊക്കെ നടക്കുമോ എന്ന് എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് ചോദിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ബട്ട് now I am very happy to see that Kerala government has taken it and industries in a single window clearance system വന്നു. അപ്പൊ അതുപോലെ ഇതേപോലെ ഒരു സെന്റർ ഓഫ് എക്സലൻസും ഇനിയും ഒരു 5 കൊല്ലത്തിനുള്ളിൽ ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെന്റിന് തുടങ്ങിയ ഒരു ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി അക്കാഡമിയ ഒരു ബ്രിഡ്ജ് ചെയ്യുന്ന തുടങ്ങി കാണാൻ വലിയ ആഗ്രഹമുണ്ട്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് പറയുന്നത്. ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു.
Thanks.
We are running short of time. So
Can I make one point?
So can we have the discussion during the tea break? So you can have the discussion during the tea break.
Okay. Actually, I didn't get the mic. That's okay. Thing is, നമ്മുടെ അവിടുത്തെ സിലബസ് എല്ലാം കവർ ചെയ്യും, പക്ഷേ 30% will be taught. It will be touch and their teachers touch and go. Just touch and go. That is not good. So what I'm telling is they should set the syllabus say 30%, and they should cover 90% of 30%. So the students will be motivated to learn, so that they don't teach to learn. They teach to pass the examination, which is not correct. They should learn. They should teach because curiosity should be developed. Then they automatically they will learn. So time management is coming there.
Okay, thanks. ടീച്ചർ ഒരു മിനിറ്റ് ഒരു യങ്സ്റ്റർ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ വരുന്നുണ്ട് അവിടെ.
ഒരു സജഷൻ ആണ്, അതായത് ഇപ്പോൾ പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്നതിനകത്തെല്ലാം അക്കാഡമിയ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ലിങ്ക് ഇല്ല, കുട്ടികൾ എക്യുപ്ഡ് അല്ല പുറത്തിറങ്ങുന്ന സമയത്തൊന്നും എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞതിനകത്ത് ഒരു പരിധി വരെ നമ്മുടെ കോളേജുകൾക്ക് കിട്ടുന്ന കൺസൾട്ടൻസി വർക്ക്സ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അതിനകത്തോട്ട് നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികളെ നിങ്ങൾ ഇൻക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്യിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ, അതായത് അവരുടെ ക്ലാസ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള സമയങ്ങളിലും മറ്റേ നിങ്ങൾ ഇൻക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അവർക്ക് അവർ പഠിക്കുന്ന അവരുടെ പഠിക്കുന്ന സബ്ജക്റ്റിൽ തന്നെ അവർ എക്യുപ്ഡ് ആവും, അവർക്ക് ഹാൻഡ്സ് ഓൺ ട്രെയിനിങ് കിട്ടും. ആൻഡ് ഇഫ് ഇപ്പോൾ പുറത്തൊക്കെ നമുക്കൊരു ഒറിഗൺ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിൽ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ടീച്ചറിനെ മീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനുള്ളൊരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ആ ടീച്ചറൊക്കെ പഠിക്കുന്ന സമയങ്ങളിൽ തന്നെ PhD എടുക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് MTech എടുക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് അവരുടെ ലാബിൽ തന്നെ ക്ലാസ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഇങ്ങനത്തെ വർക്ക്സിൽ അക്കമ്പനി ചെയ്യുകയും അവിടുന്ന് കിട്ടുന്ന, അതായത് വൺസ് ഷീ ഈസ് ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് ആ ഒരു കോളേജ് ഒരു കോഴ്സ് കഴിയുമ്പോഴത്തേന് ഷീ ഈസ് എക്യുപ്ഡ് വിത്ത് ഓൾ ദോസ് തിങ്സ്. അങ്ങനെ റിസർച്ച് ചെയ്തു പോകുന്നപ്പോൾ റിസർച്ച് മെന്റാലിറ്റി കുട്ടികൾ വളർത്തിയെടുക്കാനും പറ്റും. അവർ ഈ പറയുന്ന ഈ ഫീൽഡിൽ തന്നെ നിൽക്കുകയും ചെയ്യും. പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഒരു ഗവൺമെന്റ് സ്റ്റുഡന്റ്, ഞാൻ ഗവൺമെന്റ് കോളേജിലെ ബിടെക്കും MTechും പഠിച്ച കുട്ടിയാണ്. അപ്പം എൻ്റെ മണ്ടയ്ക്ക് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഇറക്കുന്ന കുറച്ച് പൈസ ഉണ്ട്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എനിക്ക് എല്ലാ കൺസെഷൻ കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഹാസ് സ്പെൻഡിങ് സം മണി ഓൺ മീ. ഇപ്പോൾ അതിൽ നിന്ന് ഞാൻ സിവിൽ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് പഠിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ സിവിൽ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് ഫീൽഡിലോട്ട് ഐ ഹാവ് ടു കോൺട്രിബ്യൂട്ട്. ആ ഒരു കാര്യം ഇങ്ങനെ കുറച്ച് ബ്രിഡ്ജിങ് ടെക്നിക്സ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, അതായത് നമ്മുടെ കോളേജസിലെ ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റുകളിലും അതുപോലെ കൺസൾട്ടൻസി വർക്കുകളിലും നമ്മൾ ഇൻക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ വി വിൽ ഗെറ്റ് മോർ ട്രെയിൻഡ് ഇൻ ദാറ്റ് പെർട്ടിക്കുലർ ഫീൽഡ് ഇറ്റ് സെൽഫ്. സെക്കൻഡ് തിങ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഇപ്പോഴും ഔട്ട്ഡേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങൾ എന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ഇപ്പം നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ബേസിക്കലി സിവിൽ എഞ്ചിനീയർ ആണ്. അപ്പം നമ്മൾ കോളേജിൽ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നുണ്ടാവുക ഒരു അപ് ടു ടോട്ടൽ സ്റ്റേഷൻ സർവേ ആയിരിക്കും ഞങ്ങളെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്. അതും തിയോഡലൈറ്റ് ബേസിക്സ് പഠിക്കേണ്ട, നല്ല ബേസിക്സ് പഠിപ്പിക്കണം. അതിന്റെ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ തന്നെ ഇപ്പൊ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇപ്പൊ DGPS ആണെങ്കിലും ഡ്രോൺ സർവേ ഓട്ടോണോമസ് ആയിട്ട് RPK ഒക്കെ ബേസ് ചെയ്തിട്ട് വിത്തിൻ 45 minutes യു ക്യാൻ സർവേ ഒരു 400 acres സർവേ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ടെക്നോളജി എന്നുള്ളത് ഇപ്പോഴുണ്ട്. മീൻസ് ഇപ്പോഴല്ല, കുറച്ചായിട്ടുണ്ട്. ബട്ട് ഈ കാര്യം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പഠിക്കണമെങ്കിൽ പുറത്ത് പ്രൈവറ്റ് കമ്പനികളിൽ ലക്ഷങ്ങൾ കൊടുത്താലേ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇത് പഠിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നുള്ളൂ. ഈ ഒരു കാര്യം അല്ല, ആ ഒരു ടെക്നോളജി ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ പുറത്തിറങ്ങുമ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ കോമ്പീറ്റന്റ് ആകുന്നുള്ളൂ. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള അപ്ഡേറ്റഡ് ടെക്നോളജീസും കൂടി ഞങ്ങളുടെ കരിക്കുലത്തിൽ ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണെങ്കിൽ വിൽ ബി ലൈക്ക് ഈ പറയുന്ന ഒരു ബ്രിഡ്ജിങ് ഗ്യാപ്പും വരത്തില്ല. നമ്മൾ പുറത്തിറങ്ങുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഈ പറയുന്ന ഇപ്പൊ ഒരു CS കുട്ടിയോ ഒരു ഇലക്ട്രോണിക്സിലോ കൊച്ചു പുറത്തിറങ്ങുന്ന പോലെ അല്ല ഒരു സിവിലോ മെക്കാനിക്കലോ കുട്ടികളോ ഇറങ്ങുന്നത്. ആ ഒരു ഗ്യാപ്പ് കുറയ്ക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നൊരു സജഷനാണ്.
താങ്ക്സ്. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ടീച്ചർ ഇവിടെ അധികം എന്നെ ഇരുത്തത്തില്ല.
Can you please take up that question during the tea break with the experts? Do you mind?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much.
അപ്പം ഇന്ന് പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേറ്റ് എല്ലാവർക്കും എൻ്റെ വക നന്ദി.
So that brings to the end of this. I request all the panelists to kindly join for a group photo. Thank you so much. Tea is arranged outside, and kindly get back at the earliest, because we were supposed to start the session at 4 p.m. There is one more session, the final one for the day. May I now request all the delegates to kindly gather back, because we have one more session to go. So moving on to the final session for the day, the discussion is going to happen on the Premier Academic Institution visit, mapping of the best practices, discussion on top 7 findings. Best practices. Practices that has been shown to produce superior performance in any walk of life. And the adoption of the best practices is viewed as a mechanism in improving the performance even in the technical education ecosystem. Instead of relying on the empirical data, the DTE, the Director of Technical Education, this time has made a brave attempt by sending a team of faculties to the national institutes, and the anecdotal data is going to be collected from all these people, and that will be rightly mapped with the climatic conditions of the DTE, which is truly aiming for a reform. 6 teams have been put up to visit all the national institutes. They have made visits to 4 engineering colleges, 1 polytechnic and 1 architectural institute. So now the question is, are the practices best practices in fact, and can there be a benchmarking? So that question is what is going to be taken up by the panel discussion today, and how it can be mapped with our ecosystem. So without further ado, let me call upon the panelists. May I now call upon Dr. Achyut Nedungad, a senior among the group, to the dais, please. Dr. K.V. Jayakumar, sir, kindly occupy the seat, sir. We were supposed to join by the former PBC of KTU, Dr. Ayub, but unfortunately he couldn't make it due to health issues. So in his absence, I'm moving on to the next person. Dr. Binimol Tom, kindly take your seat. Dr. Aiju Thomas, I request you to kindly come up to the stage, sir. And finally, now I'll move on to the moderator for the session, Dr. Suraj P, to kindly occupy your chair. Mr. Achyut Nedungad, Director Technical, Preserve Industries Limited. He is a veteran with 45 years of experience in research, with an MS from Indian Institute of Technology, Chennai. And he's been actively involved in consultancy, education, engineering, skills development, entrepreneurial practices, mechatronic-based product development. His expertise in senior level is involved in sensor development, embedded controls, power electronics, technical documentation. So it's a wide arena, and it also includes manufacturing procedures. Currently, he's taken the chair as Director Technical and leads a team of engineers and technical enthusiasts, and is interested truly in extending help, advice, and mentorship to the genuinely interested entrepreneurs. We have already seen his active participation during the 2 days. I welcome you, sir. Moving on to the next panelist, we have Dr. K.V. Jayakumar, who is currently the visiting professor cum outreach advisor at IIT Dharwad. He is a member and of the governing body as well for Wetlands International South Asia. He is a BTech holder in civil engineering and is a graduate PhD from IIT Kanpur. And he has been a professor of civil engineering for a long time at National Institute of Technology, Warangal, who has been instrumental in mentoring many students who have now become the faculty of many reputed institutes. His expertise includes the areas of hydrology and water resources, urban stormwater management, remote sensing, GIS applications, etc., and has received UNESCO Fellowship, International Visiting Fellowship, and has been honored by the government of Andhra Pradesh for his contributions and distinguished alumni award from Surathkal, NIT Surathkal. He has also grabbed the Rangraju Award for Excellence in Water Resources and Research. Dr. Jayakumar has been a part of 8-member working group in urban water management, which was constituted by UNESCO. The list goes on, so I'm not going into the details. He has also been awarded with many prestigious awards, like Technical Advisory Committee membership, and he has also been a part of many advisory bodies, and the list, as I said, is too long to read out. So I welcome you, sir. Dr. Binamol Tom, Professor in the Department of Architecture, Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Technology, Kottayam. She has completed a BAc from College of Engineering, Trivandrum, and she is an alumni from SPA Delhi. And she has been vibrantly involved in almost all conservation architecture projects across India and even outside India. And she has undertaken significant projects, including restoration of historic sites like British Residency in Hyderabad and many other projects. With over 28 years of experience in the field of architectural engineering and also as an educator, she has authored several books and book chapters on heritage conservation, and she has been an approved guide and is also involved in research. And her contributions is again a long list. It includes ICOMOS Thailand Asian collaborative work, and she has been a coordinator for the NATA, and she has also been involved with Coswood activities, and she has been involved in research with IGBC Kochi, and she has grabbed the Best Paper Award also, and even been given the research seat money from CERD, and she's also taken up a reusable building system project at RIT. So I welcome this vibrant lady, Dr. Binamol Tom. Dr. Aju Thomas, Principal Government Polytechnic College, Kalamassery. We have already heard him in the previous panel. He is been truly leading the institute and is having an industrial experience of 8 years with an academic experience of 24 years, long years. So his areas of expertise again is in embedded developments and microcontroller based technologies, designs and printers, PCBs, printer circuit boards, and circuit optimization. His major contributions include the industries on campus, implementing a 5S standardization for housekeeping, AICT projects, and also has been instrumental in getting modular project for the institute. He has been awarded the IST Best Teacher Award for the year 2005. Dr. Suraj P., a colleague of mine, is a professor of mechanical engineering from Government College of Engineering, Kannur, and he is going to be the moderator for the session. And he holds a PhD from IIT Kharagpur, and he has been actively involved in projects which include software project management and optimization. He has been also involved with many of the projects which has been including the LSGDs, and also been involved with very other projects like SysSet, and also involved in Cisco-sponsored projects and Smart Eye projects for the government of Kerala. And he has been also been on the board of governors for many prestigious institutions across the North Malabar region. And he has been the advisor to the Malabar Innovation Zone and has been mentor to a very highly promising entrepreneur whom you have heard yesterday, Mr. Atri Anand. So this is his profile, and I welcome you, sir. So now I request Dr. Suraj to take over the session.
Thank you, Vandana, and a very good evening to all of you. We know that it's already 4:20, and the task is cut out in the sense, maybe it's for the first time that DT has come up with a proposal, because seeing is believing. We have been hearing so many issues, right? I'll tell you the issues, and we know that we have been hearing it like, maybe it's my 26 years of service, and I've been hearing it right from first. Like these are the issues, and why is that we are still bothered with that? So I'll just, we are supposed to focus on 7 points, but as of now, you know the best practice in any institution doesn't pertain to R&D or student admission. It starts with the departmentation, it starts with the delegation of authority, then the financing part, how students are getting inducted, then how the teaching goes, what are the learning perspectives, then comes the involvement of students in startups, then comes the faculty doing research, then comes the social obligation. So getting through all these things in a hour's time, I know it's a very, very difficult task. So I think we have got another session tomorrow from 2 o'clock to 3:30, wherein the visit team will explicitly detail about the various aspects they have seen with this. So my primary aim is to cut across these august audience, because they serve as also a part of the visit team to Polytechnic. Madam was there with the architecture stream. and I was the team lead for IIT Bombay. So that is why we are sitting here, so that we propose what we saw there. And I'll tell you one thing, all the problems we have been hearing right from the day one, like why it is this, you say the problem is with the syllabus, you say the problem with this. Please understand, these bigger institutes have bigger problem because they are bigger. And let us just give a small insight. So I'm starting with a very positive note. We just want to imbibe what it has been seen, and just to cut across the areas, because as I've told you, you have to cut across 7 different streams in a very short time across 4 August audience. It is very, very difficult. So I'll ensure that I'll take up one by one and just give a brief intro of whatever you feel is pertaining to your institute, because sir is quite eminent. You have the polytechnic stream there, madam is also there. I focus on one focus point to start with, that was students. And the problem we have associated with students, you say that, you say meritorious. See, I am personally a person, problems would be there. It's how you are going to mitigate it. And there are case studies, and I will not be able to focus because there are other team members who have been to these institutes. They've done it beautifully. And I just want to start up. So what I would speak out is my experience with IIT Bombay, how the entire process went. And in between, I'll put up an adjective, I'll put up a topic, and I would want the panelists to add to it. And your point on how that can be taken. So my point number 1, and I request all the audience, because I want you to hear on these aspects on all the parameters. And finally, I would want all of you to give an open session wherein you pull out what all things you think are better off, so that this focus is part of a vision document. And another reason why we are persisting this particular presentation this manner is because finally it is not a video that has to come out. That is a document that has to come out maybe tomorrow. And that vision document, it has to be very specific. You should have very detailed thing, and unless and otherwise it's very pointed, I don't think the vision document would be of use. So we would, in the process, come up with some metrics which are being used, which we can inculcate in the vision document. And welcome you to all to this, sir. So we'll start with Dr. Jayakumar, because this is obviously the way it should start. Sir, in my experience, what I would certainly do is that, see, I am a person who have been here for 25 years, and fortunately, thanks to DT, never went out of my college all the 25 years, even though got, and I don't want to go also, I'm happy with what I am. But that didn't prevent me from venturing into so many aspects. So here, in 1 day's time, I'll tell you, how it started. I just want to tell that because that is the first best practice I thought I'll get. DT communicating to IIT Bombay director that such an effort is taking place. You will not believe the response they've got. Thanks to Dr. Asha Lata, the entire team who communicated, you will not believe the particular response we got. The next day the PRO was contacting. The PRO asked me about everything. And the only request they made is that, sir, you tell me what is done. I took my challenge. I said, sir, we want all the people to be, we need to speak to them. Then she said, whom do you think? I said, Dean Academic. I could tell everything, right? Dean Academic. Then I want Dean Student Affairs. I want Dean Startup. I want students who are doing placements. And they did that. You'll not believe. No, I am talking from this perspective is because just think if this had happened with us, which is a self-introspection also, whether that would happen. They came, the entire pass, everything was sent the previous day. And the first thing that happened to us was 9 o'clock, she gave a schedule, 9 o'clock, the Dean Student Affairs would be addressing us. 10 o'clock, Dean Faculty would be coming. 10:30, you will have Dean Research coming. 11 o'clock, you will have, and the entire thing, the only request was that was done. So first, thanks to all the institute, not just with IT. So that is the first best practice, even though we have not put it in words. That is a hospitality and arrangement as to how we expect. We were not coming from Stanford, right? We are not big people that they should be feel up of, but that was the best practice. So that is the way institutes behave, and I'll just start my process with this. Sir, actually, the first question that we had, all these things, is regarding the student intake. And one question that was specifically asked to them is that we know that why foreign students are not coming. Because that is one area where, not just because, you have a large number of self-financing colleges, it's not just a matter of quality, it is a matter of existence too. So if you have got a good source of people who are outside who want to come into this, we asked a specific question to these institutes, and one of the questions they told was, IIT Bombay we asked, they said no. Is there a process? No, that doesn't mean that we cannot have a process here. They said no. They don't have it for BTech. They have it for MTech. They have it for PhD, just because, as we all know, how students come in, that is the procedure. Can we do away with that procedure, or in your institution, or in other words, what about taking students to the UG community, so that one of the problems that we are not getting good students could also be taken care of? I understand that this was taken up in one of the previous discussions, but very specific. When IIT Bombay said we have got twinning programs, it can be done. It's in PhD, we can be done. We have sandwich program, we have done. We have research programs, it can be done. It cannot be done in the UG, just because people go there by their JEE exam. So how do you think, in our perspective, we should look into these aspects, especially with polytechnics too, sir, and your experience on this? I would request just a brief thing, so that we'll come back again on next one.
Coming to this point, IITs do not take foreign students undergraduate level. They do take for master's degree, they do take for PhD, but all NITs, they do take foreign students through a program called DASA, Direct Admission for Students Abroad, and ICCR fellowships. So all countries which are not as good as India comes under ICCR. For example, Bangladesh, Nepal, all African countries, and then ASEAN countries like Philippines, Cambodia, Vietnam, they all come here. The government of India pays all their expenses, plus their living expenses. So we do around 15% of such students. And then we have, the DASA is Direct Admission Students Abroad. People from other countries can also come. Their fee structure is slightly higher. So they do come, and we do a mandatory test to see their understanding of maths, physics, chemistry. They're not good, they undergo a special course in the evenings. For IIT Kanpur had long back a program called Slow Paced Learning with Reduced Load. They do the first 2 years in 3 years, leave them with the rest of the students. So that's something what we do. So in NIT system, they do take foreign students at undergraduate level. IIT we don't take.
Yeah, offshooting from the question that has been asked, we have, in the morning session, one of the moderator was saying that, the industry is going one direction and academics going in direction, and then I remember the panelist saying that academy is not moving at all, but as teachers we all know that we are on our feet from the morning 9 o'clock when the clock ticks 9 till the central hour, we are continuously moving. So that doesn't say that we are not moving. But in connection with that, I must say, if we had thought about an open system where like you enter for example in architecture, it is not an entrance exam that is conducted, but rather it is an aptitude test that is conducted to check whether the student has got the aptitude to do a creative course like architecture. So maybe in lines with that, because all the national level design institutions also do this aptitude test, because to go through the hardships of creativity and then develop creative products, you need to have an aptitude as well as an attitude. So these two are checked at the entry level, and very specific to the institution where I went, CEPT Ahmedabad, every student, they have faculty of architecture, they have faculty of engineering, where BTech students are learning 5-year BTech civil engineering course. Then there is B plan, that is faculty of planning, there is faculty of design. All of them, all the 260 students go through one foundation course. That is basically helping them understand things in a graphical manner, to support them with the creative thinking. Then like how it was explained, the education system moved from IQ to EQ and then from LQ to AQ, giving them a strong foundation, because in the previous day's discussion, it has been very profoundly found out that we need to leave a foundation. So a foundation course is provided for all the students, irrespective of which, whether they are getting into engineering or architecture, and together placed at the single level, and then they have been given a strong foundation for understanding design. One more point I need to say, and in case if a student doesn't reach the benchmark, the student would be told to redo it, unlike our university system.
Okay, actually I wanted to take up the next part on the academics part, right? Yes, sir. Actually, I'm very specific because we have the August guests from who have visited polytechnics. So this committee, this panel is supposed to address all the divisions. So, I mean, if you remember the last speech we had, in which it was very specifically told that we don't have students for polytechnics, and the students who are coming are not, I'll not use that verbatim, but they need to be skilled on that. See, you have visited Murugappa, I understand.
Yeah.
Murugappa is considered to be a very versatile institute in the field of polytechnic, and they have done all the things which we do in engineering colleges. So if you could just, because many audience are from the engineering college stream, they not be very specific with this particular process. Could you please tell, because we'll be coming back again, very few things on how the admission process happens in that institute. We know what is happening here.
Okay, the question seems to be very funny. Because, we visited 3 institutions. One is Murugappa Polytechnic College, a different perspective. The second was IIT Chennai, the Innovation Center as well as the Central Workshop. The third was the funniest part. It was called the SDI, Skill Development Institute, where they admit our dropouts. You got it? And these dropouts are mandated and made to be the best person. Like the type of training they give is marvelous. It's a fully residential course. It is run under the CSR funding of Kochi refinery. I think there are 3-4 SDIs. So the model is something like when they are admitted, they will be put on a rigorous 1 month training where the mobile phone will be taken away. And second important thing is, see, my issue is that issue with anybody. The first problem is mobile phone is creating the most important problem on the mobile phone. IIT is totally different, sir. They don't have time to look onto the mobile. IIT the mobile, they are on a different world. But our students, they use mobile everywhere. Murugappa, what they does is, you catch hold of a mobile, they will take the ID card from them. എന്തുകൊണ്ടെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഒരു തവണ മൊബൈൽ ഫോൺ പിടിച്ചെടുത്തതിന് ശേഷം ഈ കുട്ടി പോയി സൂയിസൈഡ് ചെയ്ത് കളഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ അവർ അത് പിന്നെ വലിയ വിഷയമായി. അപ്പോൾ അവർ പറയുന്നത് എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഈ മൊബൈൽ ഫോൺ എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഐ ഡി കാർഡ് ഇല്ല.
I'll specifically come to, because I want to add, because the second topic is on student mentoring.
Right.
So basically we'll take up that question.
Mentoring also.
Anything you would want to add on that specifically on this, because we have to at least have 7 rounds so that these things are run through at least quickly.
I think diploma is a diploma, not diploma. Nowadays we are giving diplomas. So that is our company is about 35-year-old company, and I used to take only diploma holders and engineering graduates from Kerala particularly. I'm a Keralite. I'm from Chittoor. So somehow I have some liking for Malayalis. So I used to come, 6 months they will be with me with the theoretical training. I'm from IIT Madras, as you people know. Then I give them, they will not do any work, they will be trained to, so these days I'm unable to train them because they can say Ohm's law, V is equal to IR, but if you ask them, they explain, they cannot explain.
Okay.
That is the situation.
So I think we'll come back to that again second. So that is the first round of our discussion. That was on student intake, and we have got one good lead from that when sir said that there is a place for dropouts. So if at all we have a policy, don't have to worry, right? If you can dedicate 2 or 3 institutes closing down. See, it's not that, because I'm going to come to the second point where this topic, and that's called exit degree. And the first meeting we had, I will start because I'm starting with this perspective as we were there, and the second, the dean who came was from student dean affairs. Okay. Dean student affairs. So himself and his team came down, and he was running. He was literally running because he had a class till 9:15, and he had to come to the administrative block at 9:30 so that the time was not the thing. Then the first question we asked sir, do you get any concession that you are the dean of student affairs? He said absolutely no. So let this be a sort of introspection also. I'm not criticizing anything. Let this be a sort of introspection also. Then the first thing he said, he was accompanied by the associate dean too, and the second aspect he said was, we have a large number of mentoring mechanisms. And I asked him, what is the first thing you do? Sir was talking of taking away the mobile phone. He says, I take the calls of all students any time in the day, 24/7. When I asked, how many students do you have? He said, 14,000. See, it was 14,000. I don't know whether it is practical, that's a different issue. But he says, when I give them the privilege, they do it, and there is a mentoring system, because I'm coming to that. I just want to put the next part on it. How you feel the students who are inducted into the institution are mentored academically, personally, as well as things, so that they do great things in their life. And usual mentorship are as we have here. Like you have psychologists, you have psychiatrists. I mean, I don't, but sorry for the word psychiatrist if I use it explicitly. We have psychologists, we have motivators who do that. And he said, we asked him, what do you think is the most successful aspect that triggered? He said, the mentoring by the seniors is the best thing for the juniors. So that is again a wrong concept we had. We said that the first thing you should do is that first year students should be kept away from the seniors so that there are no problems of ragging and all. But it may not be possible here. So obviously the first question we asked was, sir, will it not lead to ragging issues? You know what he said? ये सब करने के लिए उनके पास समय कहाँ है? Where is that he has got time to do that? So that exactly what sir was telling. So the first induct, what he said was, my first duty is to see to it that no student stays in the hostel other than sleeping in the hostel. So, and this person is responsible for seeing to it that everything is done. He was facilitating all extracurricular activities, and the student was penalized if he was sitting in the hostel other than the time for sleeping. And when I asked whether you have the senior mentoring creating issues, he said, as of now, because we want them to be a responsible citizen, and that is a blessing in disguise, because if something happens with the student, the senior is the person who is culprit. So that was one idea which we got from there, which is usually not done here. We usually have, I'm not speaking on the other aspects, because this is what the, and finally he says, what we have seen is that these two people become friends for life. So that was one different perspective. Other than the usual, they have all the usual perspective which we have. They have a group tutor, they have a mentor, etc. Sir, I mean, will you want to add it, or can you come up with a good idea so that it can be implemented here if possible, so that it is also doing wonders?
I was a student at IIT Kanpur, which had probably the best counseling service in the whole country. All IIT residential institutions, students stay on the campus, faculty stay on the campus. Those days, 1979-80, the faculty wives were the counselors. The faculty wives, they used to counsel the students. That's one approach. Secondly, every teacher is approachable. Even today, if I have the old IIT, there's a generation gap between the first generation IIT, second generation, third generation, lot of difference. The older IITs still have a different culture. The new IITs are yet to develop the culture. So the thing is, first thing is, there is no structured counseling mechanism in the older IITs. 7 or 8 students the first year are attached to one senior student. He takes care of them. There is no ragging case. Very, very rare. It happens, we can't control the youngster, but 99% there is no ragging case. In fact, we even advise some of the IIT to write, welcome to a ragging-free campus. How many colleges in Kerala can write at the main entrance, welcome to a ragging-free campus? They'll give positive feedback to the students who are joining. So that is something we should do. So there used to be a counseling service, non-structured, and with 7 to 8 students attached to one first year student. And then secondly, in IIT system, no teacher is interested in positions. Nobody wants to head of the department dean, so somebody is requested, and when they take up, they do a full job. So they take up the job, do a full responsible job, and nobody is after positions. Because they feel any head of the department dean, it affects their research work. They want to spend more time in the academic activities rather than this type of thing.
Okay.
But there are teachers who are ready to do this extra job.
Yes. So this just highlighting how important student mentoring, because with all sorts of complexities that are due to come in future, student mentoring and well-being of student will have the primary place in this. And madam, I mean, you are an expert, you are being an experienced person. From your perspective, what do you think, how important is mentoring, and how do you think it can be best practiced in a very positive way?
I I think mentoring students using counselors have already been spoken about, and we are aware, even at our very humble areas of being part of government engineering colleges, we have counseling systems. But for me, what is more important is how they are counseled into learning something, which I found very productive at CEPT, where one tutor is associated with 12 students, 10 to 12 maximum. And then if I am allowed to talk about their system of education which comes under this faculty mentorship, I may be permitted to continue, where, for example, there is an interior design studio where the students are taught interior design. Then there is an external person, probably from a company like Godrej, who would be invited to be part of that studio, and then where that expert from, or that official from Godrej would mentor the students to develop something. For example, if the Godrej company is looking at developing an ergonomic chair for the elderly, so that semester's project would be designing chairs for the elderly people, which is ergonomically correct. And then it is not just he comes and gives a visiting faculty talk, while it would be a continuous mentoring of being at the institute with the students and the tutor and 2 teaching assistants to see how all this are in place. And finally what happens is that if the selected products out of the mentorship done by the faculty as well as the external, a few of them are provided this kind of design registration, because they have an exhibition after every semester. And the whole society comes and sees the exhibition, and people who are interested to purchase can purchase or give orders for, so that even the company can take it up, provide a design registration to the student and the teacher, and then it would be brought out into the market. So this kind of pedagogical corrections are done there.
Okay. I think, for this topic you have to give some more time. Okay.
Obviously.
See, because see, the 2 institutions, they have excellent mentoring. And let me tell you the exact problem what we are facing. So you have to come out with a solution. See, I am from Government Polytechnic College. Malayathi പറയാം, കാരണം ഇതിനകത്ത് some outsiders ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇത് കേൾക്കാൻ പാടില്ല. ഞാൻ ഗവൺമെന്റ് പോളിടെക്നിക് കോളേജ് കളമശ്ശേരിയിൽ നിന്ന് വരികയാണ്. നിങ്ങൾ വിശ്വസിക്കുമെന്ന് അറിയില്ല, അവർ കോളേജ് 10 മുതൽ 40% കുട്ടികൾ ഡ്രഗ് അഡിക്ട്സ് ആണ്. 10 to 40% students are drug addicts. And we don't have any mechanism to tackle that. We are trying to take these people to some counselors. We are not supposed to take the student, especially below 18 years, you have to get the consent from the parent. If it is above 18, you have to get consent from the person itself. So issues are not solved. Second, so you have to draft some mechanism for solving the issue. Police department, excise department, everybody is behind Bodhavalkaranam. They are not doing the actual work they are supposed to do. Number 2, suicidal attempts. Any issue will ultimately turn to suicides, and the blame will be put on to the teachers.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir, on that, because we would want a good discussion on that aspect. See, this is going live.
Okay,
and as a result of which we also we understand the problems, and we would expect you to come up with good solutions in writing that can be taken up within the
solution. That is what I am going to tell you. The department definitely needed to appoint counselors, not as a permanent employee. You appoint a counselor as a permanent, he will not take any work. Better you find certain agencies doing mentoring, or you have to allow us to appoint mentors on part-time basis. Both of the places have mentors on part-time basis. Murugappa, they have got a mentor working in the campus for 3 days. So they have different other issue, what is called identity crisis, because all from poor background, they have to make them ready to be an engineer, number 1. And the SDI, they too have counselor sourced. So after this conclave, you have to make a decision such a way that counselors need to be appointed on contract. Big issue. Ultimately, things will be backfired onto the faculty. I am counting my davasam kandikondirikana retire cheyan, because so much of pressure.
So that is the pain that is coming as a teacher, seeing that these things happen. But certainly that should be one point. Now, why I told you this point specifically is because Dean Student Affairs explicitly told, now I feel Dean Student Affairs is the most important dean in colleges, not R&D or research. Sir, you put very, very briefly on this point.
I used to mentor, of course, mentoring for engineering, as she was telling. So people, the old, I used to as an alumni, I've been, my name has been listed with the IITs, and they approach us in the project on research scholars. They all approach me for the mentoring. So that of course we have got a professional mentors working 24 hours inside the campus, so that we got a fairly big
and we would want panelists to give some small input so that comes
as Thomas was telling, Murugappa is doing an excellent job. I think we should have some sort of rotating.
Let us come up, yes, sir. Let us come up with a passion which is universally applicable and that comes as a part of a document that this is how it has to be done. That's primarily our business. See, I'm sorry, extremely sorry, because I'll give you free hand time at the end. So we need.
I'll just give one small point.
Yes, sir.
See, NIT Warangal, which is the oldest NIT in the country, started in 59. They got an extremely good system where 10 students are assigned to one faculty member for full 4 years. That faculty members monitors the student for full 4 years, including their birthdays, everything celebrated in the faculty members' house. So there is a family relationship and there is no problems at all. It works wonders, and they have been told, think with the heart, not with the head. Very boundary.
Good. See, these are challenges which I think we can use in the next suggestion. See, we are moving on to the third point that was of interest. See, one of the major concerns even government engineering colleges face now is that there are no takers for MTech seats. So obviously, no major taker for MTech seats. Most of them are vacant. There are institutions wherein there are no. So this question was put across. And to be very on the safer side, we said we missed the bus. All the IITs and all started with MTechs fast. And then we boarded the bus late. I mean, from IIT Bombay, the dean said, it's better you didn't get into the bus because IIT Bombay does not have explicit, exclusive MTech programs now. So that was a big information we got. We know that when we were studying and wherever, we asked why is that they have stopped. They said they stopped because of the problem of getting meritorious students. See, that is the problem we have. You know that almost all the expressions in this thing that are happening now, they use the GATE score. And people with good GATE score comes to IITs, and in between they'll get a job in ONGC or ISRO, they just leave like that. Then we asked, is it possible that, no, we are not doing away with MTech, we are doing away with exclusive MTech. So, the student who comes as a BTech, you can continue for your MTech, or you start with MTech, you can continue for a PhD. So that was one mechanism they used, how agile they were in just changing the perspective so that the MTech seats were filled, but still it was not. So whoever wanted to come into MTech, they could come and then finally they could continue with their research. So the MTech perspective was taken as a sandwich course. So that was one aspect. So I just pointed out that. And the second aspect is that we are talking the curriculum basically. And what do you think? Because we always say that it should be industry ready. But the industry itself doesn't know what is industry ready, to be very honest. Why? Because a mechanical engineer does not talk of the IT. IT sees it from that perspective. And it is very difficult to train a student on all skills. So how are you going to tackle a situation? Because you don't know whether the student would be a collector, you don't know whether the student would be an ISRO scientist, you don't know whether the student would be an IT engineer. How do you think the curriculum should be framed so that all these things are taken into account?
See, if you look at the IIT curriculum typically and compare with the KTU curriculum, in IIT each syllabus will have only 5 lines. The only synoptic syllabus will be there, not details. At the end there will be 4 or 5 books which are of recent, very recent. And in the board of studies, the industry is involved fully. I mean, I did attend a few board of studies meeting in Kerala. I am a member of board of studies of at least 7 or 8 institutes. It's the industry, they come, give some input, already teachers have prepared something, it is just vetted. There's not much input from the industries, whereas if you go to the IIT system, the industries are involved, and then the syllabus is revised. They are free to revise syllabus every year or every 2 years. I mean, there's so much freedom to the department. You can change the syllabus. You feel after 1 year it's not okay, some subjects are dropped, some subjects taken, that's what it happens. So there's a regular update of the curriculum. And see, the advantage in IIT is I teach, I set the paper, I give the result, nobody questions me. In a university, it will be difficult to do that because the syllabus is taught by many teachers. The question paper is coming common, so it will be difficult. But in IITs, we have that freedom. So you should have a syllabus which is up to date, and preferably the latest edition of the book. When I go through the syllabus of this university, I find books written 1979 is the syllabus of 2025, 24. A book written 1990 is still available. No, change it. We have to be up to date, and the teachers must also up to date, be up to date. That is something which I find very difficult to digest. The teachers are also not up to date. Because I did visit a few colleges in Kerala for the NBA visit. I asked the teachers which are the books you follow. I mean, from the type of books you follow, you know what is the depth of knowledge they are giving. I found books written in 89 in some of the very good college in Kerala. 6 months back I visited some college. So we have to be up to date, and industry input must be taken. And but you know, the teachers must be ready to teach what industry wants. And I'll give a small example. When I was a student, we had a silver jubilee celebrated IIT Kanpur. They invited all the top industries of the country there. Where Ratan Tata was there, Bajaj was there, Modi was there, Thapar was, everybody. And then when they spoke, we said, your students are not fit for us. We can't hire them. Then our Kanpur dean said, I don't prepare engineers for Tatas, Birlas or Thapar. I produce engineers who can think. You give them problems, solve it for you. So we should produce engineers who can think and take up any problem. That is how we should teach. Test the fundamentals, make the fundamentals clear, and then we should go ahead. That's not to pass the exams. Even a question paper should be to test how they approach the problem, not to find the textbook type of problem. Problem must be different. And we have in IITs, we have option of setting a paper the way we want. And nothing like 4 out of 5, 5 out of 8. I can set one question 100 marks, or I can set 100 questions for 1 mark each for 100 marks. That full freedom is given to us. That freedom you will not have, but then since a structured university, you should have some guidelines, but teaching, nobody prevents you from teaching more than this content. Nobody teaches you, you can teach as much as you want. And in an IIT NIT system, class are never missed. 100% class is taken. If there's a holiday on a working day, a Saturday is there a compensation. So you'll find the 40 hours will be engaged by the teacher. I mean, that is something which is not compromised. As rightly said, the dean student, yes, it's a common thing.
Okay, thank you, sir. Because, ma'am, I'm extremely sorry because I'm not giving much time, because please understand I've got to go through 8 rounds and you will be looking at your watch. So that what's the time that's going on. Ma'am, please, how do you think this in the curriculum part, a change which you would expect?
An alternative design pedagogy needs to be worked out. Like for example, in architecture, we follow the studio pedagogy, where that would be the main thing, where a student will be addressing a real life problem and will be providing some iterative design, will go through iterative design process and design a product by the end. So that means all the theory that requires to be taught will be taught within the studio premises. It's not like you have theory of architecture subject taught as a theory and you have been taught theory of structure separately and hydraulics separately and vice versa, but everything is based on what is the theory required for the student to design or to understand the real life problem in that particular studio and then deal with it and come up with a solution, so that every studio will end with a product or a process which would be based on a real life experience.
You have to use it for engineering too. Sir, I mean, as far as the polytechnic curriculum is concerned.
Murugappa is a very big corporate group. They have got, Pari, TI Cycles, Cholamandalam, then so many companies, they have got a facilitation center as such built inside. But the question is that they are autonomous institution. Murugappa is an autonomous institution. It is right time that we have to think about giving autonomy to some polytechnic college. At least, those colleges which are 75% more accredited can be taken as autonomy. The second, an excellent practice that is noticed is that, every department has got a CSR initiated laboratory there, and they give additional skilling out of curriculum, out of academic hours. like evenings, Saturdays and Sundays, students come and it's given for free, almost free. And third important thing is that as far as the industrial training is concerned, they ensure that the faculty member visit the industry once in a week for evaluation, as well as for the faculty will also get an exposure about the industry. So that is one of the best practice I have noticed. So it is time to go for autonomy. We have to deal with this industrial training seriously, and even now AICT had mandated industrial training for faculty members. That is also diluted. We have to see to that industry interaction is done on a better manner.
Sir, as a person, I'll look it from a different perspective. A person from experience, so much of experience, and especially industry. Will the industry want students to come there? I mean, I want an honest opinion on that.
In IIT, they have academic freedom. Academic freedom, teacher can, he has been given certain guideline. So he has to build. And here what I have found is, they prepare the syllabus for 100%, and they teach only 30%. They touch and go. As I was telling, they will not be, they cannot go in depth. So whereas in IIT system, of course, many people have many elder people who come on a QAP program there, they would have sat with the youngsters who are around 20, 22, and they would have percentile is not the percentile. So it means if you don't do properly, you will be compared with the youngster who has got memory power. So that is another advantage. I don't know whether we can do that kind of thing here.
Actually, see, this is a very open session. I mean, there are many things which we may be able to, because people are documenting. Let us see if these things can be practiced.
The personal system is excellent, because and you are made to learn. You have been taught not to mug up. You have been taught how to think, how to learn. You see, BTech or MTech or even for that matter, I am 74 years old. I'm eager to. I came all the way from Chennai only for this, because I want to pass on. I made enough. I don't know. I'm not working for any. I have made enough money. So I don't. So what I'm telling is the into is within me.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for that, because we can see the passion. We are only maybe half the age, but still.
Can I just add one point, please? See, IIT faculty, they get something called as cumulative professional development allowance. With 3 lakhs in every 3 years, they can use it for anything they want. No questions asked. They can go to industry and work. They can go somewhere, go to other conferences. They don't have depend. This is allotted. The new IITs have made 5 lakhs. When I was a student working with 3 lakhs, it is given to every faculty who joins, so that they can go to industry, work for a month in summer. In addition to salary, they get this. Okay. So that makes them go to industries.
Yeah, we just have to, I'm getting signals, but anyway, 2 more, 3. The second aspect which we had to do was on one talk which had evolved is that interdisciplinary, and we said cross-disciplinary and all. This question was put across. And the question they said, they invited us to one lab that was called the Makers Lab. Makers Lab is a lab in IIT which is replaced all the conventional first year branches. In IIT Bombay, what they have a table. One instrument is maybe a 3D printer. Next comes an oscilloscope. Next comes so that, and the project is that the student should come up with a product using all these things. By the end, we have got experiences where people in microprocessor were there. Finally, drawn on. Why they said this? We have a very bad notion that when a student comes in, this is what we reported, student comes in, they say that I am from civil, I am from mechanical. We just wanted to go with that. So they say all the 1,400 students who get admission in IIT Bombay are put through this single lab, which is a manifestation of all the labs in the thing. So that was what a good practice we saw there. I really don't know. We've got the economics also for that. Anyways, we're moving on to the next point. Next is can faculty start startups? That was another point which was being raised when the concern was that faculty gets with students, and finally it was done. Then the question that was asked was, can it be done? Why we asked that question is maybe when we are presenting, we can say, see, IIT Bombay has this. This is the procedure. And one thing I should really thank, now people are saying that KTU is that and this. We have not touched on the academics part, because what they say, whatever is a practice, the minor, honor, everything is as per what they are doing it. So there is no problem with the curriculum with reference to these institutes. We don't have to blame the curriculum or the structure of the curriculum. And the second thing what they said is now they are thinking of the exit degree. Exit degree is a part of the mentoring aspect. If a student doesn't complete the course, he is given an exit degree with which he can leave the institute, and that was one policy. Because with a shortage of time, I am not taking it up again, sir. Now, how about the role of faculty taking startups? I have got a beautiful thing on sign, but I'm not, the shortage of time, I'm not presenting there. Your perception on faculty taking startups with equity. I'm talking that part, maybe equity or intellectual value.
I think it is to be encouraged, and all IITs do encourage this. There is no restriction. It is done. There is no restriction.
So this is high time that if there are no, and we asked how is that I can propose it. They gave a big, beautiful national level government document which gives the entire procedure how it has been done, and we have collected that also in our visit, so that that question, if at all we want to take up in a vision document, can be taken up.
See, faculty startup or faculty doing consultancy work in the institution where we went at Sept Ahmedabad, teachers are provided with 52 paid leave to do consultancy work. And only condition is that whatever work is being done as part of the consultancy go through their their research organization, and the work that is being done would be put up in their website as part of their research work as well as consultancy work. And even faculty have been given all the liberty, but I'm talking about a private university, not a government institution or a government university. It's a private university which supports teachers to create startups, to support students as well as have consultancy work. They are having a lot of central government consultancy work which is done through their college, but again provided with 52 days of paid leave. Why I am saying this is because we all take up consultancy work as well as research work. So there are only two options. Either I get taxed or my teaching suffers. So then it would be my own integrity which would force me to get taxed so that I can do the teaching job as well as do up the consultancy or my research work. And this is the same for many teachers like me.
Yeah, actually I think we want to propose it because we have very august audience here who are the decision makers. We need to do something or the other in that. That was a perception. Sir, please.
Actually, I am an entrepreneur turned faculty some 25 years back, and after retirement, I'll be going back as an entrepreneur. But my opinion is that entrepreneurship is the toughest business, not like being a faculty. So, either you leave the role as faculty and start a entrepreneurship asset. That's a encouragement. But IIT, what they are doing is, they can take up consultancy work within the institution itself. They are doing that. So that is a good practice. But somebody want to be an entrepreneur, let them leave the system and be an entrepreneur, because entrepreneurship is not an easy task. He'll be telling much better.
Actually, in IIT, they used to take consultancy work. That means if you get 100 rupees, 40 will go to the administration. That is, I think there is something called, in IIT Madras, there is something called Industrial Consulting Research Fund. So, so out of that, the faculty actually gets 5% IRDF. Earlier they were calling IRDF fund, I know about it, but now they call, but anyway, faculty gets 5% of the, that money cannot be taken home for buying something. He can take some, he can entertain something, but this money will be utilized for doing further research, further development work. That's okay. Patent, I took my first patent when I got a job there, then at that time I took my first patent when I was 21 years, and then at that time the patent was sold to Kirloskar. They gave me, I got 40%. I got 60%, 40% was taken by IIT. So that system is continuing now.
Yes,
now also.
Thanks for that, because we also asked that question.
And one more important point is the faculty in Kerala should, now the present faculty in IIT Madras are permitted to be full-time directors of the startup companies. They can be the owners of the company. They can invest money. So until unless we come forward at least, for this kind of system, because faculty contains quite a lot of knowledge. See, it's not there. You cannot treat them like workers.
but they are academic knowledge how to get into things. Real faculty knows how to get into, and that should be utilized.
Okay, thank you, sir, for that. See, this is like we have gone through various dimensions, and the next part was on R&D and funding, and most of it, because we can understand the timing, I need to give the audience to give, some questions on that, and I want the panelists to sum up with the findings, because the findings were tremendous, and there are team members here, there are people who have went, Dr. Matthew is here, he was instrumental in going to VIT. Amrita, we had a team, so I'll just name the institutions where we went as far as, I myself as a team leader went to IIT Bombay. We had a team visiting Amrita, we had one team visiting VIT, and one team visiting NIT Trichy, and one team visiting NIT Calicut. So why this particular mix was selected is that we get the best practices, and all of us have prepared a good document of what all things can be done, and these are areas which will obviously take some time. Now I need to give audience some time and the panelists to answer any specific area which you thought we should have asked. Maybe we would have asked it and we are not finding that. Actually,
that percentage is available there. When I am studying there, I know that more than 25% of the students in IIT Madras were taking this medical support, the support of the psychologists. Then about the students who are coming there, it's an entirely different community, right? So the best students, we can say that the best students are reaching there, right? So such a condition, when we are considering that cannot be adopted here, it's an entirely different situation. And about the work done by the faculty, we'll feel that they are doing much bigger jobs. They are doing very good research, they are doing very good projects. Have you checked the labs there? I am from civil engineering background. Have you checked the civil engineering students, how they are doing the lab there? Many of the students, they don't know to do the lab. And the answer is, we are not expecting them to do the lab. We are not expecting our students to do the actual work there. They are at a higher level. We don't want our students to do that. So that is a different world. So we can't directly take the styles or practices from this IITs or IISCs. No. Right. Many other points are there. I'm just concluding it.
Can I answer?
Answer that point. Sir, as a preamble, this is what we have felt there. And we are not here to advocate whether to take or not. But I'll answer that question very specifically. We said, you know why, I have not taken the statistics, but there is no difference if 200 students commit suicide or a single student commits suicide. Obviously, numbers don't matter when the life of people are involved. So we need not run after statistics. But please understand, we are talking of IIT. You have AIR rank 1. Bombay Computer Science have All India rank 1. They have students who have got very low All India rank sitting in the same class because of various reservation policies. They have people, they said, we didn't want to speak on that. They had students who were coming from very affluent, they could speak English like anything, and there were some students who couldn't even open their mouth. And they have a policy on how the hostel rooms were allocated inside. So what I was suggesting is that they understand the issues are very much there, it's not just with IIT or IISc, and they say it is very difficult for us because we have students from nearly 25 states, we have students of intellectual capability at top and bottom, and having a mix of that is much bigger problem than having our students who are in range of maybe coming from the same background, from the same state, with the same socio-economic things. So your point is well taken. I just had to tell that because I also had the same issue, and one of our team member asked the specific question, sir, how many people commit suicide? I am telling you that because that question was put across, and that was the answer which we got. But statistics don't matter. It is one student or another 100 students. We have to make the system conducive so that the life is not lost. So that's my point, sir. You wanted to tell?
Yes. Yeah. I don't think intellectually our students are Keralites. We are all Keralites.
there's a wrong thinking that the facility given in I have seen IIT from 40 years back. So, and we have to go pillar to post. I am sure few of you would have definitely studied there. So it is not like that. Now we get a lot of money. That's a different thing. So, but there is a wrong thinking that IIT aims are. I remember one of my friend was telling. So for Andhra case, you were taking class and they did not know how to run the motor, which is not possible in Kerala. Therefore, four students could not run because they in Andhra Pradesh. What happens is they are preparing for the gate in the 7th and 8th semester. They want to get into gate. They don't study. The syllabus is there. They are officially permitted, but it's not possible in Kerala. It is not possible. Okay. So that way, we are definitely at a higher level. But only thing, our imparting knowledge to the students, making them, giving the proper assignments, etc., evaluating them. If you can definitely do, we can do. We are definitely 100% confident. I'm 100% confident that students are of their age. We are also students. Okay. So, okay.
Madam, you just add to that.
See, considering the stress that the students go through in institutions, maybe partly it is because of the system we have where we have only one entry and one exit. You enter into mechanical engineering branch, then you come out only as a mechanical engineer. You don't have an option to divert into, because many students come to me in my engineering college where they say, oh, I should have taken architecture, seeing all the colors in the department. So I think if we look at national education policy, it's giving us not this kind of liberation, but we can go beyond national education policy where we enter at multiple levels. You can enter at multiple levels, we can bring out exits. For example, if I am entering, I cannot go with the stress, but I will not enter without having any diploma. So after the first year, if I have attained certain skills, I can go out with a diploma if I come after +2. And in the third year, if I complete, I can go with a degree, like how it is envisaged in NEP, plus one more honors and plus one more or two more, you get a PhD, like not having specific masters, but having an integrated degree. So that way, if we can make our education system flexible, like how it is abroad. Morning there were discussions about how higher education institutions were having maximum entry in other countries. It's because there is a multiple level entry as well as multiple level exit, and also credit transfer. Even at this age, when I'm cross 50, I want to do more courses so that I can have a credit bank in my intellectual system. So that way, if we can liberalize our education system, it would be of great opportunity for all of us, irrespective of our age and our gender, to learn more and acquire more knowledge.
Okay, thank you for that, ma'am. See, we have a session tomorrow, I think it's from 2 to 3:30 or so, where the visit team will explicitly present in detail all the findings using presentation so that more questions can be asked on that, because we are running short of time. And any specific question, if you would want to take to the panelist, we can. Okay, I mean, the time is too late to have questions. So I would...
There is one question from there.
Sorry, okay, sir.
I don't have a question. I wanted to just bring something to everybody's notice. Many of you would know, but for everybody, I just wanted to make one point. There was an issue on consultancy in terms of equity. I'm happy to share with you, the government of Kerala is nowhere behind. How many of you know that on 4th of March 2024, the government of Kerala has issued 2 GOs permitting these 2 things. The government of Kerala with the DT is working for a lot of things, and there are 2 GOs which are issued. One is an IPR policy. Many things, I went through the document because I'm doing some work to support CET. I went through the document, many things can be improved. We can keep amending and improving it. But government of Kerala, I think DT, Rajshri ma'am and team were behind that. And there is a clear document which allows commercialization of invention and IP. So that's the first thing, we can keep improving on it. Second, there is another GO, same date. If I recall right, it's both the same date, where the staff, because you had a conflict with service rules, and the staff is allowed to indulge in consultancy and gain money. So there's a lot of work. We only need to integrate That's my point. If I may add to this point which he said, you raised this issue of IIT standards and the challenges. I respect that. I think if we all as a team get into a mental mode to see, this is for example to try and make a vision for DT, because the rapidity at which technology is changing, the requirements are very different, and so we need to move at a different pace. Number one. Number two, therefore, what my understanding is, because I've been a little associated with the work that's going on, what I understood is you attempt to map the best practices in the best of institutions, and one of the measure for that was identifying the top NIR of institutions, which were IITs, which were NITs, and some of the things. These are all only guidelines. For example, I know you're smiling on it, but I'll give you a very interesting point. When you recruit students, for example, is 100% student the number one in that field? Not necessarily. These are all indicators and guidelines. So the whole thing is a spirit of improvement, is a spirit of trying to move together, sit together and see what the flaws are. I mean, beautifully you brought out a few points. How to get around it. But when you make a vision, there has to be a large direction. Current benchmarks, beautifully there was a comment which came from there. The current benchmarks are possibly some of these institutions. And what are the smartness of Kerala? We have some amazing minds who can tinker it down to the way this state wants. So it's up to all of us. I thought I'll just speak.
Thanks a lot for that, because this. Yes.
It's again not a question, since you asked about good practices. I would like to just
Certainly,
one small case study. Okay. So there was one student who was admitted to IIT Chennai, and halfway in the semester, after completing the midsum exam and let us say 2 quizzes, he was having hepatitis, and then he had to be admitted in the hospital. He was in the hospital for 1.5 months. By the time he returned, the end semester exam was over, and all his classmates and all have left for vacation and all. Then in such a case, what will happen to our students? You know what happened at IIT? He was allowed to take up a final exam. Each individual staff member set up the question paper. They gave him a couple of weeks to prepare. The exam was conducted, and based on the performance, he was given the grades, and he joined the next semester along with his colleagues. Okay, can we imagine such a system here? This is not today or tomorrow. It happened 42 years ago, and that student is me.
Excellent, sir. So, actually we know that we are running short of time. We have got some good practices. The documented version would be available tomorrow. And I would request, Dr. K.V. Jayakumar, sir, to give a concluding remark. I know it's my duty, but I've not given him more time, so I give him the liberty or at least the privilege to conclude this event, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good evening. It's just time to leave, but then I'll just summarize some of the points that we had, plus something which I want to talk. See, today's generation, expectation is very high. Their expectation is very, very high. In fact, I have some small statistics which I just have. I'll share with you, which we use in IT system. See, they spend 79% of time in YouTube, 78% in Facebook, 69% of time are Instagram, 68% Snapchat, and 49% Twitter. So across these platforms, this generation watches an average 68 videos per day. So therefore, to engage these students, we must be up to date. Teachers must know much, much more. And then it's also said that they are most successful problem solvers because they do lots of games. They're tremendously good. Their brains have become wired to sophisticated and complex visual imagery. The present generation is very, very smart. And a lot of teens have already proven that you can easily become whatever you want. The only thing they need is a good internet connection. So this is the present generation statistics that has gone. Now in our academic, what happens is we teach. We have to give them knowledge and skills. Knowledge is we teach them how to do the job. Skill is capable of doing the job. None of our engineers are capable of doing the job. We give them a lot of knowledge, very little skills, and we find we have to give them, train them to find solutions which are technically correct, socially acceptable and financially viable. So this is something which we'll have to teach them. Move with the times. Every individual matters. In IITs, where an IIT one is teaching, every student is matters. So we take individual matters, and most national institutes, we can't compare national institute here because they are 100% residential. Faculty live on the campus, students live on the campus, 24 hours we work. If I call my students after 9 o'clock to my office for discussion. That cannot happen in most institutions, so that's how it is. And I found lots of the quality of BTech projects in many institutes in Kerala are below standard. Especially where the placement is very high, the quality of BTech projects is very poor. Because once they get the job, they don't attend classes, or they do a good job and we pass them. And then I also talked to certain companies who come for placement. You know what they said, very one way, I'm not naming the company, says, we take the best students from your college irrespective of the branch. We make them unlearn whatever they learned in 4 years. The next 2 months, make them learn what my company want, and they stay with us. This is what many of the IT companies do. They make you unlearn and then make you learn what they want. And then, of course, the IITs have a good internship system. We do go to industry, but then the IITs have a system whereby we can get non-IIT students to come and stay 2 months in summer, fully paid. All IITs, there's 17 IITs now, 23 IITs, all of them have about, depending on the age of the IIT, about 40 to 100 students. You can go there, stay full 2 months, they are paid. Accommodation is given, money is given. Yeah, and then many institutes in Kerala do not apply for R&D projects. I do sit in many DST committees. The number of projects coming from Kerala are very less. I mean, you should be able to get a lot of R&D projects. And then create a feeling in the classroom. The classroom is a place where you invite the students to learn. There's a place where you unearth creativity, a place where you can develop new ideas. That should be the idea of a classroom, not just teaching like that. And then thinking, not doing, that we do a lot. And then look for distinguished successful alumni. Most IITs have a startup incubation center set up by alumni. They give all facilities, use alumni. Kerala has got a tremendous amount of alumni looking everywhere. So use the alumni to build up the system. Every IIT uses alumni as one of the best practices to train their students. So use this facility. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
So thank you, sirs. In fact, we are only 25 minutes late, but whatever we started late. Anyway, thanks a lot, and I understand that many persons would want to know what exactly is happening, a detailed schedule of those events, a presentation form. Some documents have been shared, some IITs and other institutions have given us the documents intact so that it can be shared, and we have assured them that we will not put it in the public platform, but certainly it can be done for tomorrow's presentation. Yes, sir.
Politics should not be entertained inside the campus. So I don't know how you are going to handle it. That's going to be a very dangerous thing. Yeah. In fact, it's slowly started getting into IIT Madras. Yeah. I go almost every day to IIT. Yeah. I'm staying very close to IIT. So I just go. Politics is another very, whether it be any, let it be any party. The political mind is very bad. And in fact, we discuss.
Yeah, sir. Actually, that should be a topic of discussion for the next thing. Unfortunately, we don't have it here, but whatever it is, thanks a lot. I mean, the panelists, they've done a great job, and it's my apologies for not, because the topic was big and I had to complete everything in the shortest possible time. Thanks a lot, and certainly thanks a lot for the patient listening, because I didn't observe anybody getting up and going out when I started. So that is a statistic which I was watching. Anyway, thanks a lot, and hope we'll continue with the process. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Suraj. So obviously we are left with an open-ended question: how best is the best, and are the best really the best? So that's a question for all of us to ponder around. But we should always think one thing: every practice will help us to prepare for the inevitable and for the uncertainties. And keeping the practice itself is a mission. So with these words, I'm closing off the session. Thank you everyone for participating and for that lively engaging. So thank you one and all. And now may I request Dr. Asha Lata, Senior Joint Director, to kindly do the honors.
I request all to kindly join for a group photo. So we are closing for the day. Hope to see you all tomorrow. Thank you, one and all.